much praying that I fall off. Never stood 10 toes, never fall, young nigga finna ball off. In the still west side, Pasadena, never finna fall off. Never stood 10 toes, never fall, young nigga finna ball off. In the still west side, Pasadena.
Are you niggas just some fans, huh? Ay, really got a plan, huh? But coming to some paper, you won't even lift your man up. I'm coming off the dribble, it's simple, I make them stand up. Come from where they sagging, now luxury, hold my pants up. I'm nasty, nigga, you should ask me. Best about the city, ask my daughter why she dabbing. Niggas got my name in their mouth while they songs in the drought. I know it's hard to get out, you should be closing your mouth. I told them only time would tell. They craving for attention, guess these niggas didn't know me well. I say nada, don't reply unless it's about $1. Oh well, okay, ha 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 ha. All these local ass niggas, just some local niggas. I'm doing shows overseas, they don't know you niggas. Hey, check the wristwatch, that's a rollie nigga. Really making mine off rap, I'm the only nigga.
Fall off, nigga. Just stood 10 toes up before, young nigga finna ball off. And it's still west side, Pasadena, never finna fall off. Stood 10 toes, never fall, young nigga finna ball off. And it's still west side, Pasadena.
I'm the one from the pink house on Los Robles. Wasn't shooting, man, we really got it off the shoulders. And that's for real. And ever since they took away money, been in my fields. I really started grinding and winning, got me a deal. And now I'm paid up. The times that we was down, guess it been made up. Started doing numbers, now these little niggas hate us. So what? Set the bar so high that they can't touch. Really think it's jealousy, they mad that they ain't us. Hey, but fuck that shit, man, I'm Dina Rays, we'll set a blaze. And I don't give a fuck that you feel away. Word, how you niggas feel the worst way to kill a day. Focus on my paper, got direct deposit on the way. But hey, y'all can have the best in the city. I'm the best out this motherfucker, say it with me. Hey, y'all can have the best in the city. I'm the best out this motherfucker, say it with me.
Fall off. Just stood 10 toes, never fall, young nigga finna ball off. And it's still west side, Pasadena, never finna fall off. Just stood 10 toes, never fall, young nigga finna ball off. And it's still west side, Pasadena.
I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign.
I wanna be the greatest. Everybody on the fake shit. I look around and feel like everybody is the fakest. I make this every day and I'm impatient, hoping one day I blow up from the basement. Statement, the top is so vacant. I don't hear shit that I think is amazing. Waiting for my day when I'm playing sold out shows for 1,000 faces. Hey, give me that crown, get in my way and to be put down. It ain't your place, all this my town. If I want that shit, then I'll get it right now. I'm losing it, the noose it fits. I'm losing shit, a stupid myth. You choose to live or choose to dip. You choose to fight or lose your grip and lose a gift.
I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign.
Yeah. There's no mercy in this world, just hunger-thirsty persons in different versions. Each new update, that shit worsens. Why? Pull back the curtain and you'll see the different vermin. We all have different burdens that all seem to cause disturbance. Yo, do me a favor, don't treat me like a neighbor. Don't need the different flavors of your problems just to savor. I've got my own issues, I need a comb to get through. Don't need to groan with you, just go get your own tissue.
I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, put a 1 in the chat if y'all can hear me. Put a 1 in the chat if y'all can hear me. All right, welcome to another episode of Barbershop, man. We had a fantastic show last week, and I definitely want to get you guys back, so we can have another great conversation. And let's see here. Hold on a minute. I still hear something in my background. Just a second. Oh, there it is. All right, so I appreciate y'all, man, again, coming and being with us tonight, man. We got a great show, and we're gonna have some great guys up here. Hit the like button, subscribe button when you come in tonight. I appreciate it. That would be great, and because that helps the channel. Shout out to DJ Hemp, man, for coming last week, man. Shout out to Mr. Fantastic, Sharon. Thank you guys for coming in, man. It was a great show. Now, I have someone here. I want to go to the chat first, but then I got something I found today that was interesting. And I got somebody in the back that would love to break this down after I put it up on the screen. But I want to get to the chat first. Let's see who we got in the chat. Let's see here. We got marriage, politics, and sports. I don't know what he got going on right now, but he need to hurry up and get his ass up here. Let's see here. Rev Rebel 95, what's going on? How you doing? Embrace the Grace is in the building tonight. Said good evening, BMU Kings. Salute to the panel. Let's get this line. They are free. All right, lights, guys. She put the M instead of the K. All right, through the fire is here. TJ, what's going on, my guy? He said we here. Armanai says, hey y'all. Let's see here. We got Milani in the house tonight. Good evening, everyone. We got Boss Man in the building tonight. All right, what's going on with you? Lost in translation say he's setting up, getting his popcorn ready. He'll be with us in just a second. Let's see here. Who else we got in here? All right, that's pretty much everybody. So I found something on the internet today that blew my mind. It was a conversation on some guests that we had last week on the show. But before I do that, I want to bring up a guy. Before I bring up anybody else, I want to bring up a guy that really brought it last week, who really had some good things to say and dropped some dimes. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to bring up yours truly, Mr. Fantastic's in the building tonight. What's going on with you, my guy?
Hey, man, you got it, man. I appreciate the invite, man.
Absolutely, my brother. Hey, listen, man, give us a recap, because let me tell you something. Last week, man, I think you got viewed more than anybody when you were breaking down. A lot of women were mad at you, bro, in the comments. And that's to be expected. They mad all of us. But they were mad because you said that Black women are least desired. Now, I had a woman ask me today, next time you talk to Mr. Fantastic, you ask that motherfucker, what evidence does he have to prove that we are the least desired? So I'm going to give you the opportunity, Mr. Fantastic, to show these ladies, to help them understand why are they the least, why are they the least desired, bro?
1 second. I'm gonna try to pull the book up.
Mm-hmm. Hey, take your time, brother, because I want you to give it to them like they need to get it. All right, grooming and reviews. The link is at the top of the chat, bro.
What is it? What's the name of that damn book?
And while you doing it, because I got something I want you to see that I heard today, bro. I don't even think you heard it. I don't think you heard it, bro.
Yeah, probably not.
These niggas is out of line, boy. And they say you're the president of the Rim Club.
Man, again, all this homoerotic language is just crazy to me, man.
But you know what, dude? I came up with my own shit. Them niggas want to say rim and all that shit. I came up with my own shit for them niggas called bitch.
Exactly.
Broke. I got an acronym for it.
All right, let's hear it.
Broke individuals that comfort hoes.
Exactly.
That's what I'm using for them niggas moving forward. Them niggas crazy, man.
Oh man, what was the name of that?
Tommy was over there today with Sharon. Them boy, he made them turn their microphones off.
Oh, they blocked Tommy, or not blocked? They cut it.
No, man, it was him and Fatty going back and forth on them, bro. It got bad for the boys over there.
Man, listen, man, they not listen. That's what happened when you're a panderer, man. When you don't actually have any type of actual substance behind what you're saying, and you're just trying to play to the crowd. It's like the fucking amateurs versus the pros. So when the guys come there to actually have something to support what they're saying, it's gonna be extremely, extremely hard for you to hold your own. You know what I mean? So again, man, the real from the fake. But like you said, the women just want to be told something, man, to make them feel good. I told that the Halle Berry syndrome, make me feel good, a whole life. And think about it, right? It's crazy now that we have this thing, the lens we can look at it from, of assessing stuff. Bro, her whole world was crumbling around her. Her baby daddy was on death row. I think he got executed. The son got ran over in the street, in the movie, lost that. And the cure to all her problems was what? Racist, white, what?
She wanted some dick.
Hitting her from the bike.
Yep. Make me feel good. The damn birds were saying, "Don't do it, man. Don't do it, man."
That's what I'm saying, man. It's like it's like, bro, I don't listen, man. Even going all the way back to I think it's the dating divide. Let me see.
Hey man, I'm gonna share something with you. While I'm downloading this real quick, bro. Today, bro, I happened to see that, and I'm gonna say this, bro, and I don't know if you even know it, bro. But I looked at it today. They said Black women, as of today, lead in STIs, obesity, domestic violence against women.
Yeah.
They are responsible for 23 million abortions, 464 abortions a day. And what was the last one? Oh, and they beat us by 13% with domestic violence, women violence against men.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Again, that's you just gave all the stats to why you're the least desired. Other people pay attention, man, to as much as niggas hate stats and numbers, other groups base that on, successful trends and, the way they track things in order for them to be and keep success. So while, we constantly hear, oh, y'all just want to talk about stats. It's all about stats. Well, again, the way the world operates is literally on stats. And even what niggas don't realize is you operate on stats too, because I promise you, if 50% of your check missing, you raising hell. Hell, even 10%. You look at that check stub, it's like, hey man, whoa, whoa. This thing a little light. What's going on here? But like you said, when they start getting to this thing and it's critical, and again, being that Black men now are saying these things that are factual, Black women take it as, oh, you bashing, oh, you this, oh, no, it's just the truth. When the crazy thing about it was, for the last 30 years, you lied on us. Y'all lied and said everybody was down low. Y'all lied and said men didn't take care of their kids. Y'all lied and said everybody was broke, dusty, and didn't want to do nothing with their lives. You know what I'm saying? Then once we improve, they lying now. BMU, oh, it's still more Black men in prison than in college. That hasn't been that way since 2000.
Exactly.
You see what I'm saying? Yep. So and then you have women that are able to get on live TV, national platforms. What's the light-skinned lady that's on The View, the younger one? That she's like the most radical one. Not Whoopi Goldberg, but the only other Black chick on there.
What's her name? Joy. Not Joy.
Yeah. Whatever it is. I think it is Joy. I think it might be
not her name.
But either way, her, right? She literally said Black women are the most educated. Ma'am, how? By what metric? She said it on national TV.
And they believe her.
What's the name said? You got even Dr. Umar. We ain't got no friends amongst ourselves. Black women earn more money than Black men. Dr. Umar said this. That's not true.
With no statistical
that.
Yeah, nothing.
You see what I'm saying? But because he has a crowd to placate to, and he knows that's going to bring him in support, which equals dollars, you just lie to him.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? And you're never going to get that way if anybody just keeps lying on. They say her name's Sunny.
Sonny Hostin. There you go.
Yeah, Sonny.
Yes.
So, and the name of the book that pretty much everything came out right as far as like Black women's lack of desirability to other races is The Dating Divide. And what they did was they took pretty much stats and data on the replies of how everybody got responded to and so on and so forth. And Black women were on the bottom of all groups. They were even lower than us, right? They would reach out to white men the most and get least amount of replies. They reach out to Asian men, Hispanic men, all these different things. And pretty much I'm basing this off of this, and this lady that did this was a study purposely done. And the crazy thing about it is there's a study right now or counter argument to it from the Harvard Gazette, pretty much in Black women saying, oh, it's because of racism, right? Even though Asian women, you know what I'm saying, are the most You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Date out the most and have the most success. But when it comes to black women, they're not wanted because of racism. No, it's not wanted because of all the things you said. His propensity for violence, high STD rate due to sexual irresponsibility. Let's see, the majority of them have kids. The majority of them have
8 out of 10 are morbidly obese.
Yeah, the majority of them that have kids by multiple men. So
Yep.
again, that's what I'm saying, man. It's like, look, I'm not saying this to hurt feelings. I'm not saying this to denigrate black women and so on and so forth. But you know what I'm saying? The first step to fixing the problem is admitting that there's a problem. And we got this far because I ain't gonna say nothing bad. I ain't gonna say that. Hey, if you ain't got nothing good to say, don't say nothing at all, right? Your big mama was the one who told you that for a reason. Granddaddy never told you that. Your daddy never told you that because the man know, hey, motherfucker, hey, you fucking up, right? But in a woman's world, don't say nothing, you know what I'm saying? Even if it's something that, you know what I'm saying, that needs to be said just for the sake of feelings. And a lot of it too, what we come to find out is they had their own secrets that they, you know what I'm saying? Because that's the code, that's the woman's code. Just hush now, be quiet. Nobody know that. That ain't your business, mind your business, all that shit. When again, they come with it's the total thing about it takes a village, right? So how are you supposed to take a village to raise a child or, for the community to be good, but now everybody minding their business? You can't be a village and mind your business at the same time. So again, man, the conversation we have are just much, much needed. And again, is that sour medicine, man. Is that sour bitter medicine that eventually, like I said, they're going to come to see and understand that it's going to make things better one way or the other.
What do you guys have to say about that Lost in Translation and our pain? Welcome to the show tonight, my brothers.
Hello. How you doing? What's going on, Mr. Fantastic?
But I was
telling what up.
All right.
They say Fantastic is the president of the RIM organization, and we are basically the RIM.
You gotta stop repeating that shit, man. Stop.
Yeah. So, and I told him I came up with our acronym for them, and it's bitch. And I want to make sure, Lost in Translation, get ready for this one. We have an acronym, it's called bitch. Okay. And it stands for buck broken individuals that comfort hoes. Okay. We want to make sure they understand it. Buck broke individuals that comfort hoes. So I want to make sure they got the rim, we got the bitch. All right. But Arpain, what are your thoughts, man? What do you think about since last Friday? They say the BMU network is the hub for the RIM. We the hub. That's what they said. I heard them today. They said it today.
Listen, I don't give a shit what they said. I like the
hold on, Arpain. I want just a second. Also, Lost in Translation, because I know you cooking right now in your head. Also, they said, I heard Sharon say today, you think we scared to take on anybody? You see how we took down the Black Men Unfiltered Network last Friday? That's what he said on his live today. So I just want to put that in your
told them assholes to come back tonight, goddammit.
I told him to come back tonight. He just texted me and told me, me and my cousin, we both busy tonight. Okay. All right, so what are your thoughts, Arpain?
First of all, I like the acronym, but I'm not giving it tit for tat. Let's just stick by the facts. Because when I hear what Mr. Fantastic's talking about, I heard it before. We keep hearing it. It's true, right? And I'm saying, what's the real fact? Are we just done as a subculture as Black people in America? Because will we ever get back to a 10% critical mass where we could change that around? Because if we use the thought process that we're going to let the old people or the people who are poisoned die out, well, that poison's not dying out because they're teaching the young people that want to live, so they keep passing it down. So where is the turning point to where we get and I'm not saying it's up to us either. It has to be a self-awareness on a woman's part, and I'm perfectly, because some shit they got to fight for themselves. I'm just thinking, do they have the wherewithal, knowing that they're susceptible to every bad piece of shit that comes down as a community, that they could ever say, you know what, we're doing this shit all wrong? And are the few women who are starting to come out here and saying, listen, we got to get our act together because what we've been doing, we're on some fuck shit. But will they ever get to a critical mass where they can turn that around, where we can start seeing a generation of young women who are marriageable, who are women who who understand, wait a minute, there's got to be a better way than just thinking that we can do all of this shit without our men and being uncovered. That's where I'm at, because we could keep reselling. I like the conversation still needs to be had, but I'm just trying to say, on the other end of that, do we ever see our way out of this shit? And does it really matter? Because I think if, as black men, if you're still out there making babies and you get responsible, any woman you plant your seed in, I believe is going to be black, whether it's a black woman or not. You know, that's how I see it. So if that's the way out, that we have to breed a whole new set of what we call women for us as black women, let's just go ahead and fucking do it. You know, so that's all I have to say on that. I don't know if it makes sense to you, but to me, I don't see us any way back for when the numbers you're throwing out there. What's the way back?
And you, RP, can you hear me?
Yes.
So that's what I was doing. Bruiser, what's up, man? I think I sent you the link, Bruce. But if you didn't get it, it's at the top of the chat. But I will say this. You know, when I read those statistics today, and it read that me and my sister, shout out to my sister, she's watching right now. She's probably broken everything in her house today. But we had this conversation, and my sister, she said, well, what makes us less valuable? Or what makes us lowest on the totem pole? I said, you lead in violence against women, which is lesbian couples. They say you lead in violence against women, violence in bisexual relationships, and you leading 13%. You're 13% more. You beating the men. 13% more of you are beating your husband's asses now. So you lead in violence in relationships. You black women lead in abortion rates. 464 babies a day. In abortion rate. I'm gonna pull this shit up later. I'm gonna pull it all up, tab it up, and put it in front of y'all so I can see it. You lead in deleting babies. You lead in beating your men, your girlfriends, all that shit. And then you lead in obesity. You lead in STIs. So I told my sister, she said, so? I say, basically, you want men to accept an overweight woman with an attitude who beat her husband ass and kill their babies. That's what it is. She got mad. She didn't answer my call. I tried to call her, man. She didn't answer. Lost in translation. Talk to me.
Listen, last week was my first foray into knowing who these gentlemen were. You know what I mean? So, of course, like a true scholar, I do my recon. Okay. I've been watching them all week long in the background.
Yeah. Come on.
And I took some notes. So that way they'll know I know exactly what I'm talking about. From what I can tell is that they cultivate a culture of irresponsibility over there. They just say whatever it is they want to say. You know what I mean? No consequences, no nothing. They were talking about body butters and gooch grease and all type of foolishness. You know what I'm saying? They were talking about all type of, you know, eroticism. You know what I mean? I'm like, why?
Brother.
Why is this fascination with buttholes,
man,
and creams?
Man.
That's all they were talking about. You know what I'm saying? So I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, this is the reason why before you pop off, you understand who you're dealing with. And the problem is they didn't do any recon on me. But I did recon on them. And I didn't watch snippets. I had the whole show going on in the background. So I took notes. And when we talked about this PH Diva character, and he was acting like he was unaware, he basically entertained this individual for the entire show. And for him to be dishonest and to say he didn't know what she was talking about, he never addressed it. He never pushed her. He just accepted this nameless, faceless phantom of the internet with this rhetoric. You see what I'm saying? That's what they love to do. They love to say stuff is rhetoric when it comes down to accountability. So my thing is this. I can't wait for them to come up, but I have a sneaky suspicion that they won't be back.
Oh yeah. My God. Before you go, Mr. Bennett, I want to show y'all this video real quick that I discovered today. Watching these guys. Watch this.
Same way as the black men going through her. That's
Correct.
not my issue though. When I hear black men speaking about women, what I hear black men doing is putting all the blame and responsibility for the issues in the black community on the black woman, right? And they're doing it by using disparaging terms, like calling them 304s or 504s or whatever y'all say, calling them single mothers, and not addressing the fact of why they're a single mother. Is the reason why they're a single mother? Did the father just forego his responsibility? Did he decided to go into alcoholism, drug abuse, et cetera, right? So what I'm saying is we need to do a deeper dive on the issues that plague our community and do an honest level of self-reflection to understand the origin of these issues.
But why not do the deeper dive? Why not do the deeper dive on the man's side too? That's the point. On the man is literally superficial. You guys are losers. You are rim brothers. You are fat. Nobody else. Hey, Fatty, why did you gain so much weight? We need to go to the bottom of this and figure out what is the problem. But when it comes to women, we have to pinpoint the boyfriend that traumatized her and wow, she's not ready for this person. And the funny part about this conversation is you guys keep saying that we don't have the authority. For example, Ferry doesn't have a woman. Why keep talking about woman? Sharon is married to a white woman. Why you keep talking about black woman? You like white woman just like me. Why you keep talking about black woman when you're not married with one? If you are going to do the purity test on my side and saying that I'm not qualified to talk about woman because I don't have one, you should be talking about black woman when you put 2 kids on 2 black women and you marry a white one.
He's right. Okay, so again, thank you. So therefore, I do have black aunts, black nieces, black cousins. And why are you? What the fuck is going on? So again. So you are saying, I did not stop you from talking. Stop doing this. Let's have a conversation. I'm really trying to have a conversation and you're making it very difficult for no reason. So again, you are saying that because I'm married to a white woman, all of a sudden that I should not have a conversation about being black anymore. And that is not true. That's not what I said.
About being with black women. About being with black women, that's what he said.
Exactly.
He was very. Don't do that, Sharon. That is very disingenuous when y'all do that. So you heard exactly what he said.
No, I heard what he was insinuating. So again, I have
dealing with black women.
Okay, so therefore, dealing with black women, I have black daughters. So therefore, I do not want men dealing and thinking like how Fatty is thinking,
and like how you thought when you got married,
and dealing with the way
that's how you thought. Apparently,
it's not. So again,
what were you thinking? Tell them what were you thinking.
See again, so I'm having a conversation. I'm attempting to have a conversation. So me and those women that we had a relationship. We had a long relationship. It did not work out. It did not work compatibility wise. It didn't work. I don't know what you want besides that, but at the same time, those 2 women, they also got married after. So we just wasn't compatible. This is crazy. So again, me personally, y'all try to put this on this whole black community shit. But again, I'm having a conversation about women and men. That's what I'm having a conversation about. He is attempting to sway the conversation to put my white wife into a conversation of being black. That's crazy to me. Where that don't have anything to do with anything. I'm running my household the way how I run in my household. And the fact that I'm even allowing
Oh, brother.
Fatty is crazy,
man. Fatty is man. First of all, let me go back around. Fantastic. What are your thoughts on that video?
Hey man, shout out to Fatty for giving the Portuguese version of the same shit I said on y'all's platform last week. It sounds very, very familiar. Just had a nice little accent to it. And again, man, like you said, he's saying that black men that deal with black women somehow can't speak on them, right? But again, this is a man that claims to be protecting black women, right? But there were two of them, two different black women were good enough for him to impregnate. And then he ended up marrying the black woman's arch nemesis, that good old white woman. So that's why I say, man, I can't take black women serious when all a man has to do is literally lie to you for you guys to absolve him of the cardinal sin of him not just dating, marrying a white woman after he done already put 2 kids in blacks. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying, man. It's just, you know what I mean? And like I said, they don't know how to structure an argument, and they love to conflate in that, well, that's not what I'm saying, or that, no, it's exactly how it works. And it's just, you know, just poor at what they're trying to do, bro.
Our pain.
Yes. Hey, listen, now, you know what else? What else you need to say, man, for those guys? I like Fatty's point there, beside all the faces, you know, but I mean, it's the same old conversation. And, you know, I think we should get into a little bit more of this conversation ourselves, because this whole notion about us retaliating or even talking about them, I kind of think it's almost a waste of time, except if they stepped over the bounds that we have to say something. Or you have to say something because this is your channel. I think, you know, some of these guys, if they want to be idiots, I don't mind them just wallowing in their slop. I don't go over to Sharon's channel precisely because I don't care what he says. I know what he's about already. So he's not going to say anything that's going to make a difference to me. And one of the things I've learned over my life, and this is not for any of you, this is just me, I try to guard what I put into my head, especially if I can't do anything to change it. Right. So I don't want to carry none of his bullshit or none of those, because I'm not going to argue with them on their channel or none of that. So I just stay away. And, you know, when I first came to YouTube, I kind of lost track of that for a while until Fight Club was bad for me, but it was a quick learning lesson. This is the shit I shouldn't be doing, you know? So anyway, so I mean, I hear you, and I'm not trying to derail this conversation, but I don't care about those guys. I just don't like the rim thing. So I like the bitch, I like the bitch acronym. So if we need to have one of those, that's cool too.
Mr. Bennett. What are we commenting on here? I'm sorry, I'm a little late to the conversation.
Show last Friday.
Right.
And you know, all week long, Mr. Bennett, they said that we're the rim hub of YouTube now, since they've been over here. But last Friday was a great show. I think it was a great conversation. What are your thoughts on what you saw on Friday? Because I know when you left a little early, it went on like 3 hours after you left. But what are your thoughts?
I thought it was a good attempt to try to have a conversation. I thought you did a great job, especially just before I got off, in terms of level settings. I thought there was some misperceptions about your platform, and you did a nice job of explaining what the BMD Network is about, that we have varied conversations over here. It's not monolithic, and that, you know, we encourage dialogue and just how the barbershop works. And I thought when I had left, I actually thought it was in a good place. So the fact that you guys went on for another 3 hours, and I guess it might have degraded after that. That's unfortunate. But, you know, certainly I did notice in the one guy, certainly I just didn't like his overall energy. I mean, he would just be very, I hate to use the word, just very effeminate with the way he argued. He would just go, throw his hands up. He would get up, walk away, come back. I mean, he was just very much just all in his emotions when people are just trying to have a conversation. He didn't like when people cut him off, but he'd be the first one to cut someone off. And the fact that he's going to have this sort of clap back after, again, we had a conversation. Now, again, if you want to come to a platform and air out your differences and then just walk away from that conversation, that's fine. But I don't like it certainly when you leave a conversation and then you have a lot of stuff to say that you could have said doing a platform. I don't think that's I just don't think that's cool. So you know, but I appreciate the attempts. We've had worse. When we had the the other individuals on last year and tried to have that again. It was an honest, Mr. Bennett. It was an honest attempt to have a conversation, and those folks simply just weren't interested in having it. So, but I appreciate this platform even more because, again, we're like, look, we'll talk to anybody, we'll welcome anybody. If you come in good faith, we'll have a good faith conversation with you. The point is not to disparage God. I don't want to disparage black men in general. I'm pro-black in that sense. I want to build and uplift black men, black women, speak to the positive and promote the things that are positive about us. So I'm not trying to, just create these bees, but I guess in some circles it's good for publicity. It's good for getting more clickbait. But I just want to keep the conversation elevated, and let's really get down to nitty gritty about what's really ailing us and what we can do about it. So unfortunately, if those guys left that conversation, what they think was some material to then trash the platform, that again, that's unfortunate. But people, they're going to show you who you are when you come in good faith. People are going to show you who they are. And, I don't think that looks good on them. And certainly the conversations that they're having, I guess, on another, I don't know if that was their platform or someone else's platform, but, certainly they didn't paint a good impression of themselves even in that space. So I don't know why these guys are, to the point why these guys are popular, because I guess they, say a lot of positive things about black women, even when it's not deserved. It just shows you what you can get away with when you do that. But I just don't think they look good in front of men in general. But I think for a lot of these content creators, they basically left the brotherhood, so to speak, and are pandering to, those who, that's, to me, that's the ultimate what grifting is. And I think there's a lot of grifters in this YouTube space, and they're doing it for, for a lot of the wrong reasons. So, but that's unfortunate that that follow-up wasn't productive, because I thought when we left, we were leaving in a good place, but oh well.
And they said, Mr. Fantastic, this is for you as well. He also said something else that kind of made me feel uncomfortable. I can't say what he said. I'll let him say it for you.
Yeah. Let me suck some more cock. Yeah.
Wait, what?
Yeah. Let me suck some more cock. Yeah.
That's wild, man.
I think he's on the wrong platform.
Damn.
Hey, it is Pride Month.
It's the wrong, man.
Talking about a shot across the bow.
It is Pride Month.
I have no comments to this because it's too. I'm speechless for once, and it's hard for me to be speechless.
Mr. Fantastic, can y'all imagine if Mr. Fantastic?
Somebody got to
Scorch. Mic mute up.
Oh, it's Scorched.
Scorch mute up.
Man, fantastic. We had a show like Mr. Bennett was alluding to. We had a show, I think it was last year, where we tried to have a conversation with the LGBTQ community. We had a whole bunch of them dudes up here, boy. It went left very fast.
Yeah, no. Yeah,
boy,
yeah.
It was. It got to the point where they were telling Hink that they wanted to fuck him and all that. No. Man, it went left.
That's why this is just like in real life, man. There's no point in going back and forth with, what I'm saying, the brother fuckers, bro. You don't want no part of that. There's no point in fucking with the brother fuckers, bro. That's a lose-lose.
Hold on.
Prison stuff. Don't drop the soap. Just don't drop the soap.
So, Mr. Bennett, while you were gone, we were working on the acronym. I know you're the president of the 7B Club. In the acronym, I changed it because somebody in the chat told me I should use another word. Okay. So they call us the Rim Brothers, and our acronym is BITCH. It's betas, beta individuals that comfort hoes. And so they have their acronym, we have ours. Okay, just wanted to throw that out there. So we got who got in here tonight? We got Scorched Earth in the building tonight with his loud ass microphone. It's like, hey, boy, like you're the Dairy Queen. What is you doing? What is going on back there?
Hey, I'm at my daughter's dance for 8th grade graduation. So I'm sitting there. Her mama set me up and got me here chaperone, watching these little badass kids.
Well, you should be watching the kids. You should be on here with us. Get back on when you leave there, man. Watch them babies.
Yeah. I'm sitting outside, man, to make sure that they don't get beyond the tables if they can go beyond. So yeah, that's where all the loud noise is coming from. I'm bad.
Okay, yeah. What you got for us, man?
Hey, I already put it in the back chat, but I'm gonna say it right here. They was not only talking about y'all, but they had them sisters on there sitting up there bad mouth and take heed, talking about they want to take her to the woodshed or something because of her being on Hamp show, going at the young lady that was sitting up there trying to talk down to Tommy on Hamp show last week.
Yeah.
So
if you saw, take heed to the message. I called take heed because they said a lot of nasty stuff.
Yeah, but see this is how he runs his show. Sharon and his cousin Brownsville, I think they really are the Rim brothers that they try to call everybody else. I think they sit at home even though they're married. I think they're the ones that ain't getting no punani, if you know what I'm saying. They talk a lot about how it is. You know, each individual show has their own plethora of how they want to, you know, what stage they're trying to put out there. And anybody that sits up there and comes and talks and tries to bring accountability to the women on the panel as well as the men, they down talk them. They talk down about them. So basically, any one of you guys that gave them any type of a pushback, especially Mr. Fantastic, sometimes I don't even understand why in the hell he even go on that goddamn show, because he already know it ain't gonna be nothing but a fight on there every goddamn time. If he's not trying to talk, if he's not trying to prove a point with Brownsville or Sharon, it's one of them girls that sits up there and automatically comes out and just straight disrespects you in every type of way. They call you a bitch ass nigga. They call you a hoe. They call you all type of names that ain't got. I mean, it ain't got nothing to do with what it is that they talking about. So basically, everything is geared towards making a woman feel good. Sort of like what you see when you go to church and you see them pulpit preachers sitting up there, what they do. So they talked about how Lip went off on. Well, Lip didn't even go off on him. Lip was kind of nice, considering what I would have done. Because if it was me, I would have just hung up on them. They would have got off my show because it was being disrespectful.
Hey, Scott, I want you to stop by. I'm gonna take a line from DJ Hemp right now. I want you when you go to Burlington, do not buy no headphones off the side rack. Right there by the register, don't buy none of them headphones right there. All right, just go to Walmart. No, your mic is popping real bad, brother.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is that a little bit better?
No, sir.
No, sir.
Well, it's not.
Your mic is never good, sir. It's never good. I'm not gonna lie to you, brother. Like these other dudes, it's trash. You know what I'm saying? What I want you to do, listen.
I got echo cancellation on here.
No, brother, listen. What I want you to do is I want you to get one of them tiny microphones.
He got that shirt and the headphones at the same spot.
I want you to get one of them tiny microphones that you plug into the bottom of your phone and you clip on your shirt. And get one of those. It'll make your audio sound much better. Here's the thing. I love to hear what you say, but it sounds like you frying fish and choking kids out over there, man. I'm just saying, I ain't the one to lie to folks. I'm just telling you, it's bad for TV, brother. I want to hear what you got to say.
I will say I like that Dr. Huxtable sweater though. That's real nice. That's nifty. That shit is nice. Okay.
It's not a sweater, but I appreciate it. Thank you.
Uh-huh. Hey, listen, man, go on over there and take care of your wife and your loved ones and them babies. Your microphone is not working at all tonight. You need to go and get you some headphones, brother. It'll stop all it.
Hey, I'm taking donations, man. So if you want to send some my way, I'll take it.
Okay, no problem. I'll send you some headphones.
I'm gonna send you to the link to the TikTok shop so you can get one of them $6 microphones. You know what I'm saying? I got you, man. I got you. I wouldn't tell you if I ain't love you, man.
You still got the receipt for that shirt?
Making man sell it. Sorry, you came up, man. You come up to get on.
Hey, he said, you know, they don't get no receipts at the thrift store. All right, so I want to get Arpain. No, not Arpain. Grooming and reviews, man. What's going on, my brother? We got you already went. Trey, what are your thoughts tonight, brother?
Well, I mean, this was the issue that I had with Sharon too. I mean, I was pointing this point out too when he said,
let me suck some more cock. Yeah.
If marriage is the pinnacle, if marriage is the plateau, right? If marriage is the achievable thing that everybody is supposed to be trying to get to, and you gave that rare, achievement, distinguished distinguishment to a white woman. It says all it needs to say. Here's my thing with Sharon. My issue with Sharon is that you won't help black women by telling them the truth. Tell them why you left. Tell them why you married a white woman. Tell them the truth. This is why I married a white woman. This is why I got 2 black women pregnant, had the kids, took my kids, because he said he has his kids, which is great. We applaud him for that, right? Has his kids, but then I married a white woman. Tell them the truth. Tell them the absolute truth. That's the only way to get better. I don't understand how this community heals if we don't identify what's making us sick. It doesn't make any sense to me. And every time that we have people that come onto these platforms that say, hey, look, this is the issue. These are the symptoms. This is the sickness. They get the most pushback. Mr. Fantastic can run numbers up and down the wall till he blue in the face and people act like they don't hear what he's saying. It's plain as day. So these things have been identified. We don't want to hear them. And honestly, at the end of the day, I want to feel bad for black women. But at this point, I think we're at a point now where you know better. You know better. I think with all the social media, with everything that's going on, with all the information that's being provided, you know better at this point in time. So it's hard to feel bad for you. But if you don't want to listen, you don't want to hear it, and you want to keep, choosing to listen to guys that wouldn't even marry you, or women that share your reflection, which should tell you something, right? Then that tells guys like me who are single enough of what I need to know. And I get it. Sharon, good for you. You saw the light. You saw the light. You saw the light. You saw that white women are probably better. But tell black women why you did it. Because that's what makes sense, and that's how they can improve. If they understand, well, why are black men leaving this community? That makes sense. Not that it hasn't been done, and not that men haven't been trying to tell you, but you're not listening. But since you have what appears to be some little bit of an audience, tell them why you chose to marry a white woman and not marry the 2 black women. That's all I got for them. I'm gonna be on my best behavior from now on. But I could get worse, but there's no point. And then you have your cousin Brownsville. He's not helping the situation at all. Pandering to black women doesn't make them better. It only amplifies and encourages them to continue down a path that's ultimately bad for them in the end. They lose in this. They lose. And they're already losing. It only gets worse from here. That's all I got.
Wow. Lost in translation.
You know, I'm finna put the doggone satin on the panties and the nipple on the titty, man, on this one.
Dang.
Listen, from what I gathered, I don't like to talk about stuff I don't know. You know what I'm saying? So that's the main reason why I did recon this week. I wanted to know exactly what we're up against. That's called intelligence. You see what I'm saying? The rhetoric that they're spewing is the same rhetoric that caused women like Ebony K. Williams to become a default single mom. She said she found that our sperm is valuable, but the men are not. You see what I'm saying? She bragged about finding 2 vials of premium black sperm. You see what I'm saying? She talks about us as if we're a commodity. You see what I'm saying? It kind of sounds like, smells like slavery to me. You understand what I'm saying? Think about it. When we came off the boat, they used to have these auctions right off the ship, and people used to buy brothers and sisters.
Buy a nigga.
You see what I'm saying? They used to buy us. You see what I'm saying? And to hear her spew the same rhetoric that had us in bondage for 400 years is kind of disheartening once you think about it. You see what I'm saying? And the thing about it is, what's strange to me is her sperm that she procured is actually better than the person that it came from. You see what I'm saying? Not only did she do that, she also probably decided to get a girl. You see what I'm saying?
Horrible.
So with this whole PH diva situation and what's this other lady's name who said that she's gonna if she get pregnant, she's gonna abort all, what's a Cynthia Synthetic G? Is that her name?
Yeah.
It's that type of rhetoric that gives men pause. And the killing part about it is that men don't have a problem with our sisters. We find them very attractive. It's the behavior that we need to talk about. And the killing part about it is the behavior can be easily fixed, but the willingness has to be there. And that is the real reason why guys are turning away and say, hey, look, you know what? This is not worth it. Now, as far as addressing those guys and their platform, and they're cooking up this stew of, male hate over there, I'm going to pull a page out of KS's book, and I'm going to say this, and I'm going to leave it alone. I'm not going to beef with nobody, man, because it's not worth it. It's not worth my time. And I've also seen that it works for him, and I'm going to continue to use it. I'm not beefing with nobody, especially if they can hold my jockstrap when it comes to these particular topics. You see what I'm saying? So I'm going to let them do whatever it is they're going to do, but they're the ones who have to live with their own consequences, not me. Those are your own decisions. So whenever something pops up, you just gonna have to deal with it. You can't ask us to fix nothing. You made that mess. Now you got to fix it. And I'm gonna leave it at that, man. I'm done.
And can I just add something real quick? I did a video on that very issue about Ebony K and the sperm. I think the thumbnail was pretty good. I put it in the back chat. It's like 10 months old, and how she devalues men. And one picture, and the one side is a bus driver, then a sperm swimming towards her, and she's a picture on the other side. It's pretty good. But the video itself said exactly what you said, Lit. I mean, and this whole new video that just came out of her shit about how she doesn't want the black man, but she wants our sperm. I mean, just the thought of her being so unaware of what, maybe she's aware, okay? I don't want to give her deference, but to say what she's doing, that we are only as valuable as our sperm, is pretty much almost unforgivable.
You know what? I'm going to let y'all in a little secret, man. This is an old playbook. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to just want to take you guys back. Back in the day, there was this movie called Mommy Dearest. You see what I'm saying? Do y'all remember Mommy Dearest?
Yes, sir.
When Joan Crawford went to the orphanage and got Christina, you see what I'm saying? And raised her on her own. Doesn't that sound like what Ebony K. Williams is doing? You know what I'm saying? I feel bad for this child because I already know how this story is going to end. She's going to probably fall in love with some Coke executive. You know what I'm saying? And then she's going to have some sugar daddy, that's going to tell her, I don't care no more. Probably beat up on the kids, talking about no more wire hangers, all this other stuff. And they say she's getting old and all this other stuff, man. But that's old, man. Mommy Dearest is what we're looking at today. It's just in color now. Ebony K. Williams did what Joan Crawford did. She went and got her child, straight out the chute. Think about it.
Yeah, we got some super chats. I want to get the super chats first. Super chat time.
Get the collection plate right on that side. Nigga, get it around on that side.
All right, we got one super chat here from let's see, through the Fire Podcast $5 super chat. He said, "What the fuck is gooch grease?"
That's the same thing I said, brother. I had no idea that was a term.
Skinny boy, he said you can sit a BBL on Sharon's forehead. Damn. All right, Skinny boy, he coming at you, Mr. Fantastic. Mr. Fantastic has a stat pad under his do-rag.
Internally, brother. You know what? Internally, it's all inside, brother.
So I want to re-ask the question real quick because Mr. Bennett wasn't here. Mr. Bennett, the numbers are clear. Mr. Fantastic had a book. I'm gonna let him tell you what that book is in a second, but the numbers are clear. They say that our women, black women, lead in STDs, obesity, violence against children, violence against their same-sex partner, and now violence against their heterosexual partners. And it was one more. Oh, and they lead in abortion rates. What are your thoughts? You're muted, sir.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I don't disagree with the statistics. I think it's worth a conversation in terms of the cause. I think a lot of it has to do with poverty, generational poverty, and just the conditions that a lot of these women coming from inner cities, areas. And this has been going on for a while. I mean, we talk about Planned Parenthood, how that got started, back in the day. They went to Harlem.
Yep.
Or impoverished Harlem.
Yep.
Where those black women were. So I mean, if these were middle class women and ladies, they wouldn't consider that the offer that they were making. So I think certainly a lot of the issues in our community have to do with poverty, and I think it just leads to a lot of poor decisions that that tend to plague us, and then it's a cycle because then the behavior recycles itself. So I think that so I don't disagree, but I think there's a cause, and I think there's reasons for that. Yeah, I'll just leave it at that.
Trey, what are your thoughts? I know you were talking about it in the chat.
Yeah, I I actually agree with Mr. Bennett on this. I think poverty has a lot to do with it. The one stat about violence against heterosexual partners and lesbian partners, I saw it every night myself as a police officer. I saw it when I was going to these domestic violence cases. And we would see that the men, they committed the physical abuse, but the verbal and emotional abuse always came from the woman, and it came before the physical abuse came. The only problem is that we couldn't make an arrest for it because the man would have to report that, and most men are not going to report that. So the only report that we got was by the time we got to the physical abuse. So when I see that stat, I absolutely believe that that's absolutely true. I know the obesity one to be true as well, and not to mention eviction and bankruptcy, and there's a few more. I talked about this before. These are the stats you don't want to lead the league in. You don't want to lead the league in turnovers. This is not what you want to lead the league in. You don't want to be at the top of these stat categories. The issue with this is that this is what I say when I say things like, well, we're going to fix the community, probably got to deal with the money issue first. And people argue with me and say, well, we got to get a family first. Well, in order to get the family, you got to get the money. You got to be able to support the family with the money somehow. So we got to fix the financial literacy part of our community. And I don't know if that is an immediate fix. I don't know how long that would take. But I do believe deep down in my heart of hearts that if we are somehow to be able to fix the poverty and financial literacy portion of our community, that there would be some improvement. Now, how much improvement that would be, I couldn't tell you. I don't know. That would be based on individuals once they were to get the money. That's why when we talk about reparations, I'm like, yeah, you can give black people as much money as you want. But if there's no financial literacy to go behind it, they're just going to blow it on nonsense, or what I refer to as nigger trinkets. That's what they're going to blow it on. Right? We have to instill some sort of financial literacy in all of our community. And I think that's the way to try to help some of these women if they understand, y'all fucking the money up. Really, when you really break it down, y'all fucking the money up. And a lot of these young black boys that y'all are you're having, these sons that you're having, they don't have a fighting chance because y'all are ruining them before they get a chance. That's all I got.
Now I'm going to pull some up on the screen real quick because this is amazing. I want people to see this so they won't think we just pulling this shit out of our ass. Pause. Yeah, thank you, Lost, because I knew you let me zoom in a little bit here. Because people gonna think we lying. We ain't got no reason to lie. Now I did not know, Trey. Maybe you can help me with this. I did not know. Now look, I want y'all to see what I type in. What race of women have the largest domestic violence cases against men? All right, just what I Google here, right here. AI is a motherfucker, y'all. This AI wonderful. The number one, what did it say? Black women. Right there, number one. Right? They say this is a 2009 study that was done here where I live in Dallas, Texas. Police reported. Now they call it domestic violence when we do it, but or is it the same for both, Trey? Because it says here, Texas police reported intimate partner violence. That's what they call it now. Or is that something?
We didn't call it intimate partner violence, but it's the same. We call it intra-family. So it's all. It's just wording.
Okay. Yeah, they say the rates were 2 or 3 times higher amongst black women than white women. When it came to them.
Black man, let me ask you a question. So this is not just random black guys walking up on black women and slapping the shit out of them and nothing like that. Because when they had these conversations, they make it seem like guys just walking down the street slapping the shit out of women. You know what I'm saying?
No. These are typically what these are situational altercations that escalated. This is what this is. Like, so something happened. Somebody cheated. Somebody was disrespectful. Like something along those lines, and then these situations escalated into this violence. This isn't a man who was stressed at work and came home and just started slapping around his wife.
So these are people that chose each other to do this to each other. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
And this is
I just want to be fair to the conversation.
So black women are beating the hell out of their men. That's what it's saying. I'm saying you right here.
And BMU, that don't even count for the kids. So like you said,
they don't count the kids. Now, if you scroll down a little bit here, you'll see it. I'm gonna pull it up right here. What does that say? Police reported intimate partner violence rates. The majority of police reported IPV occurred amongst non-Hispanic black 46.2% over Hispanic 37.7%.
Can we just go back to that last point that that I think fantastic you made about the kids? Was that you?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. So the thing that's always gotten me, as far as just the black community overall, and we've talked about this in the past, we have these very romantic notions when it comes to corporal punishment. And I don't know if that's necessarily serving us very well, that if these kids are growing up in these conditions and they're getting, this, and then you wonder then why we're continuing to produce this bad behavior, like violence begetting violence. But yet everybody wants to talk, oh, well, back in the day, we get that switch and we beat you left, right, and center. I mean, so I think, if we really want to have a decent way forward, I think we got to give up some of these old tropes also. Just because, you got beat with the switches and whatever that, people get their hands on, that wasn't good for us. And I don't think we should be glorifying that. So,
well, I agree with the part. My bad. Okay, no, so yeah, I totally agree with it. Shouldn't just be any and everything you pick up, but again, spare the rod, spoil the child is a thing for a reason. Again, there's something that's worked for thousands upon thousands of years before we're in the current times. You can't just say now because of now actually I would liken it to being more problematic because there are far less parents that use corporal punishment to discipline their child. And I'm not talking abuse. I'm not talking, like you said, a 2x4, a racetrack, a shoe, but a belt, a hand, or whatever. And again, each state has its own guidelines as to what is allowable and what is acceptable for corporal punishment for a reason. Now, when we're talking about these cases about abuse, that isn't normal. It's just that abuse. And I think we can't conflate the two and say that a parent, man or woman, father or mother, that chooses, resorts to that eventually. I don't believe in it being the first thing in everything either. It should be an escalation of things. But again, if taking things away isn't working, if punishment isn't working, if all these things isn't working, well, again, just like in real life, right? Hey, your ass get probation, you fuck up again, you go to jail, and you do something too much, they'll get your ass and seen Uncle Charles. You know what I'm saying?
But I like what you said though. Again, you said levels of escalation. It's not first option, but for a lot of us, it's first option. And again, there's a lot of romanticism of how it was first option. So, I think we need to, be a bit more nuanced in terms of its use. And for a lot of these kids that are in the system, in the prisons and whatnot, there's a whole bunch of them talk about how they were raised. And it wasn't that because their parents were so sweet to them and didn't discipline them.
Hey, hold on, y'all. Let's catch something. Mike, say something, Tommy.
I'm gonna ask Lit. He said he sound like a professional on the
mic. Yeah. You and Scorch Earth shop at the same store, man.
He's in orbit. Houston.
I'm gonna come back.
All
right, Tommy.
Hey, Black man, can I tell you something? I'll be a little bit vulnerable with y'all for just a second.
Okay.
Now, I grew up obviously. I told you guys know this. I grew up with a single mother, and there were instances where she would get into altercations with my sister's father. And she would use the police against him. And she would tell me to call the police. She would tell me, call the police. They would have these incidents, right? And for a long time, I used to hate this man. I used to think this man used to beat my mother. Seriously, I really used to think this man used to beat my mother. I wouldn't speak to him, wouldn't talk to him. It wasn't until I got older and started to understand that my mom initiated a lot of this shit.
Is that better?
She started a lot of this. And she'll never admit to it. And I actually had a chance to sit down with him and talk to him in LA when we were visiting his daughter, my sister. And he would tell me, a lot of the time she threw this at me, or she smushed my face, or she punched me. She did something. And what I saw was the back end of it, right? I saw the back end of it, and I saw her scream and call the police. This is deep. And this isn't just brand new. I'm almost 40 years old. This isn't brand new. This has been going on for a long time. We have a lot of situations where men are really, truly being abused. They won't say anything. right? They won't report it. And then when we get the reports, we say, oh, all these women are getting beat up and all this. Well, we actually need to go back and go break it down to the roots, go all the way down and find out how did this entire situation start. And typically, and I told you guys this, most of the time when we would do those investigations, it was the woman who initiated the abuse first.
So how many?
So Trey,
how many
as a
of those
former,
cases,
I want.
now I'm gonna say, how many of those cases do you think that men didn't report, but they got arrested for, and it was self-defense?
I would say probably quite a bit. I couldn't give you a number off the top of my head, but I would say it's probably higher than 50 or 60% of the cases that I worked. I know for a fact that when we did a lot, because see, in DC is a little bit different. You take the aggressor, whomever is the aggressor, they go. A lot of states aren't like that. A lot of places aren't like that. In most cases, it's automatically the man. The man just goes. But in DC, it was the aggressor. So when we would do these investigations, a lot of times we were arresting the women. A lot of the cases that I have, there were women that were the defendants, because when we got down to the nitty gritty, when we would go talk to the kids, when we go talk to the witnesses, they were like, well, she did this and she threw this at him and she keyed his car. She started this. And so that would make her the aggressor, and then she would get arrested. But a lot of states aren't like that, especially the further south you go. They don't see it that way.
Go ahead,
Tom. So Trey, so what would you recommend?
I was going to respond to Fantastic about the whooping thing. I agree with you. I think the whooping is different when you got $0 in your savings account than when you got, say, $5,000. Like, you're in situations where you highly stressed, that's where the abuse comes in at, because a lot of
You're breaking up again, Tommy. Yeah.
Damn. I think the point's made, though.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, Mr. Fantastic, while we waiting on Tommy.
Yeah, I'm going up a mountain, so I'm probably going to go in and out.
Okay.
Yeah, we catch on the bottom end of the mountain.
On the bottom end of the mountain. Yeah, wait till when you get to the bottom, let us know. Can you address this for me, Mr. Fantastic?
I think they're 24/7 BMU can't think of anything else to talk about. In the meanwhile, black women are buying property and other assets. This is another misnomer and another just lie. Again, they even buying this property or whatever. Yeah, man. You know that's what it was. Hey, shout out to her though for bringing this up. Shout out to Travel One. This is one of the greatest, man haters, but she just got to be around the men that she hates of the space. Shout out to her, right? So that was Ebony K. Williams made this lie, right? Ebony K. Williams said this lie when she said black women are buying the most homes or whatever. And I think this was either a year ago or what's her name, and so on and so forth. I'm like, how? It's not impossible. Makes no sense. And they just lie. Listen. Black women have the highest eviction rate. Black women have one of the highest, if not the highest, foreclosure rates. Black women that got all these houses during the lockdowns and stuff and so on, and 0% interest and all these great things. Guess who's losing these houses? Guess who's going into foreclosure? So again, black women lie to themselves. Listen, the outside of the Black Rocks and the corporation, these people that are purposely buying these houses up so you can be a permanent renter anyway. The top buyers of houses are going to be families, you know what I'm saying? Married couples. That's the top. All right. And then you start getting to the individuals and so on and so forth. So how you mean to tell me that the women that earn the least are buying the most houses in the record highest amount of the housing market history?
Yeah. What's that percentage of women you think that are homeowners in America? Fantastic.
Percentage of women altogether, I would say
black
maybe
women.
20. Oh, black women. I would give them 15%. Homeowners, like, you know what I mean? Or they have a mortgage, they pay a mortgage, they're not getting no Section 8, no, you know what I'm saying? Not no program, like straight out go to the bank and get a mortgage. I would say 15, somewhere between 15 to 20%. No, definitely no more than 20%. It's just no way.
I mean, let me tell you what it is, man. What it is they're pointing to the women who are the most successful of them, and they're applying it across the board. They would point to women like, what's her name? Kendra G, somebody who's successful, who has a home. They would use that formula, and Kendra G would say it to herself, she's in the 1% minority of her situation. But women will hear that talking point, and apply it across the board against all women. And I think it makes for this disingenuous conversation.
This is another one of those things where there's no common sense. Common sense.
Hey, easy money. Get out the bed and stop eating strawberries, watching us with a tank top on and baby all on your thighs, and get your ass up here on the goddamn panel, man. God damn. And go look up foreclosures too, though. God damn. Go ahead, man. My bad, Trey.
No, I'm just saying that if the average salary for a black woman is somewhere in the 40s, then how are they buying the most expensive item?
Well, it's
just common sense.
Let's do women math. Let's do women math.
The math doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense.
Trey, let's do women math. If you have 3 kids by 3 different baby daddies, they're probably getting child support. That kind of moves the number a little bit.
Yeah, and they add that shit too, don't
they? Yeah.
Yeah. God dang. You know what? Let me tell you something, man. My wife told me this. She said she was at work. She worked with a female. And the female said she was just tired of being with the dude, you know what I'm saying, that she was married to. You know, she was telling a group of women this, that she grew tired and women should not stay with a man that they bored with and all that. Boy, I told my wife, get away from that bitch. But she said she broke up with him. She divorced him. They put him on child support. Now, this in Texas now. They put him on child support. When you put a man on child support in Texas, if that baby was 13, they went 13 years back, immediately put him in debt. So once they put him in debt, his mom passed away like 2 months after they divorced. She left him everything. They took her insurance money and gave it to the baby mama.
And this is why you have to have a trust.
God dang. Boy, they would have found that bitch stinking somewhere, boy. I ain't lying.
Oh,
my mama money? Shit.
And when I say financial literacy, BMU, I get roasted. But if you had a trust, it probably wouldn't have gone down that way.
Who said same here?
So BMU, the average what I'm reading online right now, a black woman makes a yearly about $31,000 a year.
Yeah.
So the percentage of Americans who own household, the lower it is a black woman, is about 45%. That is over across America. That's very low numbers. So average loss of foreclosure is about 9.9%. Permanent loan was 100%. You're looking at.
And you know what? Speaking of that, I played a video the other night, Mr. Fantastic, that I want to replay because I think it's important. We played it on Flipping Tables, I think it was, where the guy was breaking down the family households. Now, a lot of us agree with it, a lot of us didn't. But I want to pull him up. What did he say?
Before you do that, the last part I want to read off is also most black women will pay their mortgage with child support or the food stamp, whatever it's called, the BBC, whatever the ETA card.
EBT.
Yes, thank you. EBT.
Yeah.
They use the EBT.
EBT. So you ain't got no food stamp before.
Didn't I just say that a minute ago? Didn't I just say that a minute ago, man? Hey, my nickname is Google. I'm faster than Google, buddy. Trust me.
Hey, black man, you see that comment by Easy Money?
What do you say?
Single women being leaders because they're buying houses.
Well,
does buying a house make you a leader?
Let's talk
about it.
Yeah, does buying a house make you a leader? Hey,
hold on. Let's do this real quick. Hold on. So what are we doing here? Hold on. Let me just share this real quick, BMU. Why do we lie, man? Like, what do we get from doing it? Like you said, shout out to my man Lost in Translation. I know he the human Google, but you know what I'm saying? If you're not the human Google, you got the real Google. So what are we talking about here? Share my screen, BMU.
Okay,
it says it literally right here. Among all homeowners, white Caucasian home buyers made up the largest share, 88%. What are we talking about, bro? Black African American home buyers are 3%. Where are you niggas getting your stats from? What are we talking about? You see the date on that. Just in case, let me highlight it so you niggas can't say. It says March 2nd, 2023. What are we talking about here, bro?
A National Association of Realtors.
Yes, what are we doing?
The people who actually sell the damn house.
I just don't understand what y'all get out of lying, right? And you know what's so crazy? Easy Money Jones is a man, I'd imagine. You know, he might be a motherfucker, you know.
That is debatable if he's a man.
He might be a transformer or some shit like that. But listen, they'll motherfucking lie to build up the black woman before they'll tell the truth to build up.
Come on, you about
That's right. That's right.
I don't get it. What do we get from this?
Well, let me add one more thing to that.
He clarified his comment. You can read.
Let me add one more thing to what you're saying.
Link.
Also,
He ain't got to
it's
declare
that
nothing.
women will buy a house to flex. Right?
I'll send him the link. He ain't coming.
It'll be 4 of them. It'll be 4 bedrooms, and it'll just be 1 woman in there. Men will buy a house because they want to build a family. Right? That's the difference. So a woman will be in a house by herself just so she can say she has a house that she can't afford. But a regular man on the square, he ain't gonna buy a house until he needs one.
Our pain, it's not just the house, it's everything. It's the clothes, the jewelry, it's the cars, it's all of it, the makeup. Listen, I'm saying this to a lot of young guys, when you are single, you gotta tell this chick to bring the credit report. Y'all think I'm crazy. If you are seriously serious about talking about dating this woman on a serious level, you have to tell her to bring that credit report and find out how much debt she actually has. I've been down this road. I was with a woman who had $80,000 worth of debt. I didn't even realize it until we were already living together. This was a mistake that I made, which is why I'm telling young men, do not make this mistake, because now she's looking at you like, wait, aren't we a team? Hell nah. I didn't help you accumulate this debt. So now we got a rife within our home, because she's like, well, I thought we were together, and I thought we could work through this. I didn't know you had 80 grand worth of debt. That's ridiculous, right? So you gotta ask yourself, do you really want to be saddled to debt? Because once you get married, it is now your debt. It belongs to you now as well. And if she were to pass away, they coming after your ass.
Trey ain't lying, man. Let me tell you something. I've worked at a bank for 20 years, and I've seen the spending habits of sisters, and it's not what y'all think it is. You know what I'm saying? I know where they spend their money. They'll tell us all these lies or whatever, but I peered into that to your accounts. I know how you spend your money. You know, you sit up and call men broke, but some of y'all stars that y'all look up to are probably got more money than they do. Let's just be honest about it. Some of these people y'all think got money ain't got money like that. I'm just telling you.
Well, they figured this out a long time ago. Credit started around like the late 1950s. I think the first credit card was issued like in late 1950s.
That's about right.
Women couldn't get their own bank account until the 70s. They had already figured this out.
74.
Yeah, they had already figured it out. We cannot let these women get a hold of money because they're typically pretty bad. I'm not saying all women, but most women are very irresponsible with money, which takes you to the point of you probably need a man in your life because he's going to be more pragmatic, more sensible about your spending habits. He's going to tell you, no, you don't need a third pair of shoes in the same style, just in 3 different colors. You probably don't need it. Probably not a good idea. We can't afford it. There's a word. I heard that a lot growing up. We can't afford that. I think
you can't afford it. You can't afford
it. And shout out to Eddie Murphy.
And your mama's all alcoholic.
Easy Money. Are you coming up here or not, man? Come on, bro. Like, it's okay. You listen, when you come on camera, just go in there and ask your wife, can you get on camera? If she'll say okay, blink twice if you're in danger. But yeah, go in the garage or something.
Ask your wife. That's wild.
No, for real. You know,
ask your wife, can you come up, man? Don't be scared. Don't be in the chat, but you don't want to come.
Man. You travel one and him. These trolls, man, they never get on these because again, they stay where they at, being you. They at where they belong. But just real quick, this whole notion that black men can't, it's not that black men can't afford it. Again, most people buy homes for families if they have children. So black women sees it as a flex too, because she's a parent, she wants to have, put her kid in a, usually if you're living in a home, it's better than an apartment complex, which is going to be better school systems and all these things and so on and so forth. Right. But because shout out to Laws of Translation again, because of spending habits and again the lack of understanding what it takes to maintain a house. Take it from a man that knows, bro. Ain't no motherfucking you the maintenance man. Goddamn, you got to get that grass cut. A plumber or electrician or anybody just to come out to see anything is $100. You know what I'm saying? Yep. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know, brother.
Yeah, so
tell me about it.
So and then like how many women can be their own handyman? How many women can fix something that goes wrong? You see what I'm saying? And then you got kids. Kids gonna tear hell up. You know what I'm saying? So this is what we saying, man. And again, what's the craziest part about this? despite them having whatever level of home ownership, right? Black people are at the bottom. Why? Because we get dragged down by the lowest rate of women earners with black women, right? And those are the majority of the households. And there's not enough of us cohabitating, living together, or married. We're getting surpassed by Hispanics, bro. And we out earn them, both men and women, to put together. But yet and still, when they did this latest thing of like, you know, ranking the races and everything, black people are at the bottom. Why? Because black women simply refuse to work with the black man. I got my own house. I got this, you know what I'm saying? I hate motherfucking who's that? Lil Boosie. It's Boosie fault. INDEP, and you know, every single thing, nigga. It's his fault. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, so
you got
easy,
a own cost. You got a own house.
Mr. Fantastic, Easy Money guy. He said he can't come up because he already got his bonnet on already.
Listen, man. I don't know, man.
He said troll. He said you can't refute my point, sir.
I've already refuted everything you said, brother. Just like you lied in my chat the other day and you embarrassed yourself, brother. You owe for 37 million against me, bro. Stop it.
He said cutting grass is what men do. All the women in my subdivision cut grass except for my wife.
Do they have husbands?
He said the women do it. That's cap. That's a damn lie. What woman, especially where he at? Fucking Alaska in June? I promise you ain't not a black woman.
Fantastic. Now, to speak to what Easy Money said, if you go into affluent white neighborhoods, the white women out there cutting the grass.
Did you hear what I said?
Yeah.
Hell no.
I can take pictures, brother. I can take pictures. They out there cutting the grass. That's the main reason why I was teasing the Nissa.
I was in Beverly Hills yesterday. Hell no, the Mexicans
they want to cut the grass because they want to stay in shape, brother. You know what I'm saying? They want to look good for their husband. They want to get a tan while they out there. You know what I'm saying? They out there doing all kind of yard work. Ain't complaining, listening to the birds tweet and the sun shining, the wind blowing. You know, that's fantastic for them, man.
Oh, he said they don't count. They were born in it. He said they Nigerian. Them niggas don't. They need the sun to survive.
What the fuck? So okay, hold on. Let me play this video real quick for y'all because I want my boy Fantastic to see this shit. Where is it? I just had it. Here it is.
Median household income is $124,000 a year. What is the marriage rate in the East Indian culture? 94%. Chinese Asian household income, that's $109,000 a year. What is the marriage rate in the Chinese Asian culture? 61%. White people are number 3 at $81,000 a year, and the marriage rate in the white household today is 57%. Hispanics at $63,000 a year, and the marriage rate in the Hispanic community is 67%. At the bottom of the list are Black people. Median household income at $53,000 a year, and the marriage rate is 34%.
Mr. Fantastic?
Yeah, man, that's it right there. I told you, Pedro and Consuela, bro, they not fucking with us. They not. They not. Getting still, they above us. Why? Because she, you know, I do. Y'all know me, man. I do this all the time. Man. I'm sorry, man.
Pedro and Consuela.
Yeah, Pedro and Consuela, man. Listen, man. I know. This is brother on here. I'm trying to.
No, they kids ugly.
I can't remember his name, man, but it was a brother. He went viral like years and years ago when he literally went in tears, bro. He said the Mexicans bought a fucking like foreclosed house next to him, and he said within a day they had like moved all the old cars out of there, everything. They rebuilt the whole damn house, all of them. A 12, a case of Coronas. Motherfucking, you know, merengue and shit playing in the background, cooking tamales and fajitas and everything. And in 24 hours, they had took a foreclosed house and turned the shit into like it was brand fucking new. We've been clowning them for. And I remember this shit, bro. Right before I left, well, I graduated high school. Mexicans start coming into Macon like hard, like a lot, right? They start flooding in the West End, and we would joke them, yeah, hey man, Pedro, what's going on, man? Paco, la, you know, shit. And you know, they was deep, bro. They was like 2-bedroom apartment, bro. They had to be, I said, 8 to 10 deep, no bullshit, right? But whole time, you know, they working with cash. So lo and behold, now you see what? All of these foreclosures, all the motherfucking tax liens, y'all. Big mama died, left the house. You niggas can't pay the taxes. House paid off, and you lose the motherfucking house for what? At the
Property
most,
taxes.
a year, $3,000 at best.
Yep.
Maybe $3,000 a year.
Lose
the whole fucking house over what? And now we want to talk about gentrification. No, motherfucker. Good. I love it. I love gentrification. Get you niggas out of there. Get the niggas out. That's the man. But yeah, man, listen. Black men are doing what we're doing. And shout out to Mr. Payne, like he said, more black men are starting to date out. More women are starting to see black men as viable mates, husbands, you know, all those things. Why? Because I told you, all the lies that black women told over the last 30, 40 years, bro, it was to keep us captive. It was to keep us on the fucking plantation. Because what? Who knows a man better than the woman attached to him, right? So if all black women got to say about black men is negative things, other women go hear and listen to it and say, oh, I'm going to leave them niggas alone. Not to mention, like you said, all of the racial stigmas and things you have in this country already, right? But now, again, that's why I say this is the point of these platforms and us speaking ourselves and us being enough to show ourselves. Well, hold on. You said these niggas were dumb. You said they don't know how to talk to nobody. They don't have no people skills. They overly aggressive. They, you know what I'm saying? They gonna take the pussy, you know? And all these things, then they were, whoa, they not that bad. And not just here, now it's starting to get global. You know what I'm saying? You have women that are globally reaching out like, hey, we want them. We'll take them. Because like, and you guys said it on this platform. I forget who said it on BMU, but someone said it when I was here last week. Listen, we spread the black man out to the global thing, the world, bro, we top 10 in the world. You see what I'm saying? What women don't want that? And then not to mention, like you said, you see motherfucking Ruri Hachimura. You see motherfucking I always get up for name Naomi Osaka. You want some motherfucking guaranteed great athletic motherfucking legendary motherfucking kids? Who? Hey, they accept them. They ain't calling them no niggas. They love them. Them Japanese people, Naomi Osaka play. Hey, you got motherfucking half motherfucking black, half Japanese. They love her to death. Why?
No, it's across the world. Just watch the Olympics. Watch the Olympics this year.
Yep.
I found out in the
watch
military,
the Olympics. All those guys. Yeah.
I was trying to get to Japan, and I had a Mexican first class, and he told me, if you get over there and you pay for anything, you're a fool. He said black men and white men with blonde hair and blue eyes are king over there. They'll come pick you.
Dang.
I can definitely confirm the white men. I was stationed in Okinawa here.
Well, I can. The reason why I knew it was true, because we was in Florida, and a dude came back from there, and he was so desensitized to hollering at women that he hated American women. He always was like, I can't wait to go back to Japan. I'm like, damn, they fucked you up.
And now, I want you, Mr. Fantastic. Can you read that for me? Oh, not that.
That's not true.
You muted. Fantastic.
Oh, my bad. Black men can't even stay with their own women. Black men are the least desired. There are whorehouses that won't take our money. Is this a man for real?
Where the fuck does he get his information from? Up his ass?
That's just not true. It's just not true.
Listen, how is that possible?
The question is, how did he find out about these whorehouses that won't take him? Did he get rejected?
Yeah, he went over there. We went over there looking like a premature duck trying to get some pussy.
Discover cards. How the hell that's possible when black women sell the most and the cheapest pussy? How the fuck that work? How it work like that? Black women sell the most and the cheapest pussy. So what we talking about?
Now, Mr. Fantastic, I got something for his ass. Let's watch this.
I got this idea to tell you that you need to do your research, and if you're dating a black man, it is your responsibility to understand the history and the trauma of slavery.
And you was one of your initial classes, one of the first classes you had, you noticed that it was predominantly
non-Black women who were going in there studying Black men.
I started teaching a Black male course because it was needed. You know, I noticed I started to get this population of white women.
Yeah.
I don't know why they were there. And when I began to kind of ask them, you know, in the hallways, under the, why are you taking this class? And I started to find, oh, well, my boyfriend is, and I want to understand him and his family, or, you know, I'm trying to date some of the men on the basketball team or football team or whatever, but I don't understand them. So another 3 or 4 years after that, I noticed the population shifted from, you know, white women to Latinas, and the Latinas were coming in with the same kind of intensity.
You're literally telling me that you had a class that was dedicated to Black men, where Black women have an opportunity to study their men, understand what they're going through, understand how to relate to them better. And instead of us doing that, you have other women of other ethnic groups, other races going in, taking note, using that as ammo to get the quote unquote best men out there. So it's like,
man, Mr. Fantastic, you got anything you want to say?
Hey man, first off, man, shout out to Dr. T, man. Shout out to Dr. T. Son Johnson, man. You know, doing great things. Him and Tom and Curry. Actually, again, focusing on the like, bro, it's fascinating once we start actually having these conversations and you understand just how unique the Black male experience is, you know what I'm saying, in this country, and just how much perseverance you have to have, how many things you have to overcome societally, how many things you have to come up. It, like you said, shout out to Mr. Bennett, coming up as a child, you know, what Trey said, the lack of financial literacy, hell, nowadays, literal literacy, you know what I'm saying, all these different things, and yet and still we find a way to overcome and be successful. So definitely shout out to him. But like you said, this is a man that got the course, and I think he's the pretty much like the first to start this Black male studies, right? I think he's the flag bearer for that curriculum, right? And now with you can't even deny it. You have these other women that are gaining the interest and trying to learn, like you said, trying to learn men that are not even theirs, but because they have interest in them and they see the potential, they were willing to pay a financial, an educational institution to learn about us. You know what I'm saying?
I would only put one caveat on that, because the guy did say that some of those women, they were interested in dating some of the athletes on the team. Or if you're going to be in a university like that, if you're going to UCLA or whatever, you're probably not in the poorest of the poor, or you're going for a high-end career path. So they're not doing this necessarily to date the middle class guy or the average gay guy.
Come on,
I'm just saying, but I don't want to do that.
Hypergamy doesn't change.
Well, no, and just a very, very small percentage of athletes go on to make it to the pros. So most athletes are, and it's over 90%, Mr. Bennett, that even, you know what I'm saying, get past college. Most of the dudes that play collegiate sports, they don't go on to the professional level. So
that I totally understand. But I'm just saying, but when he asked them about why are they dating, I want to date the athlete on the team. Are they aware of those statistics, or are they looking forward to say, hey, he could potentially be that particular guy? So again, I don't know if their logic in the decisions that they're making is putting that stat into play. But if they said that the reason I want to date a Black man is because he's the athlete on the team, then certainly there could be a financial component that's attached to that.
Well, but what difference does that make, though? I mean, it's still worth the try. That's what they're saying. There's still a lot of it they're willing to play. Why wouldn't the sisters want to play that?
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's two things. Shout out to Mr. Payne. So two things, right? Okay, why aren't Black women signing up for the class? Is it that they feel like they already know Black men, or they don't want to get to know them? Because obviously, like, it's a curriculum, you know what I'm saying, but it's no Black women attending.
He actually explained that in that video.
And then secondly, I don't think he said they want to or whatever. I think that's just who they were interested in. So I think he was saying, like, if you play it back for me, BMU, I don't know if he said they want to. I think he said they were already in the process. Or, you know what I'm saying, that is what it is. So I don't know if it's necessarily.
I actually watched that whole interview.
Yeah, I don't know if it's necessarily them targeting them.
I got this idea to tell you that you need to do your research, and if you're dating a Black man, it is your responsibility to understand the history and the trauma of slavery.
And you was one of your initial classes, one of the first classes you had, you noticed that it was predominantly non-Black women who were going in there studying Black men.
I started teaching a Black male course because it was needed. You know, I noticed I started to get this population of white women.
Yeah.
I don't know why they were there. And when I began to kind of ask them, you know, in the hallways, under the, why are you taking this class? And I started to find, oh, well, my boyfriend is, and I want to understand him and his family, or, you know, I'm trying to date some of the men on the basketball team or football team or whatever, but I don't understand them. So another 3 or 4 years after that, I noticed the population shifted from, white women to Latinas, and the Latinas were coming in with the same kind of intensity.
You're literally telling me that you had a class that was dedicated to black men, where black women have the opportunity to study their men, understand what they're going through, understand how to relate to them better. And instead of us doing that, you have other women of other ethnic groups, other races going in, taking note, using that as ammo to get the quote unquote best men out there. So it's like,
so I stand corrected, Mr. Bennett. So he said both. He said he had
yeah.
Who said,
and she even closed that. So she even closed it out. So these women are trying to date the best men out there.
Yeah.
So they're not just going for it. But to your point, though, he did say that, you know, some of these women were already in relationships with black men. They were trying to understand them better. But certainly, you know, for some of these women, it is a motivation. And why more black women don't recognize that, you know, that's a problem. So I'm not gonna go through that.
Black man, if you watch the entire, wasn't it VMU?
Yeah,
So what?
It's Cher Sade, yeah. If you watch the entire interview, he actually talks about the black women that were in the class. There were black women in the class, and that there was a change over from the black women being in the class because they were more of them. But once he started to take a less liberal approach, the black women stopped coming to the classes. He talks about it I watched the entire interview. It's really good. It's a really good interview. But he did speak about that, and once he started to talk more about black women having to put more effort in and doing some of the things that feminism and womanist movements told them not to do, then the black women stopped coming to the classes.
Now, I remind you, we had a show a couple weeks back where Anissa brought up a whole Soul Train line of sisters who are PhDs and masters of degrees.
Sure did.
You know what I'm saying? And they were all talking about how come I can't find one of these high value these athletes. My whole thing is this: they were saying that they wouldn't date the athletes because they were mad because the white girls were dating the brothers. I said, y'all at the same university. So what's the excuse? You see what I'm saying? You already spending your money. That's why I have to question people, man. You know, what's really going on? Do you put your money where your mouth is? You spend your money everywhere else. But when it comes to learning your man, you don't want to put no money, no effort behind that. So my thing is this: you can't use one talking point to say that you're trying to be the best that you can be, and then turn around and you have somebody who has a study class to help you understand your man better, but you won't spend a dime on that. I mean, make that make sense, please.
Well, it's a mistake that they're making. Let's just watch it.
Mistake black women make: wanting black men to come to the relationship table having already achieved success. One of the biggest advantages the snow bunnies have on our women is snow bunnies will find a dusty brother and see his skill, his talent, you feel me? Yeah. Invest in him, and by the time he become a multimillionaire at 35, she been with him the whole walk. A lot of sisters are not going to do that. They're not going to find a dusty brother in his senior year or dusty brother in the community. But you see, he got this business idea. She like, nah, come back and see me when it's up and running. I don't think this ever going to happen. Soon when you waved him off, the snow bunny got him. The snow bunny invested in him. You feel me? 10 years later, the same brother see you trying to holler. He got the white girl. Now you dissing him. You saying they all want white girls. Nah, he came to you. You said you want a ready-made black man. You don't want a work in progress. And I'm telling black women, y'all better start going for some of these works in progress instead of waiting for us to finish the job, because you losing to the snow bunny when you tell us to wait until we got the bag.
Now, those is like his. I haven't seen him have too much critique on black women like that. Is that one? Is he having a change?
He flip flop.
He flip flop.
The only reason why he does that is because this space speaks loudly now, and he can no longer ignore it. You see what I'm saying?
He can't.
He can no longer ignore it, especially when it comes to mainstream media and stuff like that. You kind of got to address the elephant in the room.
Yep.
You see what I'm saying? So now he flip-flops from time to time. And I think now he's starting to see, you know, he's listening to other content creators saying, hey, look, these are the stats. This is what we're looking at. Now, granted, Umar is an intelligent brother. He's done studies. He's done the research. You see what I'm saying? And now he's taking the information that he did not know and putting it with the information that the brothers have come up with. And now he's starting to see the light. So that's the reason why it seems like he's flip-flopping. It's because he's getting more information now.
Man, hey, what jump. So we had this video. We did this video I think a week ago. But fantastic, you weren't here. What are your thoughts on what Umar said, man?
Like I said, man, it's cap. He pump faking, bro. He's just saying that. Listen, well, listen. He's saying he is what he's saying is true, but like I said, the reasons for what he's saying, and it's still a cry and a plead for black women. The black women, you letting the white women beat you. It's not black women. Hey, you're not following finding the value in black men. You're not appreciating, you're not noticing the potential of black men. And you know what I'm saying? You want, even, 6 figures ain't no money. 100K ain't no money, right? So you always have this negative response to whatever you did. I call it the ain't, can't, don't, want syndrome, right? You can't do nothing right, ain't do nothing right, won't do nothing right, you know what I'm saying? All this other shit, right? It's always what it is for the black man. So he's doing this still, even as them being the victim. Simply why? Because the white woman is involved.
Hey. All right, guys. Thank y'all for being here. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button while y'all in here. If you want to give to the channel, you see the cash app at the bottom, man. You give a super chat. We appreciate anything. If you want to join the panel, we got a couple of slots left. The link is at the top of the chat, guys. Man, so what do you think about it, Trey Ferg? Well, I don't think you were here when we played the video the first time. Easy Money, please come up here so we can cook your ass, boy. Pause.
Stop being puss and gay up here.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead.
Now, yeah, I've covered quite a bit since I've been listening in, man. You know, it's unique that we hear it.
Oh, go ahead, Trey. My bad.
Can y'all hear me? Is that okay?
Yeah, we can. Go ahead, Trey.
I mean, just unique. We in this space. You know, I heard Brother Lost in Translation speaking, a little earlier. Our pain. Everybody's make some great points, man. But again, even in just a little segment with Dr. Umar, and I'll just talk backwards real quick. He spoke as the brother as a Dusty. What do you call a 20-year-old, 21-year-old trying to make it and get out there? He ain't no Dusty. He's a young man finding his way. I think just some of those terminologies, it always equates to the black man as the lesser of. And I think the language needs to change regardless of what age group you are as far as a black man. And I think black men, we little bit too hard on ourselves. As far as the other video with the guy having the class, it goes to show if black men could see that and understand the value in us around the world, black women would have no choice but to change to some capacity. Now we ain't talking about no 2-year, 3-year. It may take for a lot of the younger guys to start aging out to see this with the daughters and sons like that. But right now, they're not interested in caring about what it is that that makes us valuable. If we don't give them what they want, then they're going to be the first cheerleaders to slap us in our face, which is sad because that hurts the overall growth of the nation of colored people with the big lips and the big noses. So just sad.
Here's the funny thing about it. I was watching this YouTube channel called Not Your Asian Woman. And it's 2 Asian women. They're both married. And they were saying that their original preference, most of the time, they dated black guys. One was from the South, and I think another one was from California, something like that. So, when women say, "I don't nobody want y'all," I encourage you to go over there to their channel. It's called Not Your Asian Woman, and watch the episode that says, I'm looking at it right now. It's called Dating Black and Asian Guys, episode 30. So go and enjoy yourself. You know what I'm saying? And you'll see for yourself what they're saying.
All right, man. We got JT from What We Know Podcast in the building tonight.
What up?
What's up, sir?
Everybody, man. What's popping? What's up? Fantastic. What's going on with you, boy?
You got it, man. What's going on with you?
Shit. Can't call it.
So,
Hey, Black Man.
Yes, sir.
One of the things I think that our community is really missing, and this is why I harp on financial literacy so much. Black women need to be taught that most men don't reach millionaire status until 49. It takes time to build. They think you graduate college, you go on social media, and you make $1 million because you get a lot of likes, and oh, you're rich, and he's 26 years old. No, that's not how it works. This is why the financial literacy piece is so important. 49, which means in most cases, it's taking a man, graduates at 22, it's taking him almost 27 years to build his wealth. Now, either you're going to ride with him over those 27 years and you'll reap the benefits when you're 50s, or you're going to go wait at the finish line and you're going to have to take whatever man you can get and do things the way he wants it done on his program. Those are your options. Those are the only two options you have. But we're not teaching young women that millionaire status is probably going to come in your 50s for most men. Now, you can probably help them. Probably help them and contribute to that in some form or fashion. Maybe you can bring that number down some. But in most cases, most men are not going to reach that into their 50s. It's a process.
Now, I got one more video for y'all. What's up, Andrea? He in the back. I got one more video for y'all.
Hey.
Sound like you got put out in the auditorium. All right, here we
What
go.
up, Jelly? No, what's going on?
Make the man earn your respect. Make him earn to be with you. And goddammit, do some work so that you can ask this woman really to have her, and you know that you can take care of her. You don't want no damn bums. A cute bum. Let us go to work, FOI. Let us go to work, FOI. Make the man earn your respect.
What y'all got to say about this shit? This shit.
Look, I was talking about this on the show a couple months ago. A lot of that stuff when the Nation and Farrakhan, they started talking about Black Queen, Mother of the Universe, all that kind of dialogue and stuff that was coming out of the Nation. So they were putting that stuff out there when I was in college. So this isn't new. A lot of that pandering started back then.
No, but the difference is that the Nation.
Hey, man, how you doing, brother? You good?
Hello. Hey, everyone. The thing is with the Nation, the context is different. The Nation was trying to help women with their self-esteem so they won't feel so down on themselves because, a lot of Black women, what I hear from them is that they're told they're ugly or something's wrong with them for most of their life. So the Nation, I'm talking about back then, not now. I see Fantastic's face, okay? I'm not talking about now, Fantastic. I'm talking about back then. So the Nation was doing is trying to uplift their spirits and give them a positive message so they can view themselves in a positive way. The twist is that women took that, misinterpreted it, and taught their daughters that they were better than what they actually are. So now you got a bunch of young ladies out here, arrogant, for no reason, think somebody owes them something. They want something for nothing, instant gratification, and it's tearing them apart. Well, it's tearing us apart because one gender wants the other, but the other wants to wait until you get to the finish line. And it doesn't work that way. But at the same time, you want loyalty, you want respect, you want all that things, but you didn't do anything to earn that guy's loyalty nor his respect. So when he wants to date other women, you think he's wrong for that? Like, how? You think you're entitled to his resources? How? But if you give it to the white girl, well, the white girl helped him get it. So yeah, she got skin in the game. You don't. But that's what it is. Because I know what you're talking about, Mr. Bennett. But my thing is, what I gather from that is people miss the context. They were just trying to say, Black women, don't be so down on yourselves. Who told you were ugly? You're beautiful. Okay? That's basically the gist of it.
Yeah, but he also down Black men. But he down. What term did he use when he was describing it? Like, don't marry. What do you say? A bump?
Don't marry a bum.
Hold that thought, Mr. Bennett, because I gotta get the super chat away real quick. And let's see, Antoine said, $5 super chat. Thank you, brother. He said, with some Black women is they know how to be a dream takers and dream fakers, but don't know how to be dream makers. All right, thank you for that $5 super chat, man. I appreciate it. Scorched Earth $2 said, Mandrell, since you got married, you sound soft.
Yeah.
He sounds
Listen, I'm relaxed right now. Thanks to my wife.
Easy money, Jones, please. Let me get y'all this.
He can stay in the house and be back.
Get the collection plate around on that side. Nigga, get it around on that side.
Yeah, I'm very relaxed. The skin is dick.
They said big bag bitch get to the bag. They said big bag bitch you want a snack. Well this big bag bitch she got the stack. So put big bag bitch clothes on the rack. Ooh, on the macaroni. Move and shake it for me. Ooh, we shaking and quaking. The brands are phony. Ooh, the brands are phony. only. Ooh, they need a Tony. They need an Emmy, Oscar, Grammy, cause the shit's baloney. The way they be faking like they're making all the sizes. If you ain't got at least a 4X, you ain't trying. Ooh, so give it to us, baby, give us our guys. Give it to us when we step on the spot. Ooh,
Ladies and gentlemen,
I saw you grooming. I saw you grooming down. You right down there. Grooming was like,
Did y'all see the look on Mr. Fantastic's face though?
You should have seen the look on mine.
That's biscuits, ladies and gentlemen. Sausage biscuits.
Not the big back.
You just made me from this minute.
You should have seen the look on mine, JT.
I was sitting here in this chair, and I knew that Grooming Review showed up late.
Hey, you know what you got to do. Let's go.
Welcome to the stage, the coach of Shunned.
You know what? Hey, Grooming,
Yeah, so much
Grooming, 20 years from now, when they open up the statute of limitation, I'll be a witness that you have abuse case against BMU over there.
I also want to thank you so much. Let's see here. Take heed to the message for your $5 Cash App as well. I appreciate you, sister. You know, I love you. But you know, I'm gonna play this real quick for her. All right, thank you so much for that $5.
Nigga like somebody Sam, don't he?
Was that Anthony Hamilton?
Yeah, that's who it was.
Yeah,
Hey, fellas,
the rudeness, tootness.
I got a question though.
Mr. Fantastic, how do you feel about the rapper? Would you date her or would you pass?
He's gonna pass.
I'm passing that one, bro. Come on.
Fantastic at the end. Fantastic.
They swear they I don't like them that big, man. I can do them this big, not that
She
big.
said, "Fantastic, you at least a 4X. You ain't trying." You know what I'm saying?
Give us a got.
Oh shit!
I got a question, fellas.
Yeah.
What was soft about what I said?
It's just your voice.
You know, it's just your voice.
It's just your voice.
Like a year ago, Mandrea, you sounded like a dude that hadn't busted a nut in 6 years. Now that you over there getting pussy plentiful, you sound more like Ariel.
You sound relaxed, brother. That's all we're trying to say. You sound relaxed, brother.
You was Mr. Kiss My Delicious Ass.
Yeah,
now
last year he was like this. This year he's like this.
It's not fantastic. Here's the thing. Here's a true scoop. Was I wound a little tight? Probably.
But
then I learned not to care anymore because people don't listen. Here's the thing. Even with Dr. Umar saying that stuff, like Fantastic said, it was true. But, you know, Umar's full of shit. But anyway, even though Umar's the one telling them that, and they love to hold on to every word he says, they're not going to take that advice and learn from it. They want to do what they want to do. But then they complain about the results that they get. They still want to be right, even though you show them proof to their faces that they're wrong. This is why I don't understand why you get up on Hamp's panel all the time saying the same thing over. I sit here and wonder, why is Fantastic repeating himself? Like, it's like you're trying to drill it into their heads. Bro, it's not going to happen. They're not going to learn, Fantastic. They're not going to learn, man. They don't want to. This is a lesson that I learned. Okay? They're not gonna learn it, man. You're right. You're right, Fantastic. I'm saying that. You are correct in the things that you say, but they're not gonna, these people, they don't want to learn.
It sounds like you sneaking on the phone. That's the first
Nah,
thing.
man. No. The thing is,
hell of an echo, man. It sounds like in the garage.
basement. No, that's because this is
In the
the thing.
bathroom or
This
something.
is a new place, and there's a lot of space in here, so my voice is echoing off the walls. We got to put furniture up and pictures on the walls and shit like that.
Now, Mandrea, how many ass whoopings did you get when you was a kid?
When I was a kid, I don't know.
A lot?
Yeah.
Your dad told you the same shit over and over again, didn't he?
No, he did not.
And one day the bug went out. How many goddamn? What time? You was a one-time offender for every ass whoop?
Yeah, pretty much. That was my parents' answer to shit. They taught to me. They talked to me about it, but they talked to me after the ass whooping. You know what I'm saying? So I get the woman first.
Hold on, man, Drea. Mr. Fantastic. You walk in your girl house and she grab you and do this to you, man. What's happening next, bro?
Oh.
Yeah, fantastic. It's like that.
You walk in, she said, "Bitch, where you been?"
Ooh, listen, hey, y'all know what Marlo said. You wanted to be one way, but it's the other way. Right? You see her like, hey, what's so crazy? The chick, I just made a comment about this because the chick was saying this. She's like, hey, if I go through your phone, I see anything. She say you gonna touch every wall, everything in the room. I was like, bro, I'm glad I ain't never had to worry about no shit like that.
Hell no.
You better go walk it off.
hey, black man.
There's some ice on it.
You got any clips of any women with a healthy weight?
Yeah, I do. I got one for you right here. Hold on.
Oh no.
We already know. Ladies and gentlemen,
call me Bucky, niggas lucky that I'm innocent. If I didn't have no morals, I'd be menacing. How about nigga rapping conscious but he ignorant? How he from the hood but still gon' go legitimate? How he fuck a bunch of bitches but they still respect the women? He still rolling in Sonata, he just got the windows tinted. Homie stabbed me in the back and that can never be forgiven. In my pines, man.
Oh man,
Mr. Fantastic, what you can do with that, boy? She a little smaller.
Yeah, to the nearest haunted house.
But y'all want to see, hey, now Trey asked me to have a skinnier girl.
We already know who she
No,
gonna be.
don't.
Oh God.
Now, Fantastic, you'll tear that ass up right there. I know it.
No, we'll send her where she need to go to the barbershop and
get that lined up. You know what I'm saying?
Laser.
No, you need to send that to a landscaper.
So Fantastic, you getting married again, Fantastic. We all throwing a bachelor party for you. We walk in the back with the blindfold on your eyes, and we open your eyes and say, "These your strippers." What you saying?
Told you, more fat women.
I got let me see. About 2 of them out of there I can handle.
I already know the one. I already know the two that you're talking about.
Fantastic. Which two?
1, 2, 3, 4. The 5th one from the front.
Yeah.
You was gonna say that.
And then the 7th one from the front. Them two right there. I can.
No.
Brother,
The 7th one.
God bless you, Mr.
Yeah. I see what you're talking about.
Okay, I see what he's talking about. Yeah.
Yes, it's a potential. Nigga, I'm a professional BBW connoisseur, nigga.
The fuck is wrong with you people?
Grooming. I don't got my brand on, but I'm a BABG, man. I'm a big ass man. So what's big to other motherfuckers ain't big to me, goddamn.
You fucking moonboard the fucking ass too. You go, take it out.
Hey, exactly. Hey, it'll make you seasick, grooming.
Thank God for Fantastic.
Behind that thing,
yes. Looking at that picture.
Motion sickness pills, baby. That's how I like it.
Looking at that picture made my blood.
Only comment I got to reply to that is search and recovery.
Oh my God!
It's not my type.
It'll make you a better man. Don't worry about it.
No. Mr. Fantastic, you are a much better man than I am, sir. You're a much better man than I am.
Somebody got to do it right.
Yeah.
You know what? You're right. You're right. Somebody got to do it.
Big girls need love too.
Listen, y'all gonna fuck around and miss out on your blessing now. This motherfucker and these Ozempics, nigga. Just saying.
Oh my god.
That's the only thing I'm gonna say to you. You're going to need to go alone for your date.
Oh shit! Become a little bitch in 6 months now. Goddamn.
Hell yeah.
A girl going viral, bro. A chick is going viral, bro, on Twitter because she showed the thing like that. She no surgery, no BBLs, whatever. But you know, she popped them pills.
Yeah.
And like, hey man, it's some fine women in a lot of these big girls, man.
Yes, sir.
You know what I'm saying?
Goldberg said she lost 2
Yeah.
people when she did those empty or whatever that shit is. She said she lost damn near 250 pounds.
Yeah, man.
Sometimes you gotta shake the diabetes off. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man.
Damn. So fantastic.
You gotta shake it off.
I think this is.
God damn, fantastic. Found him a couple of them.
Diabetes.
Shit. Mr. Payne was looking at him too, licking his lips. He just didn't want his wife to hear him. Mr. Payne wanted the first one.
Y'all just nasty.
Yeah, that's more Mr. Payne right there. Cisco haircut.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, number 5. Number 5.
You know what?
Get it.
Number 5, you can get, you turn the lights out, man. You throw that shit around. Yeah. Number 5.
Number 5's belly is hanging on the chick's ass in front of her. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but nobody got to know that.
That's a hard one, though.
You don't have to tell nobody about it.
There's a lot of good pussy up under that fupa.
Oh my god!
That undercarriage, dog. That shit.
So, Mr. Fantastic, you hitting that too?
Man, stop it. I'll fight. We'll fight.
Yeah, right.
We'll fight to go play basketball or some shit. That's about it. Or change the transition.
I spiral with her.
How tall are you, Mr. Fantastic?
I'm 6'5".
Y'all about the same height?
Yeah, exactly. Like I said, we can spar. We can spar in boxing match or play some one-on-one basketball. That's about
right.
it.
Yeah, I think she like 6'4".
You come in the house, she out here using your wearing your shoes, stepping on the back of the motherfuckers, dog. She done turned them bitches to the slides.
Yeah, that's the bitch you keep on payroll to whoop other bitches. You know what I'm saying?
Keep their ass in line.
All right.
For sure.
It ain't my flavor,
but she will.
She will, right.
I always, but I'm serious, man. I don't understand how a man can allow that.
Bro, he ain't got no choice.
He a buck 50.
He's got limited options, man.
He got weighed by at least 150 pounds.
Listen to the punch, man. Listen to the
yeah.
Hey, he keep playing it. JT, he keep playing it.
Y'all remember E Honda from Street Fighter?
Yeah, right.
Honda slaps, nigga. You
1,000 hand slap. You know what I'm saying?
1,000 hand slap, nigga. Hey, 150 pounds.
She was giving his ass the business, boy.
Hey, you know what that mean? Hey, just shoot it in the knee. Anything below the knee,
that's it.
Aggravated assault. Ain't no murder charge. Anything below the knee, man. You gotta learn one way to other.
That's
Hell yeah.
Stallion in his foot.
I ain't taking that shit no more.
The motherfucker grabbing Mandrill little ass. Boy, shit. That motherfucker pick Mandrill up, throw his ass across the room, and groom it.
Mandrill say he'll bite that bitch. He'll bite the shit out of it.
Look, man, I've beaten guys. I've beaten people anywhere from 250 to 280. I mean, knock people out that who are that heavy. So a woman is no.
Mandrell said he beat Deontay Wilder.
I didn't say I did.
No, you said you would. You said head to head. You said you figured out how to beat Deontay Wilder, and then you would beat if you got to the ring.
And I stand on it. Not only that, it wouldn't just be a win for me. I'd whip his ass. Deontay Wilder cannot fight.
Mandrell, baby. There you go.
He cannot
hit Mandrill and make him stop.
I can get the bout well here in Birmingham.
Listen,
for you. You know what I'm saying? If you stand behind your brother.
I've been to his gym.
You ain't gonna guarantee that shit.
I watched him spar the whole 9 yards. We've all seen him in the ring. Deontay Wilder cannot fight.
He can. His woman's getting ready to take his money too.
Ex-woman. But that's another one. Here's the thing, though. Here's the thing with him. As long as you stay away from the right hand, which he doesn't even know how to use anymore, you're safe. He doesn't know how to use it anymore. He's been inactive too long. That's what happens when you fight 3 times in 5 years and you got no fundamentals.
Go to hell, Poppy.
Well, he does have a good point, but I'm just gonna say he has a good point there. You will go one after one with a blue pill, that is.
You hardly train.
You can follow him and take your ass to hell too.
JT, Water don't hardly train. That's another problem he has. His training sucks.
Yeah.
Mandrell, that motherfucker can take a year off of boxing and come and knock your motherfucking head off.
Smoke all the crack.
Hang on. I remember on my show on Saturday, he can take on Kamahara from WWE and will freaking destroy her.
Here's the thing, if Wilder connects to that right hand, it's lights out. I ain't finna.
Man, I don't think you could be Clarissa Shields.
Oh man.
Hey, yo.
What are you gonna do, man?
Fight back, Mandrell. Fight back.
He likes to hate. The pussy can't fight one round with anybody. So I mean,
yeah, she ain't gonna be able to do nothing with nobody, man.
No,
it ain't gonna work.
A good fighter, man.
She messed around and let that dude in a sparring match sleep her ass, and he didn't even give her all he got.
No,
you know what I'm saying? He was just fucking around with her.
She was talking about wanting to schedule a fight with Keith Thurman.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Playing.
Yeah. I'm glad that didn't happen.
Yeah, no. Nobody. There's no winning. You don't win. You don't win shit like that. There's no. You don't get any kudos for that shit, man. Yeah. That's why any dude that hear that motherfucker talk, man, don't listen to that bitch. Yeah. And you win, then what? Like it ain't like you motherfucker be like, oh yeah, you the man or something like that.
If she beat Keith Thurman, he gonna have to move to another country. He'll never live that shit down.
No, he got to delete himself.
Yeah, he gonna man.
You can't go. No, you can't go to the supermarket or nowhere. You
not even doing what if.
Mr. Fantastic, you think you can beat you 6'4", you 6'5", you think you can beat Clarissa Shields in the boxing match?
Fuck yeah. Fuck out of here.
Beat the shit out that motherfucker, man.
Yeah, bro, listen. Y'all saw the white boy knock her out, and then she tried to say, oh, he took the padding out the gloves or whatever the fuck, right? Some white boy cleaned her ass, dropped her, and he was like, whatever. So come on, bro, stop it.
Fantastic. Man. I'm glad you're here. Oh, hold on. I'm glad you're here. We on boxing.
That nigga had random gloves. That was probably her gloves he had got.
I got a bone to pick with you, Fantastic. Word up.
White boy, drop your ass.
Right. I got a bone to pick. You said that Alicia Baumgartner got popped hot for drugs. She was found innocent by the WBC, not guilty. Thank you very much. Fuck you, Fantastic.
Baumgartner?
That's right. You never put dirt on that woman's name. You hear me?
When did that come out?
Listen, hey, I didn't put no dirt on her name, but AB did. AB said she was out there giving that poison up to everybody.
Yeah,
and she's not. Thank you very much. That was wild. Hold on, that's Taylor Swift.
Well, Broner he just got beat tonight. Also, that Cobbs fight.
I seen that happening. I saw that shit happening.
You knew that was going to happen.
Yeah, he lost.
He got knocked down. He got knocked down in the second round, and then but he won a unanimous decision. Did Cobbs?
Yeah, no one cares. It's an Adrian Broner fight. Nobody wants to see that.
Damn, man.
What's that?
You said Adrian got beat?
Yeah.
Did you
Blair to Flair Cobbs?
Looking at the clip right now.
Yeah, Cobbs. And the craziest thing is Cobbs was on some corny ass bullshit.
Woo!
That was the shit where motherfucking Broner should have been popping his shit. Fuck it, you know. Yeah, but I knew he was gonna lose. He out here trying to be diplomatic and shit. No, be who the fuck you said you were. You can't be out here trying to be diplomatic. That goddamn press conference was shit, man. Yeah, and now they up under Don King again. Don King is washed the fuck up. Y'all leave that motherfucker alone, man.
He looks terrible too, man.
Oh, he does. I didn't even know that was Don King.
That's Trey's ex-girlfriend. Bop. Scorched Earth $5 super chat. Damn, grooming. Not only can you not jump, you can't dance either. Trey, congratulations on you and your future wife. Bop, big, bat, B. God,
Yeah, fantastic. I've been waiting for that to come up with you, man.
All right, this is for you.
Is that Grooming and Reviews?
Bruh.
Hey, Grooming, when did you do that shit, man? You let that girl shake her stinky ass in your face? That was Grooming and Reviews, wasn't it?
It was.
The ghost spot on there getting some goose grease.
She abused you, man.
Man, she got his
I'll let
ass.
a few women abuse me. I don't have no problem with that. Like, what's it called? Ronan Ross. She can beat the shit out of me any day she wants. I'm okay
Ronda
with that.
Rousey.
Yeah, I'll let her beat the shit out of me any day of the week.
All right, Groomy, you snitching on yourself. All right.
Yeah, please.
I don't give a shit.
Why do you let that woman abuse you like that? Black man,
You can abuse my dick anytime she wants. I don't care.
Oh, you want to see it again? Ladies and gentlemen, Grooming and Reviews.
Like a
Grooming, how old were you
Bro
when you
tried to
did
get
that,
away,
man? She abused you. I hate that she did you
Now,
like
I
that,
know
man.
for
You
a
need some
fact-
counseling.
I know for a fact Fantastic will hit that ass.
Nah.
Fantastic.
Hey, what is that? That shit stink.
Yeah.
But everybody, that shit got. Hey,
Man, he was like, oh,
yeah, he's
shit.
like, hey, he
Look at his face when that shit.
He fucked around in his lip. His lip hit. He had a bum bump. He got the pussy lips gave him a bum bump.
Listen, man, with that Dollar
like a
General
Red
swimsuit
Lobster
on.
dumpster, man.
Yeah.
She had that Dollar General swimsuit.
Now look, now he was looking. Hold on now.
It
He was
smelled like
looking like that
broccoli.
then, but later on that night.
He sweated what make it funny.
Nah, hey, I'm sick of niggas, man. Yeah, listen, y'all know how much niggas steal from us, bro. When I
Yeah.
tell you, I saw before I did that clip, before I did that same short.
Yeah.
Nobody was doing that fucking short before I used it, bro. I swear to God. If I knew about watermarks and shit, I would have watermarked that.
Watermarked the shit out of it. What you would?
Oh my God.
That shit right there is. That's funny.
That shit funny as fuck, bro. Oh my God.
Especially that it's even funnier because we know the fucking movie. See, a lot of people don't know the movie.
Even like you said, the original sound, the original audio, that shit is so funny enough.
Yeah, man.
That
That
shit
shit.
like that, nigga, I don't want it, nigga. That's like, hey. If it ain't like that, I don't want it. You see,
Right. Left my babies. Woo. Oh God.
Shit. If it was Black David, y'all know what he would have said.
Nigga, Black David.
Him and his brother Brown David.
His brother Brown David.
With them herd of goats.
Now, fantastic. Omar Johnson just inboxed me. He said to tell you he got a message for you.
Go find your flat Pillsbury biscuit pink pudding pop. Go get your flat-assed Pillsbury dough biscuit pink Pop-Tart and get your ass up off my live. You fat, bald-headed, no-neck midget, I sentence you to 3,000 lashes for conduct unbecoming a black man. You can stop it.
Nigga, if anything, if that nigga go down in history, he's gonna go down as entertaining. Man. That motherfucker right there has made his mark. He going somewhere. I don't know where, but he ain't going down in history.
I want to bring this up to y'all. Did y'all see the interview that Vivica A. Fox just did? She said, no, they asked for 50 Cent when he dated her again. He said, no, she's out of his age bracket. Or so they did an interview with her, and she said 50 Cent gay.
Get the fuck out of here.
No, she said that years ago.
That's the go-to.
So
She said that years ago because he like getting rimmed.
Damn.
I mean, but that was her go-to. Nah, bitch, I don't give a fuck with you.
She's out of my age bracket. She's out of my age bracket too. Just so y'all know.
Hey man, Vivica Fox.
Yeah, she's Aunt Viv. Aunt Viv. That's what
she's like she died, and they put insulin in her to keep her going. It's something wrong.
She should have been out. You know how actors used to, after they did their little stint in Hollywood, they just came up missing. That's what she should have did.
Just adopt. Know your role. She should have became like Marla Gibbs or whatever. She should be the auntie. She should be the grandma now. She should just age gracefully, but she's still trying to be hot.
No, she the thotty. She right. She the hottie thotty.
I don't know a man. I don't know
looking like Fred Berry.
I don't know a man that will turn away from looking at Angela Bassett in some lingerie tonight.
But you know how crazy that shit is, though. She's married, right?
And she's 60,
and she looks stress free. That's the fucked up part is.
Well, okay. So what does that do with she looks stressed? Because that's
compared to these other motherfuckers. You had Diamond, nigga. Diamond.
Vivica Fox should just go ahead and be the new Medea.
Diamond used to be a fine ass motherfucker, though. Look at her now, wearing white for what? Nobody wants you. Ain't nobody checking for you. You ain't Diamond no more.
I've seen her on the Family Business, bro. Like her neck and rolled up on the bottom, like you see rolls under her neck. Her chin got fat. I say, damn, Lisa, you should have got married in your 30s, baby. You should have been done in your 30s.
Or just gracefully went into her older age. They're not trying to be.
She was married in her 30s, wasn't
she?
She
was. Yeah, she was married, but she divorced that
man.
She
married that head of state for some country or something like that.
Turks and Caicos or some shit like that.
She said Dwayne.
Y'all forget, man. It was just last year. They was down there in Jamaica painting pictures of brothers with the swinger lane, you know what I'm saying? At the Simpson motherfucking strokes, you know what I'm saying? So Dexter. Come on, man. They already know what's up. Now they over the hill. You know, now they want somebody to feel sorry for them. Don't nobody feel sorry for them no more, man. Just line them on up with Eartha Kitt and all the rest of them, man. Just put them out the pasture. Go ahead and get you a cookbook and a few cats and sign up for the Kitty Litter of the Month Club. You know Marcus. Make sure you get you some batteries, you know what I'm saying, for your little rose, you know what I'm saying? And your fine glass of wine and enjoy the rest of your golden years. Because that's it.
And y'all know what they're gonna do.
That nigga Eddie, he knew what he was doing when he did that motherfucker Boomerang. Watch that motherfucker again. If you watched it, look at it again. He could have called that shit the wall. But he could have literally called that shit the motherfucking wall.
Y'all see Eddie Murphy ex-wife? What's her name?
She says. No. That's Deion Sanders' wife.
Nicole Murphy. Nicole Murphy, fine ass.
Nicole Murphy.
Nicole Murphy.
Nicole Murphy.
You have to get.
She had 6 kids.
Yeah, she almost her 60s. Yeah, she almost 60.
I'm saying, but she had like 6 kids, right? They had six kids.
That was the one he had the most kids from. By yeah, that's a fine motherfucker.
And the dude she was with just died. So hey, you know.
Yeah.
But she was with Michael Strahan for a minute, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
And then she was.
Damn, that was when Mike, when he just got out the NFL.
Yeah.
That was Shannon Sharp.
Shannon Sharp. He had a crush on her, but he never dated her. He had a crush on her.
Okay.
Shannon Sharp got to get rid of that goofy ass laugh.
Man, I'm from Georgia, man.
I not
That's Georgia, man.
Hey, I'm motherfucking Georgia now.
No. Skip. Don't do that, Skip. Don't do that now. Don't do that, Skip. JT, don't do that.
And then what they say, fantastic. I'm gonna play a
games, nigga. Just listen, Shannon did his part. Leave it alone.
Hey, Shannon said he was hell when he was well.
Hell yeah.
Shannon said he was knocking.
You taking them blue diamonds down? Oh, don't give me them blue diamonds down. I'm popping them blue diamonds down. I can still get it out. Give me a blue diamond.
Did y'all see he was on a date with boy? These people be some haters. Boy, they trying. He old enough to be his daughter. Selena
Oh
Gomez.
yeah, they listen. Look,
man, Shannon wearing that little ass out.
No, hang on. Now,
Shannon
do you
doing what
guys
he's
think?
supposed to. Now I gotta say, he doing what he's supposed to do. I mean, it is
Oh,
what it
for
is.
real. All right. Now, do you guys think? Now, again, obviously, he's got a body, better than like 99% of the guys out there. But my man's still wearing the stretch pants and the tight fitting clothes and stuff like that. Is that? Do you think he should just go away from that, or just work with what he got, man?
He need to fire his goddamn whoever is
Wearing
out here.
them tight pants that he be wearing.
But guess what, Mr. Bennett?
Right.
Now he got his own clothing company selling that shit, and they selling out.
Yeah.
Mr. Bennett, them rich man pants.
Now I gotta say this. These motherfuckers know how to get him that bread though. So I don't know, but it's when you look at it, the optics, that shit look that's fugazi.
I asked my daughters.
Ooh.
I asked my daughters though. Yo, I should. Y'all want me to get some of them Shannon shit? Because I'm not to toot my own horn. I'm fairly fit in my 50s. So as my daughters, I sent the picture. Say, you think I look good in these pants? They're like, Dad, no, do not get those pants. I don't want to see you. But me and your mom, we go on a date or whatever. I want to look all, smooth. Dad, do not get those pants. So I'm just thinking, am I, guys over 50 should be rocking them tight, skinny.
I'm not wearing them, and I'm not wearing the shit with Mike Tyson with them goddamn dad jeans and them big gym shoes. I'm not wearing that either.
Mr. Bennett, after 50, you should just stick to the britches.
However you was in your 30s, dress that way. Don't fucking
hang on, JT. I can see you rocking the MC Hammer pants.
This is what the
hey, grooming see me. Yeah, she's phenomenal. Yeah,
that's a 58-year-old woman right there, guys.
Damn.
Is that a recent
That's
picture?
Nicole Murphy.
Yes, sir.
She's had some work done though. I mean, that face got some filler.
Right there, buddy.
Shit, at the age she is right now, don't nobody care about her getting the work. It was done right.
Yeah, whoever did it right.
You look at Vivica, you be like, that's what you don't want to do. I bet you they be using them doctors. They be like, don't do this.
Vivica wanted a half price because she was going broke. She went to the vet. Fuck that shit.
Honestly, I don't give a shit about her fucking pants. I can put a pillow over that shit.
Damn. Boy,
she put her Botex on layaway. That's
a beautiful ass room. But I can understand.
She got that on. She got hers on layaway.
They said Nicole was with old girl husband. Remember she played Sunshine on Harlem Nights?
Yeah.
And she was with her. Have you seen her?
Yeah, she
got some kind of medical issue.
Yeah, she had
leather rush on. Yeah, she had some serious weight gain.
Yeah,
Sunshine. That was but
I got a girl whose pussy is so good. You can throw it up in the
air
and turn into sunshine. That was shit.
Fred G. Sanford.
You throw it up in the air now, it's gonna be an insurance policy. God damn, boy, she big.
I told y'all, Nicole Murphy is the Grim Reaper.
Hey, but Eddie Murphy held that shit down. If you look up the picture of him, all his kids and all the women he had kids with, nigga. Eddie got that motherfucker picture, nigga. That nigga, I was like, yeah, that's how you do it. That's how you do it.
You gotta give some credit to Eddie. He looks fantastic, man.
He does. Yeah,
for his age, man.
Oh yeah, I found that. And then Eddie Murphy's son is marrying Martin Lawrence's daughter.
Yeah, but they talked about that shit for a couple of years. Him and Martin Lawrence was talking about that shit for a minute. So they got them together, actually. Them and
Can you imagine a roasting session on Thanksgiving Day with them niggas?
Oh man. I don't know. It's something going on with Martin. There's something going on with Martin. They just not saying it. They're not saying it. But that motherfucker Eddie's still funny as hell.
I heard the movie was good though.
Yeah, I heard it is too. They said 10 out of 10. I said, God damn. So I'm gonna go see it tomorrow.
Yeah, I think I might see it also.
Well, it's getting great reviews, man.
Man, Scorch Earth and Antoine is unloading the clip over here with these super chats, man.
You said who? Oh yeah,
Earth.
That's his first wife in the front.
Where's
the one in the front?
That's one front up with the
right.
That's his first wife. Yes.
Yep. That was in his trading places days.
He sure did trade places, didn't he?
Yeah, he upgraded. He went from her to Nicole. Not to look what we now, Snow Bunny.
Yeah, he went to one of the Spice Girls too, right?
Yeah, he hit one of the Spice Girls.
Yeah, he
got a baby one with Spice. Yeah.
Let's go to these super chats real quick. Who sent one? Okay, Antoine sent one. If I can see your cell phone, keys, and wallet, your pants are too damn tight. Take them fuckers off. You know what? I heard a preacher say that. The preacher was preaching hard. I damn near pissed on myself. He said, your boys walking around here in those tight pants, and if you fart, you gotta push it down your leg. Well, I was laughing my ass off.
The only thing I'm gonna say,
my ass off. Who's that? Hold on. My bad. Go ahead. Go support our brother Bolo TV. $2 super chat. Thank you, brother. After BMU, of course. All right, thank you for the $2 super chat. Let me see. Let me give him. I don't know what I'm.
They emptying the clip, ain't it? Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Those are the most recent ones. Make sure we don't leave nobody out, man.
Let me see. I guess I'll go to Detroit and give my boy some love.
Whatever you want, whatever you need, my heart belongs to you. Oh, whatever you need, then nothing I won't do. Whatever you want, my heart belongs to you. Whatever.
Damn, boy, if I could, that nigga. And
He's never been like a major. I guess he's never been like a major star or anything. I mean, it just makes you wonder. Like, you got some of these talented guys out there who can sing better than most of the guys who got the platinum albums and whatnot. I mean, this guy could be a star somewhere.
Mr. Bennett, you know,
believe it or not, guys.
Nah, actually, I don't tell. I'm just
because straight guys don't play ball. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Hey, but you know what though? He's singing gospel. Can you imagine J Moss singing "Take Them Panties Off and Let Me Get That Pussy"? Or them women will go crazy. Shit. If he leave the hem of the garment and go talk about some pussy, oh, it's over. You can cancel that. He had a number one R&B selling record in the country, but he want to stick with gospel. So you know. Shit.
There are a bunch of YouTubers that are rapping on there now. They're just started recovering. They get discovered or have their own signals on YouTube music.
I was saying, but even now, I mean, he can release his own. I'm just saying, but that guy, you know, he could sell out like major arenas or whatever. I mean, he's just a very talented guy. I mean, who wouldn't want to go see that guy perform?
Well, the music industry ain't about talent no more, Mr. Bennett. It's about what they can sell, brother.
That's right.
Trust me.
Yeah,
you don't get to that kind of money without, you know, making some compromises, so to speak.
Whoa, oh boy, ask Adele.
But that's what I was saying about. I was just thinking with the platforms now with YouTube, like I think Chance the Rapper, I think he kind of made his own, so to speak. So I'm just saying with the vehicles that are available now, you didn't necessarily have to be locked into a studio or get a recording contract or something like that.
You're right. Now you can. Yeah. Folks putting their own Spotify up, you know, Apple Music.
Yeah.
They're doing the doggone thing. So shout out to them, man.
There are a bunch of them on YouTube now that you can find them. And next thing you know, they're going to say after whatever song you listen online, go to my Spotify or YouTube Music or Apple Music here. You know, down my single, support me, yada. There are a lot of those guys out there. And you just have Drex, I think he started like that, I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
See, the trick is to go viral on TikTok. And then, you know, push them over to YouTube to get that check too. You know what I'm saying? And then push them on over to Apple Music and Spotify and other places like that.
But
it's a way you can build your audience, man.
Yeah, who else do y'all think underrated artist is right now that don't nobody pay attention to? The Hamiltons go harder than a bitch. Them boys can sing their ass off. They don't get no recognition.
None.
And I tell you right now, there's some women out here right now that get on stage with Beyonce, make a whole fucking party leave. Shit, Jasmine Sullivan, motherfucking Fantasia, goddamn, man, them girls are singing circles around Beyonce.
Hey, it's a Filipino chick that sang Through the Fire better than anybody I ever heard. That's a hard ass song to sing.
Yeah, Shaka's song?
Yeah, she sings Shaka
man.
Through the Fire, and the shit is incredible. And she's Filipino.
Yeah.
But you know what? Here's the thing, man. We only get the artists here in America. It's artists that's outside of America, like South Africa, you know what I'm saying? Places like that, France. They got talent. They just don't advertise over because these folks ain't making no money. That's why I tell people go.
Well, I always say it's
and show all these other people with different talent from other places. Yeah, man, it's music everywhere. We just only get the ones we see.
I was saying our pain and grooming. We had a show talking about James Bond. That Shirley Bassey. I think she's probably one of the best female vocalists I've ever heard in my life. She did like Diamonds Are Forever. Her voice is just
range. For her range,
the range is ridiculous, man. But again, I never heard her released over here or anything like that. But in Europe and whatnot, she's I guess she's fairly popular. But incredible vocals on that woman.
Paul, believe it or not, a lot of people in Europe, they love American music. And definitely a lot of rock and rap is blowing up over there now. And a lot of artists that we have never heard are getting like record deals and going platinum over there. I'm like, I'm hearing rappers, and I'm like, who the fuck is this? And I go to my friend, the other go, what, X and Y Z, whatever. Like, seriously? And I'm like, you hear a lot of good ones coming out of there, Europe now.
Absolutely.
Well, I know.
Okay, guys, I'm dipping out. Gotta be at work early tomorrow. So I'll see you guys later.
Make that coin, bro.
See what you do, because
Make
I
that
read a book
cornbread.
yesterday. Go in there, and you have to. I can't say it no other way. We in the barbershop. You gotta go eat some pussy before you go to sleep. And then when you get up in the morning, you will have the energy you need to move forward throughout your day.
See, here's the problem. I did it before the show. That's why I was late today.
Mr. Bennett almost ain't got to wear glasses no more.
At least, look
at Mr. Bennett. You don't see Mr. Bennett's face?
What the fuck was that?
Mr. Bennett, he ain't got to wear no glasses no more. He damn near cured.
It's written all over your face.
His glasses is dissolving. That's what.
Shit, Mr. Bennett says, the hell with these glasses, goddamn it. I've been cured. I'm trying to tell you. Look, shit, I tell you somebody else. Look. I tell you somebody else. You can look at people and tell if they eat a large amount of pussy. You can tell when somebody eat a large amount of pussy. Their beard get shiny. Look at them. Say, look right there.
The Lord let you know. Again, that's why He gave the best the goatees.
Exactly.
In it, you concentrate on the area. Beard niggas is sloppy with it. That's how it is.
That's that aerodynamic action. You know,
I got better beard than all you fuckers.
Goatee let you know who a pro, baby.
I'm gonna tell you another one. I'm gonna tell you nothing. They call it boy slip and slide on the outside right here.
Hey, look at him. What aerodynamic?
Yeah, I got silver, right? Yeah, the pro.
They did it by aerodynamic.
This nigga got the aerodynamics.
That's high silver, man. It's a pro, man. It's a retired silverback, man. What are you talking about?
Silverback.
Yes, sir.
Got them windshield wipers on the glasses. You know what I'm saying?
He got windshield wipers.
For that Rain-X.
You got that Rain-X on them motherfuckers. Fuck the windshield wipers.
JC, this boy right here can eat all the twigs from around the fire right here. This boy right here.
He eats everything. Dingleberries is all. He leaving a damn crumb.
You gotta give him credit. The bill is coming out nice. You can't give him.
It did. Hey, for real. Look, Payne, you done did the damn thing with it, man. You can't get rid of it now. That's it.
Without the beard, you look like an old Indian man that lost his color.
Uncircumcised penis. That's what. Hey, I gotta say this. That other night, Mr. Payne, you was fucking.
Hey, Trey ain't got
you was in
demo.
rare form. You cussed everybody out. You cussed Angry Man out. Black BMU, you cussed him out. You cussed Lisa out. You cussed.
All right, I am actually out. But really, guys, have a good night.
All
And
right,
I'll see you guys in the next one.
All right, man.
Everyone said, "Hey, you motherfuckers, hold on a fucking minute. You don't go on the fucking big screen. Don't put you on the fucking big screen talking that bullshit."
You didn't cut it out yet, black man. You didn't cut that shit out yet.
Not yet. I got you.
You gotta cut it. You gotta cut that. That shit was the funniest shit ever.
Yeah,
he cut every. He say, "Fuck all you motherfuckers."
All you motherfuckers.
Talking about the boomers like that. But God damn it, I'm standing up tonight. You motherfuckers. I done took enough of this shit. I can't take it no more.
He said, hey, black man, take me off the fucking
Take me off the fucking big screen. Now, hey, you know when shit gets serious when somebody ended with now. Now.
Get him, bro. Get him.
I bet you, boy, I bet around the house you be giving your family hell, boy. Nobody wants these fucking macaroni. What this shit? Nobody this shit.
Wait a minute. Let me say something.
What's a fucking pork chop?
It's some fucking bullshit. It's bullshit. Now I've been patient with you motherfuckers.
Fucking mind?
Are you out of your fucking mind? That New York shit ain't no joke, man. You muted, Pain. You muted.
Now,
hey, no New York motherfuckers though. There is nothing to fuck with. I ain't gonna even lie. New York, New Jersey, it's something different about y'all, boy.
I do, but I don't smoke weed, right? Half you niggas do. I'm gonna say it again. But the Hamiltones came out with Somebody Roll the Weed. Have y'all heard it?
Mm-mm.
And that shit sounds so good. The organ and the keyboard in the background, that shit sounds wonderful. I'm gonna play it. Here we go.
Yeah. Yes, sir. I wanna get higher than the somebody roll the weed. It's not so. I wanna get higher than the somebody roll the weed.
What's old is new. What's old is new. That could have came out. What was that song, JT, back in the day? Do it till you satisfied, whatever it is.
Yeah, do it till you satisfied.
They could have rolled that out back then. So it's like that retro sound, man. Philly sound, Philly soul, whatever. It's
hey,
crazy.
shout out to whoever it was who produced that back, because I did see it, Black Man. All that shit was acapella, right?
Yeah.
So whoever got a hold of that motherfucking video, man.
Whoever was on that fucking organ.
Yeah, they sat back and put that to it. And it was like, God damn.
But y'all see the greatness in us, though? Y'all see the greatness in Black Man? They took a song based off something that we do in the neighborhood, chilling out, and realized they made a damn song, and y'all were talking about how good that shit sounds.
Somebody roll the weed.
Not only that, they not even serious.
Right.
They playing around. You know what I mean?
Right.
That's what we do.
Yeah, man. I wanna get high than a motherfucker.
No, my voice don't go down. I crack my voice.
New version of the Mary Jane song.
I'll drop the bass on it, but
Oh yeah. There you go, Mr. Bennett.
I got you. Somebody roll the weed.
how long would
I want to get high in the mother.
Hey, going to church, they say, "Hey, can you sing a song?" Black Men Fit the Network, the men barbershop is going to sing a song tonight, and I went up to the mic and said, "Somebody roll the weed." How long would you get high in the mother? I want to get high in the
Motherfuckers start going 10 on their ass, boy. David Ruffin on their ass. Oh, somebody roll the weed.
Eddie Griffin on their ass. Man, that shit would be fun. They'll cut that mic quick, boy.
Right.
Yeah.
But man,
I'm still to this day though. I'm still just in awe of. We talk a lot. There's a lot of problems that we have, but just the talent, just the artistry of Black people. I mean, that's just something that I've never just taken that for granted. Especially just given where we came from, and we've still been able to take him. And think of all the art forms that have been created, from blues, from the fields. We took the Negro spiritual. We took the chants, the slave song, all that. And we just made everything just pop from us, man. It's just incredible how, despite everything that we've gone through, we've been able to be major contributors. All these there'd be no rock music, there'd be no rap, nothing. If it wasn't for for Black people. It's
basketball, football. Everything that when Black men, I'm not talking about the niggas in the hood. I'm talking about Black men. They touch it, it turns to gold. When we put our touch on things, it gets better. It doesn't get worse.
Yeah.
And the society likes to look at the small group of Black men that don't represent the majority of us. That's not what that's about. Most of the time, when we get good Black men out here that are doing what they're supposed to be doing, when they touch things, it turns into gold.
Yeah.
So do you believe what Ocho Cinco said then? He said that he said at the YMCA and dudes that went to school in Miami and in Florida that went to did swimming for the school or whatever on the swim teams and shit. He said there's Black dudes in the neighborhood who was on those swim teams that didn't get opportunities to go to college or to show their gifts or their talents. He said he know a couple of guys that can get in there with what's your boy name?
Phelps.
Yeah, he said get in there with Phelps and give him a run for his fucking money.
There wouldn't be no Michael Phelps, man. You
play the roll the weed song again, because he definitely high. Snort the fentanyl. Play that.
They're getting high in the mountain.
He said, yeah, that's what he said, fantastic. He said he know a couple of niggas that can outsmell Phelps,
nigga. Michael Phelps got fucking fish DNA, man. Get the fuck out of here, bro.
He's amphibian.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, he said
his body's weird. They did like an anatomy of him and whatnot. Like his legs, like he's like 6'5", but his legs, he got the legs like a guy who's like 5'9" or something like that.
He got webbed toes.
Yeah, like fast twitch muscles, all that shit. Like I remember they told me who was doing training. He literally had to eat like 10 pizzas like in a day just to make.
Yeah, like 10,000. Yeah, it's like 10,000 calories a day was his.
Yeah, bro. That dude is like you say, man. If they clone that motherfucker, bro, or they ever get his DNA, like, hey, man, motherfucking super soldier serum type shit.
Look at me.
Now, swimming is something different, man, because when you run, you can get that shit together. You know what I'm saying? It takes a minute for you to get it together. But when you start swimming, that's a whole different animal, dog. They ain't lying about that. That's man. I used to sit back and be like, all right, I used to have where, you do laps, and we talking about in a pool that's Olympic size pool, right? Mm-hmm. And you out here seeing motherfuckers doing laps, man, like 15, 16, 30 laps. That shit, the average motherfucker can't do 2.5.
We ain't talking about the average. We talking about the exceptional. Let me tell you something, man. Before Tiger Woods got there, who else was it, man? Think about it.
Calvin Pete,
exactly,
but not nearly at that level.
That level. Yeah. But it's just like I said, it's a matter of time. Think about it. Baseball, just a matter of time. You know what I mean? So my
exceptional
thing is
people.
Yeah. Think about it, man. The Jamaican bobsled team. Did we forget about them? It's just a matter of time, man.
A lot of stuff is exposure.
Say, ain't no motherfucking snow nowhere.
Ain't no snow in Jamaica, brother. You know what I'm saying? Think about
I mean, even like hockey. I mean, I think if they were serious about really trying to get some black people into hockey, not just they get like a body here or there, or whatever. But I mean, if you can get some brothers
That ain't
who's
gonna work,
really
ain't gonna work, Mr. Bennett.
Niggas don't like cold. They don't like the cold.
Go on up fucking
if you can have the Jamaican bobsled team, you can get some brothers on a hockey rink, man.
That's not what I'm saying, Mr. Bennett. I'm saying you telling black men, hey, y'all, 10 of y'all want to play hockey? You can skate, get a stick, hit a puck, and beat the shit out of somebody and not go to jail? What? Nigga, the games would never be over. You could go just steal on a white dude and get away with it? Oh, shit.
You would have Michael Jordan artistry on that ice, man.
They'd be slipping and sliding, skating backwards on your ass. You know what I'm saying?
Why does that team come up to be so?
Actually, that sounds like a plot to a really good movie.
Lost in translation.
Damn, y'all
yeah, why not?
Some shit. Hold on, y'all did come up with some shit because hockey ain't never had some style with it.
In Detroit, look, JT, you're in Detroit. That's what I'm saying. So you got some brothers from Detroit, and you fielding an all-black hockey team. Y'all went up in man, yeah, that's a movie right there. I paid to see that.
But
that's a.
Yeah, because you're right. They ain't never
Chicago, Detroit, all them northern hockey teams.
Anytime you see niggas in Detroit going to a hockey game, is because the tickets was free.
Listen,
they got it from their job or some shit like that.
JT, that's how I went to my first.
They'll call this movie Black Ice. You know what I'm saying?
Black Ice, yeah, exactly.
Black Ice. That's right.
Absolutely.
That was my first Cavs game, JT. Veterans Appreciation Night.
Yeah.
They gave you free tickets. And it was so fucking cold in there. I was like, hell no. Nah,
that's why we ain't fucking around with it. It's that cold.
Our jerseys have fur coats around the collar. You know what I'm saying? We be flashing with that thing. You know what I'm saying?
I'm just saying, give it time. I mean, black people basically dominated like the ladies' gymnastics. I mean, back in the day, you had one or two girls on the team or whatever. Now the best gymnasts in the world are black. They used to be the Chinese and all that, and now it's all black women.
But can you imagine, Mr. Bennett?
She just won. Yeah, she just won
again. But can you imagine, Mr. Bennett? I ain't gonna even lie. If we actually start taking over the game, you have motherfuckers with triple fat goose. Niggas they won't be wearing no motherfucking jerseys. They be wearing shit that you wear in New York and Detroit, cold places and shit. Triple fat goose, motherfucking trench coats and shit. Niggas be having all kind of. It'll be some stylish type of shit that they wear. If you ever looked at the like what they wear, you know the shit. I don't know. It's funny. I've looked at because I had a cousin that played hockey. And I looked at what they were wearing, the skates and shit like that. So if they ice skates look like the roller skates, I don't know if you guys is big on roller skating, but in roller skate, man, it's style to it. So if black folks actually took a hold to that shit as a whole, man, hockey wouldn't even look the way that it look right now, man. Especially once we started knowing the sport of it, you know, like the shots and shit like that, how to take these motherfucking shots. Motherfuckers be doing some. They be doing some incredible shit. Like you see some shit now. If you watch hockey, you'll see motherfuckers be doing some incredible shit.
Yeah, you be seeing that All-Star game and they be doing them drills and competitions and stuff, them accuracy drills.
Yeah. It'd be, but if we actually had got a hold of that, some shit like that, man, it'd have been something totally different.
But wasn't the original, I thought I saw a documentary one time, the original hockey players, they were black. They were black players.
Yeah.
The original ones.
You know what I'm saying?
So
it's a lot too. It's just like even when you talk about like soccer, right? When if we took a hold to it, and that's why I'll be like, damn, black.
No, black dudes, they have.
Well, they did. Well, look,
that's why I was about to say.
The Brazil team is like all black. The Brazil team, Pele, all those guys are all black players back then.
Yeah, so when you see it as like, because soccer is more of an international game, right? When you go to you think a football stadium is something. You think going out there and go to a motherfucking soccer stadium. That motherfucker is huge. And it's rowdy as fuck. Motherfuckers don't even be there for the fucking game. I used to live down the street from a soccer place. I was in Germany, Karlsruhe, Germany. And it used to be so fucking loud and I was probably about half a mile away from that spot. That shit seemed like it was right next door to me. and they used to tell people not to go. People be taking their children to those motherfucking games. Those games ain't like watching a football game or a basketball game where everybody is cordial. These motherfuckers be rowdy as shit. Motherfuckers die. Like it's all every time you see when they start talking about the, after the game or during the game and stuff like that, how many injuries that was in those games, it's like a normal thing when they talk about that. You go to Mexico, it's the same fucking thing. Go to Brazil, it's the same fucking thing. If you go to a soccer game, that shit is crazy, man. A lot of people don't go. It's like it's already filled. You talk about 70,000. 80,000 people that's in those. A lot of those doggone, depending on what country you in, but it's an international thing. And that motherfucker shit, they take that shit just as serious as we take football. Yeah. I think even more serious than we take football.
You know what?
Ain't never been nobody been killed in the stadium. Goddamn, they and the referees, they had a big story. I think it was in Brazil or something. I don't know where it was. Yeah, they got the damn referee for making a call, man. So
man. But the shit is crazy.
I don't know if it was Saddam Hussein or if it was the Iraq team, but when the team didn't win, he was murdering them.
It happened in the Mexico team also. I think they lost. I think they lost the U.S. in one of the qualifiers. And when they went home, a couple of at least one player was deleted.
Like taking them out.
They were taking the team. They were taking the team out. Like y'all was supposed to go do better than that.
Yeah, man.
Hey man, hey brothers, y'all, man, I greatly appreciate it. Chilling with you brothers having a convo, man.
Likewise.
Y'all like an hour behind me or wherever the hell y'all at, but I gotta
appreciate you, man.
What's up, bro? Always.
All right, now, bro.
You have a great one.
Most definitely, man.
Let me go ahead and get some super chats out the way, man. Antoine sent us a super chat. He says, "Don't forget our pain is from New York. He's the cue. Respect the old man." You know what I'm saying? Hold on a second. What else we got? Scorch Earth sends us another one. We said rules will change if ninjas play hockey. Bet on it. You got doggone right. Mm-hmm. Next one, Antoine. Tennessee State University will be the first HBCU to have a varsity ice hockey team.
Hey, Antoine, check this out. My oldest daughter, she graduated from Tennessee State, so I'm starting to see, the things that actually came, because I did not want her to go to Tennessee State, bro. I didn't want to go to. I didn't want my daughter to go to a HBCU, but I'm seeing that it's paying out for her. It's paying off for her right now. So it's one of those things where I was just like, God damn. I swear to God, I didn't. I did not.
Go back and go take a look on the rules change. Go back and go take a look when Tiger Woods first came on in '96.
Oh yeah, they called it Tiger Proof. They had to Tiger Proof it.
Tiger proofing the courses. They thought that making the courses longer would hinder him, and it actually worked out to his benefit because he was in the ball so much further than everybody else. Then they made changes to the ball and the equipment, thinking it only helped Tiger. So I absolutely, I don't know who wrote that about the changing the rules. I absolutely agree. They do that a lot, but the only problem is that they forget how adaptable we are and that we come from a people that
Lou Alcindor.
Even basketball, they banned the dunk for like 10 years, right?
Yeah, for Lou, my man. A lot of people know him for Abdul-Jabbar, but that's what the sky hook came. He gave birth to the sky hook because they sit back because they seen that these guys, it wasn't just him. They was pissed off already when Wilt Chamberlain was out there scoring 100 points on motherfuckers and shit, and they couldn't do nothing about it. And then when Lou came in there, it was something totally different. It was like, no, we can change this shit now.
But it goes to show, I'm listening to y'all. I don't think any of y'all have ever coached sports, because if you pay attention to sports today from 25 years ago, the participation level in young boys is down. They don't even really have city teams no more. It's all a travel team. You got to put your kid in a little half-ass travel team for $3,000.
That's because we don't have the kids in the same areas no more to sustain those schools.
I mean,
I've noticed that in our neighborhoods. We got less schools now. When those schools were more densely populated, people decide they want to move out and go to other places instead of having their kids in their own neighborhood. So that's the reason why they have these travel teams. They have to scrap up people to go and play,
But the numbers are there as far as the eligible participants. It's just that they're not guided towards those type of events. I'm trying to tell you. The numbers are there. It's just that now young boys are not put in those positions to be around younger other boys. I'm telling you, I'll be out here, I'll be talking to go to different communities, and the numbers are there. I just met a kid. This kid is 14 years old. He's 6'5.5". He weighs about 240 pounds. He wears a size 14 shoe. This kid is solid as a rock. And I told him I was going to start working with him, just trying to get him, and he lives with a mother. I think he has 3 sisters. She's a single mama. She's probably barely 40. But this kid, he told me, he said, man, I want to play sports. I want to do something. So, and this just happened last week. So tomorrow we're going to get together and I'm going to show him some little football techniques, but just try to start giving him that little motivation, because the kid is smart. He just doesn't have that push. And I'm telling you, even in the smaller age groups, it's thousands of young boys that need that structure during the summer, doing those school events. It's not like when we were in junior achievement and all these summer programs, they're not there. And the participation, the kids don't have anything to do, nothing. So I think if we can find a way to get those numbers back into, whether like you're playing, we took over soccer, basketball, football, baseball, fucking double dutching. They ain't even double dutching no more. You know, all that good stuff that people used to do just being young, it's nowhere out there in these parks.
A lot of that comes, this is the thing, a lot of that comes from the pressures of the world, right? So when we were
pressures, man, listen.
No, let me, can I say
it come from women who have kids who don't have money to put these kids in these programs.
So let me finish what I'm saying. The pressures of the world, that's what I'm saying. We were forced to be around each other. There were pressures that got us to the point where we had to be around each other because we had to be able to have unity with each other. Right now, the unity is not there with us. So what you was just saying, Ferg, there were a lot of more fathers that were involved in their sons playing sports back then. That was where the motivation actually came from, especially if that father played sports also. A lot of times it came from the father. What he was seeing was that his son has potential and his son can be better than him. He could be better than him. But that came from pressure. That came from him being able, when we talk about these things, listen what I'm saying, y'all. When we're talking about these things, think about this, Arpain. Think about this, Mr. Bennett and Trey Ferg and Loss. Most of the things that we had to do was what? We had to fight against adversity. The reason why we did a lot of things was in spite of someone saying that we wouldn't be great in it. We wanted these things to happen. We wanted equality. We wanted all these different things to happen. The children right now, they don't see any of that right now. They're comfortable. They're comfortable being complacent. We still had people in our life that was telling us that being complacent will actually be detrimental to your future and your present. We don't have that no more. This is the reason why. We was just talking about what the problem is. Sports. There's not a lot of people that are exceeding in sports compared to what we had back then. Why? Because the world is not the same way. Pressure is done a different way now. But it used to be pressure into our communities, man. Look at all those basketball players that ended up being and going to college and then going to the NBA. Look at how that got destroyed. It's not like that anymore. Why? Because the pressure is a different type of pressure. That's it.
You was gonna say something.
Yeah, man. It costs money to go to these things, man. I'm just gonna be honest. The average woman don't have the money to pay for cleats and jerseys and spirit packs and stuff like that, man. Because they got a roof over there. They got to keep a roof over their kids' heads. You know what you were speaking about guys, doing better than the old man. That was when the old man was in the house making money. You know what I'm saying? I remember when we used to have to raise money to buy our own damn uniforms. That stuff costs money. And what I was telling them is that people ain't having kids like that no more, especially not being married. This is a totally economic thing. You see what I'm saying? It's one thing to point to somebody and say, hey, they went to the NBA. But I assure you, somebody in that family probably bought that young man some shoes, some cleats, you know, a uniform or two or something like that. But to sustain that over a period of time, it's crazy expensive, man. And especially with inflation now, stuff is expensive. And I was telling the guys the other day, man, the reason why we don't have that many kids in sports is because the schools are downsizing, because people are not having as many kids as they used to. You know, think about it. When my dad had us, it was just 3 of us. When my mom, my grandmama had it was 12 of them. You see what I'm saying? So the numbers get smaller and smaller and smaller. So what's going to happen is you're going to have these schools consolidate. Here in Birmingham, we've had 3 and 4 and 5 huge major high schools who were big when I was coming up shrink down and combine because they don't have enough students to put in the old building. So they shut them down and turn them to resource centers. So my thing is, it's the thing. It's cool to go out and take that one child and teach them how to do football and basketball or whatever. But if you ain't got a 11 or another 21 other kids to field the team, what good is that? That's the reason why they have these travel teams. So the people who can afford it can field a team together and go play. That's why you got places like IMG Academy and places like that. Folks who can afford to go to places like that. It ain't got nothing to do with forces.
The pressure.
Listen, it ain't got nothing to do with pressure. It's all about money, man.
No, listen, but money. When you have a lack of money, that means that's pressure. That's my whole point. That's the whole point. When you had where I'm from, we had 22 high schools.
You know how
right?
I know? Listen, JT. You know how I know it's not pressure because the kids are still playing outside, unorganized.
What I'm saying is,
organized, it costs money to buy equipment, man.
No, that's what I'm saying though. I agree with what you're saying. What I'm saying is that it used to be a point where someone was trying to be an NBA star, right? And they were in junior high school. Once they got to high school, that's when they try to show their ass, right? And the reason being is because they had a lot of people supporting them then. Why? Because how close-knit that the community was versus what it is now. You guys just said it. That we got less schools, we got less people participating in public schools and things like that. It's because they don't have the pressure the expense now. It used to, man, listen, I used to be on the track team and I was in band. And one of the things that we had a problem with was uniforms. And they were already doing this whole thing about selling cookies and shit, trying to do with the goddamn Girl Scout. When we got together in my band, we said that's not going to happen no more. We don't want that type of shit. And we went to the school and told them, listen, how about we have a dance? How about we do something? Because they were listening to us at that time. Because what they were trying to do was not working for us. Selling them goddamn cookies. Wasn't nobody buying them goddamn cookies. We sat back, and it was so many people that was in debt because of that dumbass shit that they was doing. We started depending on each other. We was like, let's do it. We did something. We said something simple. Let's have a dance. And with the dance, we can have those dance. We ended up getting not only uniforms, but we ended up getting new instruments. And then it started going with the basketball team. They started doing things outside of that dumbass shit with them goddamn cookies. Them cookies was what fucked us up. What I'm saying is that the pressure is what gets us. Fuck them cookies. What I'm saying is that pressure, man, it actually refines us as a community. Now, I would agree with a lot of times with what you was just saying. We don't have the participation anymore. So the pressure is starting to put pressure, and motherfuckers are dying in 2 feet of water now, man. Motherfuckers is giving up in 2 feet of fucking water. Back then, motherfuckers was still fighting. And the ones that didn't fight, they ended up falling to the wayside. Everybody's falling to the wayside now.
So, JT, listen, I think we get caught up in this right or wrong. I mean, what you're talking about is the way you view the world from back then. We had certain cultural and society mores that guided the way we operated, even in the Black community. There were certain expectations of all of us. When we were kids, you went to grammar school, you went to high school, and if you had somebody, you went to college. And we used to have gym classes as a regular curriculum, and people would separate themselves to athletic and some not. You have vocational classes. All that shit started to disappear. But that took years. So there was an expectation on kids. You had parents, because we had more married couples. So the kids were just expected to go to school, right?
Yeah.
And whether the Gen Xers became latchkey kids or not, they still had expectations, even though they complained and whined about it. Matter of fact, they grew up faster than a lot of people because both their parents had to start to work and be out of the house. And so they had a little bit more discipline, even though they didn't want to say it, because all the latchkey kids weren't lost. Some of them were really disciplined kids that do it early.
I'm a latchkey kid.
The folks who had academic, not academic, but what you call it, a sports aptitude. And you see that there was some kind of future playing high school sports or college sports. Then the parents say, with a little bit of money, I could pour that shit into that kid. Right? And they found a way to send some of those kids, but they didn't play hockey because that costs more than playing basketball.
Hell yeah. It was expensive.
Some of them played baseball because we still had a few fields and stuff. And there were no AAU. You weren't traveling. So I'm just saying the way the generation started to lose all of that was consolidation, like Litz said, right? Because we weren't having as many babies. We weren't having as many marriages. And we weren't having many people overseeing what was going on. It was less and less, and then all the rest of the societal shit came in there. The 60s, the 70s, the assassination of big political leaders, drugs, the pill, feminism.
Pressure. That was what I was saying about pressure, though, RP.
The reason, what I'm saying is when we talk, there's so many layers to why we are where we are today. And a lot of those things had a part to play in it. Some bigger, some other, right? But now when we start looking at millennials and Gen Zs, the infrastructure that drove us as baby boomers and Gen Xers, that's just almost all gone.
Yes.
It's almost all gone. And the way the kids think now, I mean, they're going to school, but high schools are not the way they used to be. Some people, colleges certainly aren't. They're think tanks for liberals to tell kids all kinds of dumb shit, right? And then, we know that half the shit you go to school for, you can't get a job on now. And so even college is starting to become an economic bust. And the only reason why we got to keep talking about it is because nobody wants to be the person responsible to say, well, college ain't worth it no more. Because for some people it is. But for most people, they're just wasting money. So I'm just saying, so you're right, and it's not a right or wrong answer. It's just how do we put the daisy chain together to say, here's where we were 50 years ago, and here where we are now. And when we go down that timeline, we're going to have so many different conversations. And depending on the people you talk to, where people say, listen, I have to be right. So what you're saying is wrong. And that's not the kind of conversation we have to have.
Absolutely. You're right.
Right.
Absolutely.
And, a lot of these things, like Ferg will say, shit, man, in the 80s and 90s, it was crack. It was crack. You know what I'm saying? So all of these things had a part to play from where we were to where we are. And all that kind of stuff. And it's just hard to articulate it in a panel discussion like this, in a sound bite, when you got to give other people chances to talk. Right. And sometimes if we even get a thread that we could pull, we'll lose it before the end of the goddamn
You're right about that.
Thank you, RP.
So
I appreciate that, man. Most definitely. Absolutely. It's not a right or wrong or anything like that. It's just a perspective.
Well, it's also many perspectives too. I mean,
yes.
You're talking about death by 1,000 cuts. I mean, certainly I think the community factor, the lack of children's a factor, but the whole thing with the AAU and travel team, that was an intentional pro-profit move. I mean, our pain, we in the Northeast, you familiar with Jersey. When you started having high schools like St. Anthony's, and it looks like the coach of the one of the Hurleys, that he might become the next coach of the Lakers. At least he's in the front running for forward. But they milked local schools. They milked Newark and all these schools, the best talent that was in those communities. How was it you getting full scholarship to go to Catholic schools that had a special status? Mostly they're basically those parochial schools that treat as private schools. No black kids even go to those schools.
Right.
But you get to go here and you get all this stuff and you got all these boosters and all these people paying you money. So you had that first, and then you started getting these travel teams started going. So basically, the high school that used to be the hub for talent. I used to watch McDonald's All-American game. It was like, well, what high school the guy goes to?
Yeah.
And now it doesn't even matter anymore.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So I think there was definitely a move to privatize it, and everybody up the food chain got something for it.
Yeah.
So you want to talk about the recruiters, you want to talk about the guys for prospects for colleges, everybody got a piece of that. Yeah. So they said bump the system. So as much as the internal issues in our communities affected sports, local sports in those communities, I think there was very much an intentional for-profit motive by private individuals to take these kids out of those communities and have them play on these travel teams or whatnot and sell them that dream. Yeah, you get to play with the best players in the Northeast or the country, whatever. You travel all over the country and whatnot. So I think all that was intentional. So I think everything is sort of on the table, but listen, not everything is just one answer.
Right. Absolutely. No doubt about that, man. What's going on, T. Regals?
Welcome, sir.
Hey.
What's happening, man? Welcome to the show, brother.
Hey, I love y'all, brothers. You know what I mean? I'll be in the chat.
Appreciate you too.
Fool, you know what I'm
Yes,
saying?
sir.
And much love to all of you. You guys are doing tremendous. I'm going to say this, divine work here.
Appreciate you.
With all the topics that you guys cover. You know what I mean? And it's shouts out to all of you. Especially when we speak about this topic, sports, it saved me. Football was, in essence, I'm in California, LA. So football, that was my gang, in essence. You feel me? And when we speak about what the benefits are and what they've done also, I would say this, gentlemen, that any team sport or team anything that we can get the youth in, it relays over into life. Like I have a theory or a philosophy. I say, especially when we speak about the relationships between men and women, like if a person hasn't played a team sport in a relationship, you don't get it. Like this is the benefits of team sports here. You know what I mean? And so if as much as we can keep that going, any team sport, anything, it can be robotics, it could be the debate team, it can be the poets, it could be anything. As long as we keep that going, man, the youth is going to thrive. And brothers, we were just talking about this yesterday. And saying how we going to fix this thing here, and how we going to fix this thing here. Children don't go by what we say. Children actually go by what we do. And so once we can be their template, and once we get right, I can guarantee you the youth is going to follow, because we are the Gen Xers. We are the leaders of the new school. And our land right here. I just want to know, when did Mr. Bennett become a Boston Celtics fan? Did you just now get into it?
1981, sir. I've been a Larry Bird fan
okay.
all my life, man. So I've been the unicorn.
He thought he was going to get away with that all night. Nobody said that, but finally somebody had to say
Wait a minute. We have been enemies for a very long time, Mr. Bennett. You do
that
you guys.
Now we good. We good. When Robert Parrish did that kung fu chop on Bill Lane beer, we even. We all good, man. We good.
But I tell you, and people they don't understand this. The bad boys were actually refined because of the way that we had to play the Celtics. Everybody else complained about the Celtics, and we said, fuck that. We gonna go out there and give the Celtics a little dose of their own medicine. But we never stopped after that. New York, the New York Knicks, they didn't like us. Chicago,
y'all abused my that.
Listen,
some of y'all should have been arrested.
To this day, Jordan still can't stand us.
Isaiah, and especially Isaiah, he's
Really
not
don't
on the
like
dream team. It's a
He
travesty that Isaiah Thomas was not on the dream team. That's a travesty. But
and they talked about it. And Magic Johnson actually admitted to it, and he apologized on national TV to Isaiah for not being that guy for him.
That's right.
Not standing up for him. So yes, that's how it was. Jordan couldn't stand him. Jordan did not like Isaiah, and a lot of people didn't understand. Isaiah smiled a lot, but he was just as bad as Jordan was when it came down to being on that court.
Oh no!
Oh yeah. Well, he was just as hood as anybody. I mean, he grew up with Chicago. I mean,
he was from Chicago. That's why
South Side. I mean, yeah, he's hardcore. He's not. Don't let the smile fool you, for sure.
Yeah, man.
He was as tough as anybody.
Absolutely. And you had Dumars. Dumars was a big guy, but he was in a short frame. But that man was 200 and some damn pounds. A lot of people didn't know that about Dumars. He was a fairly, that's a big dude to be, at the size that he was when it comes down to height. So yeah, man.
He would have thrived in today's game too. But I do want to ask my man Tree Riggles a question when he spoke about sports. Do you think that same concept could apply to a lot of young girls just participating in the cheerleading and the dance and the choreography sport, the things that girls do, even soccer, basketball? You think that applies to them too, to give them that ability to sort of understand teamwork and working with each other and knowing that you ain't gonna always be the captain,
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely, Trey. I mean, there's so many women that I've spoke to that have never been part of anything.
Yeah.
They've gone through life in school and, and that's cool and everything, and then, maybe in these relationships they're having, the ones that haven't participated in this, it's like turmoil in a way, because, when you say teamwork, it is about you, but it ain't about you.
Right.
Do you know what I'm saying? It's that, that give and take type of thing, you know what I mean? But I'm really optimistic.
Yeah, it is about what you could contribute. That's what the teamwork.
Yeah, exactly.
But T, let me ask you something. Since you said you're Gen X like us, so and I agree with you overall on sports. My only, especially today, the way things are done, a couple things. One, I don't know if we're giving the kids this well-rounded experience because they're isolating kids to one sport. In our day, you would be 3-letter, 4-letter athletes. Now it's like they want you earlier and earlier to just dedicate. So you only play football or you only play baseball. And again, you're on the travel teams and whatnot all year. The second thing is, again, you had a break. I mean, it's almost like sports is 365. When we were in school, you had a job over the summer. Or you had just different responsibilities. Like a lot of guys who've been in sports like their whole lives through high school, never had a job, never had it. So I understand generally your point. I agree with as far as if sports can prepare you for life, but you still have to learn how to live life. And I'm seeing a lot of these kids coming out and they've never had any responsibility. Family, you traveling all the track meets all over the country. Your weekends are basically traveling with your kids and sit in the stands. And your kid only runs a couple races, but you got to be there the whole weekend because you're part of the team. And so I think, has it gone a little bit too far with the year-long participation, not getting those other life skills because everything is about the sports? And secondly, are we creating better athletes because, again, you're not in that 4-year track. You're in track, football, basketball, baseball. You don't have those multi-letter athletes anymore. And do you think are we turning out worse athletes as a result of that? Just like your opinion on that.
Well, I tell you like this, Mr. Bennett, that I don't like the year round. Yeah, you're producing better athletes. They're honing their skills more, but there's nothing like taking that break, like you said, like summer times. Yeah, there has to be something else that you do, and it also teaches the children. Like, let's keep it real here. I mean, you're on the traveling team or whatever. Let's keep it real. You might not make it.
Yeah.
There's a really good high chance of you not going pro. And everyone knows this. The stats are staggering.
Exactly.
That how many athletes play. Like in football, it's like out here in California, they say there's 6 million high school students playing football. And out the 6 million, only like 6,000 make it to like college with a scholarship. Like, so let's keep it real here. It's fun. You know, you're going to learn the skills, but hey, you got to find another love. And I like telling kids to take a break anyway, because you're going to have these growing pains. Your body's still growing. You need time to rest and develop. If you're going to play another sport, now you can develop different twitch muscles. You know what I'm saying? The switches, the same muscles you're using in football, you're not going to use the same muscles in basketball. You know what I mean?
Right.
So I advocate, hey, rest up, take trips, you know, family trips for sure. And then you just grow. And like you just said, you're going to learn life. And life, Mr. Bennett and everyone, is the best teacher I know. You know what I'm saying? Now I'll fall back.
Mr. Bennett, let me ask you a question, sir.
Yeah.
When we see these guys who play multiple sports and multiple positions, I think most times that's out of necessity because they don't have enough kids to fill the team. You know, we had like Trey Diggs. He played for Alabama, started out as a wide receiver. And Nick Saban was like, no, I need you to be a cornerback. You know what I'm saying? You're a better cornerback, which turned out to be, he was a better cornerback. He had the most interceptions in a year one time. So I think that speaks to coaching itself. But I think when we're talking about high school kids and not having enough kids to fill the team, I can remember half of the football team was the basketball team, but it was mostly the wide receivers, you know what I'm saying? And maybe some of the linebackers would have, but you didn't have no linemen out there playing basketball. You know, it's specialized. But some of the linemen may have played baseball. You know, you probably lettered in multiple sports. But I think it was probably due out of necessity of having enough kids to fill the whole team. Now, also, we talked about how they come and they scoop up the most talented kids from local high schools and they send them to this one predominantly white high school. I know we got one in Hoover where these people, man, will go get your kids, put you and your family up in a apartment inside the city limits. So now you quote unquote live here. You know what I'm saying? And now your kid can go to a nice school and have a nice education. You understand what I'm saying? As long as you play a little ball.
Right.
But I also will say this too. Now, even though we have a lot of kids that are in high school that go to college, NIL deals have now changed the game. You're going to have guys who's going to make still life-changing money in college with NIL deals than the guys who may not even go to college. You see what I'm saying? And then after that, you may, if they don't even make the pros, then you still got the UFL, places like that, you know. So there's always going to be an outlet for those guys. It may not be to the highest level of the NFL, but I'm pretty sure if they have a desire, there's somewhere for them to be. But I think the initial issue is the beginning of having enough kids to field the team. You see what I'm saying?
My only thing on that, I agree with most of the other points. As far as that, because I know in New Jersey, and I don't know if it's case in Alabama, we had classes. Our opinion, you may notice, you had like level 1, 2, 3, and 4 schools, right? So the 4 schools like the biggest, like Newark, Jersey City. I mean, the high school's over 2,000 plus kids,
right?
You know, Division 1, like like my high school, I think we have less than 600 kids, students. So as far as the filling in those cases, I agree with you, but even the bigger schools, again, the athletes would play. Like you would run track to get in shape for the football season or the basketball season or whatever. They were treated as complementary to one another in terms of your preparation to be a better athlete overall. I'm saying now everything is so specialized that they only want you playing, maybe once you get 13, 14, forget any other interest. We want you in baseball all year. We want you in football all year. None of that 2 sports athlete type of stuff. But like I said, when we're in high school, like I said, to get multiple letters, that let you know that was the man. You went in high school, you wore your jacket, you had all that stuff on your lapel. You were the man or the woman, if you had those multi letters. But you don't see that push anymore. It's just stay in this, especially if you're on a travel program. But like I said, everything is incentivized now. So the travel team has an interest in you only playing that, because if you get an injury in that other sport, then you're not going to be of use to the travel team, which is a profit venture.
Right.
But again, it goes back to this. And this is where I think the family unit plays a very good dynamic in that, because when I was young and I played football, I just seemed to pick it up. And I didn't understand my father's story about sports until I got much later. And he was a lot better football player than me. And I was all state 2 years in a row in football, all district in basketball. And to the point is that you didn't have to just choose a sport so early. And I was able to spend my summers being a teenager. Football season come mid-July, I'm locked in on football.
Yep.
Football season over with, late October, November, whenever. Hey, I know just based off my athletic ability, I would have me a spot on the basketball team. And it wasn't a lot of football players, maybe 3 to 5. And in some states, they have based off your class, based off the amount of students. So class A, class, what is it? 4A, 3A, 2A.
Yeah, we had 6A is the top. Yeah.
So I think with those numbers, but the thing that's different today and where you see a decline in the traditional high school sports is that now you're looking to see a lot more, what are they called? These, these charter schools. So that takes away the numbers and it brings in more competition. But the downside of the charter schools is they're not really held to the same regulated standard as most traditional high schools. So you're seeing a decline in the learning process and listen, I think all young children should be in sports. I don't give a damn if they cry about it or not. Put your slow ass kids outside in the sun, let them run around. They'll figure it out. They'll get it together. And you might and they might even discover that they can overcome a whole lot just based off being in those positions. But our homes are not led by men who think like that. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly, Trey Ferg. Wow, greetings and salutations, brothers. How y'all doing?
What's happening? Welcome to the show, sir.
No, thanks.
Welcome to the show, sir.
Thanks, Lost in Translation. JT, it's great seeing you again. R-Pain, the old man, what's good? Mr. Bennett, Jersey, of course. Trey Ferg, what's good?
All day.
And Ripple, Rizzo, great meeting you as well. I wanted to piggyback on what both you said, Trey Ferg, and what Mr. Bennett was saying. How it works here in New Jersey with the charter schools, a lot of charter schools don't have sports programs. No. But the way it's set up here is if that student is living and or going to school in that particular district, they're allowed to compete at that public school. Like one particular basketball player, I remember she lived in Patterson. She went to a charter school, but was allowed to play for Eastside because she lived in that area of the city. And then she went on to go play college ball at Rutgers and so on and so forth. So usually it varies by state. The problem also is, and I think some things that people don't realize is you got this issue between the public schools and the private schools as well. The public schools are limited to the athletes they can get within either their township or within their region in the district if they live in an area where there's 2 or 3 towns working together to fill this one school. The private schools can get kids from wherever. And as long as they're paying the tuition or got scholarships in some way, shape, or form, they get those athletes as well. And that's always been a big issue. I know, like in New York City, the public schools and the private schools don't compete against each other. In Jersey, it varies because like wherever the enrollment is for certain private schools, sometimes if it's at least at 500 or more, they're going to get put in with a lot of the bigger public schools. And if some of the private schools are at 500 or below, they're put in with some of the smaller schools and everything else. So it's always going to vary. The other problem is, and just like what some of you guys were saying on the panel as well, too many of these kids are being specialized in one sport. There were times when kids were playing 2 or 3 sports. I remember watching a 30 for 30 on Randy Moss when he was going to school in West Virginia. He didn't just play football. He played basketball with Jason Williams. He ran track and field, and he played baseball as well. A lot of people forget, same thing. Bo Jackson, I watched on the 30-30 for him when he was growing up where he went in Alabama. He ran track, and I think he ran track, he played baseball, and I think he also played basketball too.
And played football too.
Yeah, and then after that, when he went to Auburn, he was able to play both football and baseball. And I think that's one of the problems is the fact that you do have some athletes that want to play more than one sport. Jameis Winston picked Florida State because he was allowed to play both football and baseball. Another athlete that did the same thing at Florida State, other than not named Deion Sanders, Jameis is Charlie Ward, because he played football, he played basketball, and he played baseball, and he was the student body president. One of the reasons why Russell Wilson left NC State is because not only he was playing football there, yes, that's right. He was drafted by the Texas Rangers and was playing baseball for them in the summer. The head coach at the time, Tom O'Brien, wanted him to focus only on football. He told him he didn't want to do that. After he finished up at NC State, he had an extra year eligibility, so he transferred to Wisconsin. Wisconsin said, sure, you can play baseball if you want as well, and that's what he did. The problem is that some of these coaches are too busy pigeonholing these kids, telling them you got to play just one sport all year round, and it doesn't always work. Perfect example of how an athlete in one particular sport was also talented or even better in another sport, and most people never knew that. The late Jim Brown and both Arpain, Mr. Bennett know what I'm talking about.
Yep, lacrosse.
He grew up on Long Island, played football. Yep. Exactly. Not only he was an All-American running back at Syracuse, he was also an All-American attackman on the lacrosse team. And rumor has it, he was a better lacrosse player than football player.
Right. Let me ask you a question while you're talking, though. Do you think the NILs and the fact that you could transfer schools now may start to change people who want to go to the school that's most favorable for them with the money, and if they want to play multiple sports? It'll be easier for them because they don't have those restrictions about sitting out a year and all that other horseshit, right?
Oh, it does. It's making it even more ridiculous because one of the biggest problems is a lot of these coaches and at these schools can't keep players for more than one. Are lucky enough if they would hold on to a player for more than 1 year. And I remember this one situation, and I remember Rick Pitino said this in an interview. He's now the coach at St. John's. He said the thing he doesn't like about the transfer portal is it makes it easier for the big name schools to fleece the smaller schools. And he said, and I remember him saying this because as soon as he left Iona to coach at St. John's, all the big name schools went to the MAC, the Metro Atlantic, and some of the best players that played at either Iona, at Siena, at Marist, at Niagara, all the big name schools were able to fleece those kids and bring them to their schools. And that's also the bigger problem. What I don't like about the transfer portal is it seems like the mid-majors, the St. Mary's, the Santa Claras, the Gonzagas, all these the St. Louis's, all these schools that don't play in the power conferences are ended up going to become feeder systems for the Kansases and the Kentuckys and the UCLAs.
Fair play, though, man. They've been screwing the kids for so long. Isn't it about fair play where the bills are being made? The kids transfer be deterministic on what they want to do as opposed to being just slaves to the coaches, right?
I think the problem, I think the other problem with some of these kids just transferring from one school to another, it's almost like they're mercenaries. It's like you bring them into one school, they do coaches, something there.
Right? Like coaches are mercenaries.
Yeah, and I think sometimes the problem. But the bigger problem also, Arpain, is you have some kids that transfer for valid reasons. Before, you heard about kids transferring closer to home because a relative was sick and they wanted to be nearby, or they felt homesick. Little things like that, and that was okay. Now you got some of these athletes transferring for the most asinine reasons, or not even given reasons, like they're not getting enough playing time, or I'm not making enough money in my NIL deal. I know I have a coworker of mine. I have someone that I used to work with. Her son played ball at Central Michigan. I'm not going to say the person's name. He played ball at Central Michigan, did well there and everything else, and then announced why he enjoyed his time at Central Michigan. He threw his name in the transfer portal. I'm like, kid, you just got there. Never gave a reason why. Didn't say anything. All I said, best of luck in your future endeavors. And sometimes you wonder why these kids are so quick to transfer after just arriving, especially a lot of these freshmen. Is it NIL money? Is it because they're not getting enough playing time? Is it because they feel like the coaches are being too hard on them? Sometimes I look at the transfer portal. The one good thing about the transfer portal is if a kid ends up in a situation where he or she messed up, maybe leaving that school and starting somewhere else is a good thing and might give them an opportunity to a fresh start. And that's totally understandable. But then you got some kids that are just quick to just transfer because of the fact, well, I'm not making X amount of money as I want to on my NIL deal. Or this coach ain't giving me enough playing time.
Can I throw this out while you're saying this? Listen, isn't that indicative of the generation that we're in? The way folks behave in general. Now, in terms of like this news, JT's thing, pressure. I mean, the kids are not wired the way they used to be. So amount of displeasure, they said, let me do something different right away. I mean, that could be a part of it as well. But we see that in almost every facet of life now with the younger millennials and definitely the Gen Zs. It's all about whatever quality of life they want. So I think now that they opened up the portal, you got the NILs, they're going to take full advantage of it. I think there'll be a point where it's going to streamline. But right now it's a free for all because everybody's trying to. I just think sometimes when you change shit from the slave way they used to do it till now, there's always going to be turbulence, and I think there's going to be a point where it'll start to smooth out when we have another equilibrium. I don't know where that is, but for right now, it's like what was good for the goose, now the gander is hungry.
Yeah, because remember what the biggest thing was that the kids didn't have any say so, right? No. They just had to acquiesce. If they made that choice to go to that college, that was where they was going to go. That's where that money was going to go to for their scholarship or whatever it is that they had going on. Now is at a point where you can transfer now, right? Now the thing is that you still have to have the grades to go from a smaller college to a bigger college also. So that also is still have to have some play to it too, because you had a lot of kids that went to college and they were doing bad academically. They were suffering, right? And now it's at a point where just because you can't just transfer from one college to another college when you look at it academically, right? Because some colleges they require more GPA, and some of them still they requires that you have to have some things that you probably didn't have at the other college in order for you to transfer. A lot of kids didn't even they were on probation playing these goddamn sports. Football team, basketball team. They wasn't really in college for both academic and for the scholarship whatever it was that they got it in. They got in the college and now they got to maintain it. And then at the same time, they wasn't getting paid, right? So they wasn't getting paid. The only thing they had to deal with was scholarship money, grant money, all these different things. And that still wasn't enough for a lot of these college students to be able to maintain. And then if they wasn't up to part academically, they're on probation, they can't move. So the thing is that in order for you to move, you still have to still qualify academically to even qualify for a lot of these colleges that want you, especially those big colleges, those Ivy League colleges and stuff like that. Michigan, University of Michigan is one of them. Central is another one. It's not an Ivy League college, but you can't just be in there with a 2.0. I think you can transfer.
Yeah, JT, I know what you're saying. I mean, Another school that's like that has very strong academic standards, and Mr. Bennett can verify, Rutgers. I mean, Rutgers has always had a very strong academic standard for a very long time. I mean, there are people that I've asked me, is that an Ivy League school? Because they've been around for so long.
Yeah.
I mean, you got a state, Michigan, Rutgers, Texas. A lot of these schools have very good academics, have very high and strong academic standards. And it's very much of a challenge for these kids to get in. And I remember back in the day, they used to have something called Prop 48, Proposition 42, and Proposition 48, where if you were an athlete, if you went to college, if you didn't meet the standards, you can still go to college, but you weren't allowed to compete. So you were forced to redshirt until you were able to meet the academic standards.
Yes.
And then once you met the academic standards, then you were allowed to compete on varsity status. The only thing is you didn't lose a year of eligibility in the process. So you were basically redshirted at that time. And I think that's one of the, and now I think because of that, and some schools have unfortunately abused that system when it came to Prop 42 and Prop 48. That's why they have the APR, and the APR has been like very stringent by the NCAA. And I remember looking at a list, and I think you can find this list on NCAA.com. And I remember seeing an article in USA Today. The sports that tend to have the best APR setup for a lot of these colleges and varsity programs, women's basketball. I think women's basketball is one. Swimming, diving, fencing, track and field. Hold on.
Band. It's also
bands. Those sports were the ones that tend to have the best. Sports that were above average were football, men's basketball, but the one sport that had the worst always, baseball, because they're always traveling, and people forget that in the beginning, people forget baseball is an all year round sport at the college level, not just the fall ball and the winter conditioning, but baseball would usually start up in the beginning of either like late January, early February, and people don't even realize that because a lot of these schools, especially schools in the Northeast and the parts of the Midwest and in the Northwest, they had to go down to Arizona or they had to go down to Florida or any areas in the South where it was still warm to get ready for the baseball season.
Right.
They're the ones that have the longest. People forget baseball is the one sport that has the longest regular season. Look at it now. It's the month of June.
That's okay because baseball is America's sport. And if you look at it's America's sport. Baseball is really, to us, football is king. To the rest of America, baseball is king. That's why baseball has no salary cap. They can make millions of dollars pitching every 3 or 4 days. But I'm gonna say something back to JT's point about, when you go to college. Listen, I went to college on a scholarship. Miraculously, you got to think about it. You're getting free tuition, free room and board, 3 meals a day. Back in the day in the 80s, and y'all saw it in the early 90s when Shaquille O'Neal made the movie Blue Chips. Guys was getting $200 or $300 a week. That wasn't enough for your ass. It was enough. It was enough. You had everything in school paid for. The rest was up to you to keep your grades up. So if you were smart, you can get you a $2,000 scholarship here, get all your financial aid, another $3,000 or $4,000. So you got every semester. If you were smart, you got $5,000 to $7,000 in your pocket. Then you was getting another $200 or $300 a week. I mean, you look at it today. What the hell do they need? I think it's just going to benefit. I think this is a great opportunity for young black men, regardless of where you go to the Power 5 or the Lower 5. Get your ass into school, be the best damn athlete you can. Get that little $300-$500. Stop buying the bullshit. Study, learn your skill craft. So whether or not you go to the NBA or overseas, there's great opportunities. My nephew been over there for 12 years. He's making damn near $170,000 a year, signing different contracts, playing basketball. You got to put yourself in those positions to get that opportunity. But if you don't, you can't be crying at 35 about the shit. World ain't shit.
You right.
You didn't take
That's
advantage
true.
of the opportunity. You have to do it while you're young, not while you fucking old and gray and bald like me. Get y'all young asses out there, get the fuck in shape, get the plan, stop worrying about the women, and go see the world of women. Then when you come back and you'll see a sister, she gonna have a fro like my lady here, and that's the one you're gonna be looking at the best. Not the
Alicia, what's going on, sweetie pie? What's going on with you? How are you?
I'm well, gentlemen. I'm well. How are you all doing?
Great.
Doing good, doing good.
Just listening to y'all. Interesting, very interesting.
What did you want to add to the conversation? What you've heard so far?
Well, I have a question.
Sure.
Earlier, I've been in and out of the live, but earlier I heard you all mentioning that there weren't many resources for our young brothers and sisters to get involved in activities like sports and things of that nature. Do you all have any recommendations, or other than like the girls and boys clubs? Not girls and boys clubs. What is it called? Big Brother, Big Sister, where gentlemen such as yourself, respectable gentlemen or ladies, could step in and help some of these kids? Do you have recommendations? Do you know of any organizations that does anything like that?
I used to do that when I was younger. Big brothers, big sisters. You know what I'm saying? But generally, they like to relegate that to younger adults, like in their 20s, something like that, closer to the age of the kids. But after a while, they want to give those guys an opportunity to speak to your kids. It's basically just giving them an outlet to have somebody to talk to where they really couldn't before.
And the thing is that a lot of these colleges have those, and it goes to, I was just telling somebody about this, stair stepping, right? Our impressions, it comes from not just generations, but it comes from who's, where they're at in their life, right? So college kids, I know when I was coming up that we had a lot of kids that was in Detroit. It was the U of D, it was Michigan State, University of Michigan, Central, and they used to come to our high schools. We had a lot more high schools than what we have right now. And that was that's what we had to deal with, because they were they were actually not just trying to get them into colleges, but they were mentoring them on basically where they want to go in life, right? The next step in life. That was one of the biggest things about us in high school, having career counselors, right? We used to have that was what our counselors were for. ASVAB tests, ACT, SAT, and everything else that they can connect us to. So when you're looking at these things, I don't know, and I'm gonna be 100% honest. I have no idea on how they connect to the children now, but I do know that when my kids were in high school, they had the colleges connecting to the high schools, right? They had, even with my both of my daughters, their mom, because she's real big on education and college and things like that. So what she used to do, and she's a social worker. So one of the things she used to do with them, and she still does it to this day, is to get them connected to whatever community that they're trying to get into. And what they do now is they're connecting. Because my oldest daughter, she's been out of college for 4 years. My youngest daughter just graduated from college, and they stay they stay connected to that community. Now the thing is this: once they start getting their careers on point, do they stay connected to that community? Right. This is the thing. Once they start getting older, once they start getting more involved into their what they're into, do they stay connected? And that's what the problem is right now. We have where the gap is so large, where it's like you got people telling young folks college is not all of that. They're not even pushing even when it comes down to military and things like that, what they're telling the young folks now is just get to the bag. And what does that look like? What does that mean? Right? They're not asking those questions. All they trying to do is get to the bag. So what are they doing now? A bunch of stuff where what we used to call right, and we used to call get rich quick schemes. This is what they're doing now. A lot of them are doing now is get rich quick schemes. Now that we have everybody on YouTube right now is a guru into making money quick. Within 6 months, you can be a rich person and all these different things. So that's it kind of took a spot where it's like, no, this is how you do it organically. For some odd reason, we get that message, and this is where it gets dangerous. The message is college is a scheme. That's what we're telling the young folks. So when it resonates with them, that college is a scheme, guess the first thing that they're gonna say? I'm not going to college because college is a scam. That's what it is. Mm-hmm. And so they're not looking at that as being an option. Then you got to understand too that when it comes down to trade, everybody needs. That's why they call it a trade. Because it's something that you can barter, your skill. Guess what they telling them? You broke. If you're a plumber, you broke. That ain't no money. That's not getting to the bag.
Those manual skills are going to be so crucial, I feel, in the next few years.
Exactly.
It helps. It helps. Let me tell you why. Because everybody needs their car fixed. Everybody needs plumbing. Everybody needs electrician work. And guess what happens now? When there's not enough people doing it, the ones that are doing it, they can take their price all the way up there. Mm-hmm. In order for me to come in your house and fix your plumbing, something as simple as me just unclogging your drain, it's going to cost you $300 to $500 for me to just to come and do something for 10 minutes because you don't know how to do it.
Alicia, to answer your question, there are places that you can go visit your local United Way because they're actually connected to a lot of different resources and places.
I hadn't considered them.
Yeah, use the United Way because we used to connect with United Way with different people, different needs. Sometimes people think that it's just for emergency purposes or whatever, but they also have things that help people with life changes. You know what I mean? Sometimes grief counselors. You know, anything that has to deal with psychology or anything, just sometimes people just need somebody to talk to. Your local United Way will connect you to your services in your particular area that you need. So make sure you take advantage of that because they actually have the names to all these companies and they will actually put you in touch with the people. A lot of times these companies are little known. So the United Way is like the hub where they connect people together.
Yes.
Another place also, Lit, I want to piggyback on some places also the YMCA.
Absolutely,
you can try those places.
They still exist, y'all. The YMCA still exists.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. My wife and I have a membership. We have a family membership.
I haven't been in a while.
It costs you money.
Still exist.
They still exist, but they're great. They're great meeting places too. You'd be surprised the number of people you will meet and the type of people you will meet in these type of environments. I mean, that's where you will do some networking from as well. Like a lot of people there that to work out and, you know, to get in shape, maybe get a couple of laps in the pool and everything else. But at the same time, these are people that you socialize with inside and outside the locker room about anything and everything. And that's another place where you can build your networking as well.
Sister Elisa, I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
The fact that you asked that question, do you have small children?
I have a 13-year-old.
Okay, great age, right? Since we're in this modern time, sit down with that 13-year-old. Look at all the avenues that we've discussed, right? And then if there's something that they interested in, let's attack that first. However, whatever you get them to participate in, you let them know, Mama is going to take you to practice every effing day to the end of the season. Because what I see, I want to do this. I want to do this. They get out there, realize It ain't looking the same inside of the playing field that it did on the damn sideline.
Yes, sir.
I ain't never had to move nobody and turn and twist and build all them motor skills, which a lot of our young black people need. We will finish the season. Now, next year, because we just talked about this, if there's something else you're interested in, you will participate to the season. I had a 6 years old. You will participate in sports. I don't want to. Yes, you will. And this is just my own experience, because I understood what it did for me at such an early age. And that's the thing. You get, once you get them out there, have these conversations on, because every day we don't want to go to practice. Practice is hot. You're going to practice. I'm gonna sit over here under the shade, read my damn book.
Yep.
Fall asleep when it's over. The water's over here. Everything you need is water. No Gatorade, just a whole lot of cold water. I'm gonna sit over here and paint my fingernails and fall asleep. Wake me up and talk to the coach. Let the coach your child, but talk to the coach. Coach, have you ever played this sport that you teaching my baby? If he say no, you might want to look for another team, because he don't have to cuss your son out just to get him to learn the skill. If he's a chunky kid, tell your sons, baby, you a lineman, you ain't the quarterback. Go in there and bust some damn heads. If he can run and throw, baby, you might want to be a distant and learn the game yourself so you can speak some of those terminologies. But whatever your child is, don't let him quit. Don't never let him quit. He's competing against his peers. That'll teach him how to compete against the world, but don't let him quit. And everything else,
exactly.
Community centers. Go to your local aldermen, go to your churches, because what they've done over the last couple of years, a lot of these community programs, they gave them to the churches in those communities, and those churches over are sitting on it. They sitting on it. They got millions of dollars.
Now the beautiful thing about that is this: pretty much every one of us on this panel, the men on this panel, are latchkey kids. That's why when I looked at it, I said, "Oh shit, we're all latchkey kids." So that means that we had to, like, if you compare the generations down compared to what we had to deal with at 8 years old, 10 years old, 11, we were doing things that 13 and 14-year-olds ain't doing right now, right? Latchkey actually means that we had a key and we let ourselves in the door. We made our own meals. Mom and dad, they probably had prepared some things for us. Yeah. So what we did was, and I remember vividly, 8 years old, I was at home. My parents, because they both was working. So I used to come home. I had neighbors too, right? So the neighbors they keep their eye on me. Matter of fact, when I first started coming home by myself, I used to have to knock on my neighbor's door to let them know that I'm home. They would call my parents at their job and say, "Hey, he made it home." They were just trying to figure it out, because my parents were 20-something years old when they had me. But that was that whole latchkey thing, right? Once I started getting 13 and 14 years old, they figured some other things out. Now, I got this locked down. I'm making meals. I'm out here, this before microwaves was actually a popular thing.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? We were still using stoves and stuff like that.
Oven.
Shoot, some of us, let me tell you, right. So this is the craziest thing. This is how dangerous our lives used to be.
Look at that newspaper.
You know where I was going with it. We used to have to turn the damn eye on because the little pilot light didn't work, and we had to set it on fire.
No, that gas.
And look, not one time have I ever blown a house up. Y'all see me right now.
I scarred my face up once.
Right, I did some with the oven. You out there, you done let the gas on too damn long. You messed around, you lit it, and the damn oven came and pow, and right in your face. You like, I ain't gonna do that shit no more. But this is the thing: we learned kind of like we were sharing with our parents because they were still young themselves, and we just learned how to survive around our parents. We shared it with them. These are the things that we share. We had the two TVs. One had sound and it didn't have no vision, and the other one had vision and it didn't have no sound. We knew exactly what to do.
Yeah.
We knew exactly. See, that's crazy. And I guarantee we all are from different parts of the United States, and we all had to deal with these things, right?
The little ones, as the antenna, they had to stand there and hold the.
That's right.
Why don't we teach that?
Because, right, everything was off a frequency, right? All of it was off a,
had aluminum foil too.
The aluminum foil. We were scientists, y'all. We were scientists at the time. We didn't know how much of a scientist we were. We were
MacGyver before MacGyver came on the air.
Yeah,
you already know.
Yeah. So look how it was at a point that we actually learned how to maneuver in the world by survival. What we need to do is get our kids to understand. This is what I was saying earlier. We have to start applying a little bit of pressure to our children. We have to let them know that it's not going to be okay if you don't make it okay. Right? I remember when my parents, their whole thing with me was, if you get bad grades, you're going to get it treated like you get bad grades. It's going to be just like you in the world. I'm not getting you those shoes that you wanted. I'm not getting you those things that you desire. Why? Because you're not doing what you're supposed to do for yourself. You're not making sure that you're going out there and you're learning, and if you got a problem, son, this is both my parents used to tell me, you got a problem, you need to let us know. You have a problem with learning, with books, because we don't know until. I don't want to wait till your grades come. And now we see that you have a problem when you had all doggone semester to sit back and tell us. I'm not going to depend on that teacher. I'm going to depend on you because this is your future, right? Look what parents are doing now. Well, it's the teacher's fault that our kids are not doing what they're supposed to be doing and things like that, right? Everybody's trying to blame each other. At least we had people that sit back and say, yes, the world is not fair. So how are you going to maneuver in the world? What you going to do? You just going to die and you going to drown in 2 feet of water? No, that's not how we do this here. Just like we were sitting back and saying, look, that stove don't work. We can't afford to get another stove. The only thing it is that the pilot light ain't working. We ain't figured out how to get the pilot light together, but we already know that it takes fire to light that, right? This is how you do it. And guess what we ended up doing when we had brothers and sisters? We taught them how to do it. Yep. It was so funny where I used to be the babysitter for my son. My brother. He's 8 years younger than me. So guess what? They entrusted in me that I was not going to kill me and my brother. At 8 and 9. They like, you got it. You gonna be okay. My father, he never let me know when he was coming to the house. I never knew when he was coming back to the house, right? I'll be sitting there doing my thing, right? Because I'm at the house for three hours. I got my friends. Hey, come on over. That's gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt me. It's gonna hurt me. Because my father was one of those, I don't want nobody in my house. I don't give a damn if it's your grandma. She can't come. If she didn't tell me she was coming over, she can't come over. That was how my father was. So it was the dopest thing in the world is that I did have the experience. I experienced my mother and my father. Didn't know how good I had it until I got older. Yeah. And my mother was the one that provided all of the things that I wanted. My father provided all of the things that I needed. And that's just how it was. And at the same time, they were growing up. I see my parents in their 70s. Yeah, I see my parents in their 70s. But when I first was introduced to them, they were in their 20s. So when I saw them growing up too, I didn't know that I was looking at them growing up until when I grew up, I said, damn, my parents look like they're getting old right now. I didn't think, that's how we look at things. So then I'm like, damn, well, that's how I'm gonna be. I'm gonna end up getting old at some time. So how do we do as parents? Do we want our kids to be our friends, or do we want our kids to be more smart be able to maneuver in this world, because it'll be times where we might be weary and weak, and we need someone to be able to take care of us also, right? What's the best thing in the world to do in the world is to get older and to be able to depend on someone that also loves you and revere you. That's your children. If we can ever get a chance to get that to happen, man, that is a beautiful thing in the world for us to be able to happen, for it to be able to happen for us, right? But we can't do it being individualistic people, right? We have to look at what we made a mess of, fix it, you know what I'm saying? And show our kids that it's not always one way.
Yeah.
It's a lot of other ways. Yeah.
Show them how we grow from them and learn from them.
Yeah. Because we change. We change.
It was definitely different for me because my parents are from the Caribbean. So it was a definitely culture shock because I'm growing up in two different worlds. Like my friends are from here. My parents are from the islands. So my parents are not only trying to make sure that they can take care of my brother, sister, and me, but they're taking a lot of those traditions and values from Haiti and they're trying to apply it to us. So I'm growing up in two different worlds at the same time. And I had my grandmother, God rest her soul, she lived with us at the same time. So while both my parents were working, my mom, nurse, my dad, self-employed, both of them working 12-hour days. So my grandmother stayed with us and she made sure that we got home from school on time. She made sure we ate our dinner. She made sure we did our homework. If anything happened, sometimes she would discipline us. If she disciplined us, 7:30, my mother's coming home. She'd tell my mother what happened. My mother would deal with it. And usually that would be the end of it.
Mm-hmm.
You knew you were in trouble when my mother said, wait till your father gets home. You knew you were screwed. And my father came home.
I thought my life was going to end when my mother said,
yes.
I love everybody. Hold it down. POP.
And when my father came home, and he heard, oh, forget about it. And here's the one thing I tell people, and they will never understand it. When my parents were mad, they didn't talk to you in English. They would not talk to you in English. They would curse you out in Creole. And you had to understand what the hell they were saying. Even if you didn't know what they were saying, you kind of understood what they were saying when they were spanking you. And it was like, oh man. And that's how you knew you were in trouble. That's how my friends knew one of us got in trouble. Because my parents didn't talk in English. Oh damn, so-and-so is in trouble. Yep. That's just how it works.
Or the ebonics.
Yeah,
the ebonics.
oh.
You smelling yourself?
Yeah.
You smelling yourself? I don't know what that means.
No.
I didn't say that though.
Yeah.
But I did.
No, my parents. No. It won't even mean in English. My parents will curse you out. It's not even in English. It's just like, damn, you knew you were in trouble. You knew you were in trouble. But I look back at it now as, you know, that there were times when I hate the fact my parents were like real tough on us, but I knew why. Because my parents were putting my brother and sister and me through private school. And that's not an easy thing.
It's rich.
To put 3 kids through private school. Yeah, to put 3 kids through private school. And I remember there were times when my dad worked so hard when I was younger. My dad was so tired, I would take his shoes off. That's how tired he was. I would take his shoes off. I would kiss him on his forehead, let him know that he was home and everything was okay. And that was it.
Yeah.
You know? And the summer job my brother and I had was working with my dad because he had his own business. He had a grocery store, he had a travel agency, he had a bookstore when he first came to the States. So our summers 3 times a week was traveling with my dad. My brother and I traveling with my dad. First we go to the Bronx, pick up stuff for the store and everything else. And we would go to these warehouses over by old Yankee Stadium, pick up stuff and everything else. After we were done, we go to Queens and pick up some more items. After we were done, we come back across to Jersey. He would stop off at 1 or 2 locations, and then we're back at my dad's store, offloading the van, doing inventory, loading up, making a count, so on and so forth. And then after we were done all that, then we were still helping him in the store, selling the stuff and merchandising and everything else. Sometimes when my dad had a little bit of extra, put it in the van. He'd go to other Haitian stores in the area, had a partnership with them. offloaded what he had. He got something in return from them, and that was it. I mean,
Sister Alicia, I want to ask you this: do you see, based off the stories that you heard, did you see where they coming from? What makes it their stories connect? What these two stories have in common? Do you see what they're speaking from?
Yeah, they've had to develop that resilience and that maturity to be able to take care of themselves at a young age.
Yeah. But the connection I'm trying to make is, and I believe everyone up here, they had strong men in their lives, fathers, and that is one of the dynamic keys I think today's modern adult seem to forget, because we're looking at a space now, and I don't know your age, where a lot of these young adults didn't have these experiences where they could spend those moments and those tough moments and intense moments with the father. See, a father, if you make a mistake, he's gonna say something to you, boy, get your little silly head, get it together. Don't make me have to talk to you again. He ain't even gonna belittle you. He ain't gonna tell you you ain't shit. He ain't gonna tell. He just gonna say, get your shit together before I had to come and do something to you. And as a boy, you're gonna think about that and try to do a little better. Today, the fact that you're speaking out, in which I wish you can get 10 other women like you to say, hey, what resources are there for me to change the dynamic of what I'm experiencing in the time I have a youth? And I guarantee I know how you feel. It's scary as hell for what you're seeing out there, right? So my thing is, and you can try every avenue you hear, you try it till you find one that stick. Don't switch that shit up if it works. But if you can connect them to a righteous man or some righteous man that won't have no expectation from you, that wants the best for him, connect them with those individuals. And for you as a parent, let that child see how hard mama works to keep a roof over his head. Show him everything that you do. I don't care if it's writing bills, everything. Show his ass how to light the pilot light. Show him.
And I have a daughter. I didn't want to interrupt you, but I have a daughter.
Well, listen, she should be folding and washing everybody's clothes in the house.
She does everything. She does just about everything that I do.
And tell her she will appreciate it when she get out of the house.
Manage our resources, a little bit of everything.
Yeah. Stick to the old school, fuck his new school, stay to your old school ways. She'll appreciate you more when she's out of the house and got her own stuff. She'll be like, Mama, thank you. And you'll be like, thank you, baby. I knew you was gonna be like me one day.
I try to be a good example. I try.
It's tough, but it's just funny because when we reflect, one of the things I think that was very intense with my father was because I did have to work for him. Right? He had his own business also. He was a landscaper. And anybody know when it comes down to doing that type of work, especially because it's seasonal and it's in the summertime, that shit builds character. Mad character. But the dopest thing about my father was that he was getting state-of-the-art stuff. John Deere, Snapper, Toro before what it is now. Toro ain't nothing like what it used to be, but they was in competition with the John Deeres and stuff like that. And I just remember when my mom and my father, they were getting him ready to get that business because he was a cab driver before. And it just, being a cab driver just wasn't what it was when he first started. He was like very young as a cab driver, and they made pretty good money in Detroit. But he had his own cab too. And that was I didn't know what he was, my father used to always say shit like that. And I own my own cab, anybody that was a cab driver, if they own their own cab, they're going to let you know right off the rip, I own my own cab. This is my own business.
JT, let me cut you off because I'm going to get ready to go.
No, go ahead, bro.
Give me just 2 minutes here. I'm glad to see you in these spaces. Elisa, right? Is that how you pronounce it? Alicia?
Yes,
that's good because I know I've seen you popping up in a lot of different places.
I'm trying to get out there. It's kind of a culture shock, but
well, yeah,
right.
Yeah,
It is.
You came to the right place here. I just wanted to say I got 2 daughters myself, but they're both grown. But I was a little older when I had them. My oldest, I was 34. My youngest, I was 41. So she just turned 25. But so I got a Z and a millennial, right? And so I was a very young baby boom, right? So all I'm just trying to say is the dynamics in my household was a little different than like a JT. My kids didn't grow up with us. We were already established, right? So they didn't have to see any of the growing pains. And and one day my girls told me that they were privileged, and I looked at them and said, "What are you talking about?" Because I didn't think about it as privilege, but they didn't really want for anything. They had private school, the whole 9 yards. So they call that privilege. And I said, well, and my oldest told me, her name is Amber, she says, Dad, I know you're trying to be modest and stuff like that, but yeah, we were privileged. And that was cool. I said, okay, I'll take the compliment. And the very next week, they were both at the same dinner table, and they told me how traumatized they were. I said, what are you talking about? Last week, you were telling me you're privileged, and this week you guys are telling me you're traumatized by who? What are you talking about? So, I don't know, man. You ladies are crazy, man. I swear to God. It was so, I don't know why we got to that one. We were just talking. We had dinner at the table. We just talked. So I said, do you remember last week y'all told me how privileged y'all were? And then, they just kind of blew right past that part. Anyway, but they didn't tell me what the trauma was either. So I said, your mother was traumatizing you when I was at work. I know it wasn't me, goddamn it. So anyway.
I had nothing to do with that
shit. I think the word is just misused.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. They done took. They take these words. I don't know if y'all see my last show, but I was like these cats is just pulling words out and just using them and just willy-nilly.
We were like tongue in cheek a little bit anyway, but anyway, I just wanted to say all that. So I want to say good night to everybody.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Good night.
All right. Good night.
All right. Have a good one, man. Enjoy your weekend.
Stay forward. Later.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. But yeah, that's I don't know, y'all. We one of the things that we do have to mine out is how do we bridge this wide gap, because it is a wide gap right now. And it's one thing for us to be on here, and especially being on these panels and stuff like that. We highlight a lot of things, and we talk about things tongue in cheek and things like that. Hyperbole, we talk about things, but in reality, how do we bridge the gap between generations? And if a lot of people don't understand that the gap is very wide right now, like we're not connected. Yeah, and it's only going to get wider, and we're not connected because when you look at my generation and boomers, right? We shared everything. I knew exactly everybody that they knew when it came down to entertainment, right? I knew the things that they knew at some point in my life, but I also knew things that were more. Like what my parents did was that they pushed us to learn more than what they knew. Mm-hmm. A lot of times that had to do with my mom when it came down to academics, right? So she'd get us into all these new programs. And, being in Detroit, you had a lot of mothers that were really using the resources from what the community can give them. I got to give them that. Mm-hmm. When it came down to, I remember it was a place, Les Brown, he had a wife named, what was her name? She had I don't know if you guys know who Les Brown is, but he had a wife that had I can't even remember her name right now, but I ended up being in one of her programs. It was called Let's Read. And this was before Hooked on Phonics.
Oh, wow.
They actually took the things that Hooked on Phonics, they took those lessons from her. June Brown, that's her name. June Brown. If you guys look her up, June Brown, Let's Read. That was the thing. You know, when you learn phonics, all the things. And, you know, I just remember, even when I read right now, it's funny because a lot of things that I read, I just remember am, Sam, damn, all these different things. And then you go to another level and then, you know, synonyms, antonyms. I understood all of these things. And that was what she was doing. What she seen in the community was that we knew nothing about what a synonym was as children. Right. We knew nothing about an antonym. We knew nothing about, you know, a verb and an adverb and all these. Yeah, we knew nothing about these.
Adjectives.
So that's what her program did. And it wasn't expensive. It was probably like a week. It was probably like $25 a week or something like that. And I just remember going to those programs. But I didn't know that June Brown's husband was Les Brown until I got older. I didn't even know the impact they had on communities. But what I'm saying is this: mothers at that time going through what they were going through, all of this was doing this was the apex of feminism, and you know, I can do better than a man and stuff like this. This is like in the 70s and 80s. But what I seen women being able to do was that they understood that their kids, a lot of women did, understood that their kids were the investment, right? They was like, well, I don't want you to be like what I did. Fathers were the same way, right? But fathers worked a lot during that time. My father worked a lot. Even, you know, he was trying to stay out of them damn plants. I'm gonna tell you right now, Detroit plants was the shit. It's still to this day, it's the shit. But a lot of people try to stay out of that because that institution, it can ruin the hell out of your ass. If a lot of people, if you never worked in a plant, trust me, anybody that ever worked in a plant, or if they working in a plant right now, they'll tell you, you mess around and you let that world, it's an institution in there. And it can ruin the shit out of your ass. I remember in the 80s where they had these guys making a whole lot of money, but by the time they got home, their check was already spent because everybody was selling everything in a plant. You didn't have to go out the plant. If you want drugs, you can get drugs. If you want beer, you can get beer. If you want, so you will lose your money. They run numbers. They did a lot of things in a plant, right? So that was an institution. It was a big institution. So my father tried to stay away from that stuff. He wanted to be an entrepreneur. Before they called them entrepreneurs, they was like, I own a business. That's all they said. I'm a business owner, right? So when it came down to cab, when it came down to somebody, if they were a mechanic, when it came down to them being a plumber, and the biggest thing in Detroit right now is people that do home improvement. That's a big thing. You know why? Because it's a skill. And everybody needs somebody to hang some drywall. Everybody needs somebody to put in some windows. Everybody needs somebody that'll never go away. It'll never. I don't give a damn how much AI you got in this world. You will never have somebody that can come in here and do home improvement with AI. It ain't gonna happen.
When that washer isn't working.
Yeah, when that washer not working. Again, that's another one. A lot of people don't understand resale, right? Appliance resale, that's a real thing. They got it right now. So what I'm trying to say is that we have to get a point to our kids that it's not just one way. Mm-hmm. It's not just one way. Quit trying to get to the bag. That's not, you don't have to. It's energy. It's just like anything else. You're going to attract it when you do what you're supposed to do in the world. When you are out here and you say, well, listen, I know that I need to be a productive adult. And then you figure out how that is, because sometimes you're not going to be making $100,000, $200,000. But what you will be making is a community that pays back. A lot of people don't understand that that's how we invest. When we invest in each other, we ain't never got to worry about dying broke. We ain't never got to worry about when we invest in each other. We trying to invest in something that ain't going to ever invest in us. You invest in your children. Your children invest in their children. But guess what? We got other people too. We got cousins. We got, siblings, and we got aunties and uncles, and we got all these different people. And we also have neighbors. People, they don't understand neighborship either. You invest in your neighbors.
Mm-hmm.
It was a time where we invested in our neighbors. They see that your child comes home by themselves every day. Guess what the neighbor would do? Listen, Gloria, I see that your child is coming over there. I get off work at 5. Just have them come over to the house. They're already friends with, such and such. Yep. And he can stay there until you get home. I'll make sure that they're going to have be able to eat. I'm going to make sure that they're going to do their homework. I'll make sure that they took the initiative to invest in their neighbor. This is the problems that we have. We don't have that anymore. Neighborship.
JT.
Yes, sir.
Everything you speaking from is true. However, as we transition this to the 2024 modern day society in our communities, all of this could take place if the sisters would be willing to commit to the children and work together. It could change the world, I'm telling you. And it's not about saying, look, listen, sisters, and this is the thing. They want all the glory. They want to be walking down the red carpet out. However, it is a process. You can't walk down the red carpet until your children have gotten to a place where they can be self-sufficient and independent. You have to invest in them, and not, when I say invest, not buying them the latest or nothing. You're trying to get your child to be the best reader, participate in the spelling bee. The one that can bake the best cake. Show these young girls how to love themselves.
I can garden.
Wear a fucking afro all damn week in school. No makeup, no breath, no horns out. Teach the young girls, because you all have more access. Let's just say, the man, we ain't doing shit, and y'all go run with that. We ain't shit. However, the product that's being put out there with the youth is below grade. It's a failure grade, and we've been failing too fucking long. Is that's the thing. And now we're getting in these spaces, and we can talk about it real time. West Coast can talk to Florida in real time. And I'm telling you, the ones that are in this position, you want to put in the best work you can between now and 2050. This is your time. If you just complain about that shit for the next 20 years, believe me when I tell you, with these changes in America, and black folk ain't owning shit, no factories, no companies, no fucking houses, motherfucker barely own a car, your ass will be pushed out to the street. And we ain't organized enough to prevent that shit. We still fighting about bullshit. So if you want to change for yourself, right now is the time. Invest in your slow ass children. Bring these damn numbers up. Too fat, too slow, too dumb, getting caught up in the bullshit. Invest in your children. It'll pay big dividends.
We got to invest. That's the thing. Everybody is talking about what they can get out of something. Trust me, you're going to get that if you invest, if you are a person of service. That's the whole thing. If I'm telling you, the things that I had experienced, man, and what I'm looking at now, I see more investment. It seems like a lot of people be thinking that, during those times when y'all was kids, that it wasn't no much, worse or better than what. Nah, it was some things that were a lot better back then. This is what I meant about pressure. When you had people that actually understood that, listen, I got to get out of my own way. And I have to be able to give and invest. We don't do anything with neighbors. This is why, because you know why? Because we don't trust each other no more. You know why? Because we had put the entrust in the wrong people. We don't trust each other anymore because we don't have mothers and fathers working together. One of the things I understood was that When I seen my mother and my father working together, man, I swear to God, this is all I seen as a kid was them two working together. It looked different. My childhood looked different than my cousin's childhood. When they had their mother and it was only their mother, and I saw it, I actually, let me show you how crazy it was. As a child, I was like, I want to go over there. You know why? Because he was out at 9 o'clock at night. He was out. He was doing things that I wanted to do, but I couldn't do. And my father used to always tell me, that's your cousin, but you can't go over there. He can come over here, but you can't go over there. And I remember pouting and being upset and mad because I'm like, man, and they had some stuff that they were telling me what they had going on at night. And I'm looking and I'm like, man, why can't I be over there? I'm like that. And I remember myself, I went in the room, my father watching TV, Archie Bunker to be exact, All in the Family. So I'm getting on his nerves already because I'm out here trying to plead something. Dad, if you let me go over there, I'm going to do everything that I'm supposed to do, and I'm going to do all my chores. He said, I know you're going to do all your chores, because if you don't, I'm going to whoop that ass. So what he was telling me was that is not a bargaining tool with me, and I'm not going to let you go over there. And he explained to me later on in life, all the way until we got grown. He said, because they're going into a path where they're going to be in prison or they might be dead. And I don't want you get caught up in none of that shit. Lo and behold, he was absolutely right. It was always jail or prison or it was some crazy shit that then got their ass into. And he used to look at me, see what I told you? I got a cousin right now went to jail one time. 15 years because he stole some shit from a mall. The average person will get 8 months. You know, in state time, they call that a year, right? He did the whole 15. It wasn't because he stole something, it was because when he got his ass in there, he couldn't stay out of trouble. 7 of those 15 years he was in the hole. 7 of 15 years he was in the hole. Let me tell you something. He got out. He did the whole 15 years, right? He gets out. He stayed out for 3 years. He goes back. He's still in there right now. He has done 8 years of that. My father never let me spend a night with him. And that was one of my favorite cousins. He said, I'll never let you go over there because that boy is not getting the guidance he's supposed to. And he's going to end up being in prison or dead. And my father was fucking right. He was right. And this was his nephew. This was his nephew. I remember my father whooped him, right? This was the craziest thing in the world because everybody used to call my father mean. He just was a man of standards. He had 6 sisters. 6 sisters. So you already know what he was. He used to whoop all their kids. All of them. He whooped that particular kid because of what he might do and what he did in the past. My auntie got mad at him. My father said, no, I'm going to whoop his ass because you ain't did it. You didn't do it. I'm going to whoop his ass because it was something that he did. I don't know what the hell he did, but I'm whooping his ass for it. And I'm going to whoop his ass for what he going to do tomorrow. That sounds crazy, don't it? That shit sounds crazy as hell. But my father was telling his sister, you out of pocket because you're raising this boy wrong. You and your husband. Because he had a father and a mama in the household. But my uncle was too busy fucking other motherfucking women. He was too busy being in other people's household, having 3 and 4 households. My father seen it. My father was just like, I told you not to marry that motherfucker. I didn't know his relationship with his sister. This is sibling. I'm a kid. I don't know nothing about that. But when I got older, it resonated with me. That shit resonated with me when my father was sitting there was saying, this is how I am. Then I understood his life. I couldn't go to, high school and graduate. I had to work at Ford. I got tired of being broke. I had to take care of my mama and my sisters. By the way, 3 of them was older than me. I had to take care of my younger brother. I had to, my father was like, fuck. And I remember my father telling me, you ain't never got to worry about saving your mama. Because I got her. That's my wife. Wow. And he told me that all the way until when I was a grown man. I remember being 16 years old and I said something out of pocket to my mama. He said, boy, you better watch your motherfucking mouth talking to my wife like that. He didn't say your mama. He said, my wife.
Right.
Watch your motherfucking mouth when and I didn't even say nothing at that time. I was just like, that wasn't even disrespectful. I was like, dang, or something like that. You couldn't say dang back then. And, my father was like, well, you better watch your tone. I don't like your tone, boy.
Yeah.
Watch how you talk to my wife. I was like, damn. He showed me that there's a separation. He showed me that that's how it is when a man takes care of a woman. Because they had each other before they had me. They had me 4 years after they were married. Like all these things that they used to tell me, these were principles that I started developing because of the things that I got from what they were saying. And I seen that was what life was. Now, let me just tell you, I ain't do none of the shit that they did when it came down to I got a divorce after 10 years. And you dig what I'm saying? But it resonates with me now. I'm 51 years old now. It definitely resonates with me now. I have a grandchild. So all of the things that I've learned from my father, I didn't get it all at that time. I got it through life. Because when I left my parents, I was 18 years old. When they re-seen me, when I had to reintroduce myself to them, I was 22. My father had this thing because he had a bunch of nephews and, where he'll stop calling you boy once he respect you as a man. Hey, boy, what you doing, boy? Hey, boy. Get out my seat, boy. My father had a seat. He had a recliner. Right? Sit in that recliner if you want to. Sit in that recliner if you want to. You about to be embarrassed. He wouldn't have been sitting in it if he wasn't home. Get your ass on my seat, boy. Do you know that's my seat?
Yeah.
Does it shake
my uncle was the same way. My uncle had one like that.
My cousin, right? His niece. She married a man that was about 25 years older than her, right? And that man came to our house. And he was sitting in my father's seat. And this is my father's first time meeting this guy. And he seen him sitting in his seat. My father came downstairs and said, boy, if you don't get your ass out of my seat. I think that man was probably older than my father at that time.
I see why they call him mean.
No, but he asked my father, why you call me a boy? Because he was from the same cloth. You know what I'm saying? Why you call me a boy? Why did you address me as a boy? And my father told him, because I don't like you. That was the first time he met him. That was the first time my father met that man. But he understood what that man's aura was.
And JT, think about it. Your father spoke to what people can't figure out today.
Yeah.
Women are not really good at vetting men. Your father understood the character of men. I think that's where women don't give us enough credit, especially because today what we see is a lot of our children just born out of wedlock, regardless of what the circumstance is. And mothers, and this, I'm gonna say this till I leave this earth. If they would have started allowing their children, regardless of what, outside of a DV situation or something really drastic, just because he cheated on you, whatever, that ain't got nothing to do with this child.
Yeah.
Because these children are growing up looking like those fathers. And every time y'all see them damn kids, y'all mad at them, putting their ass down, and kids sitting around, why am I not good enough? Why? Yeah. And they start internalizing that shit. Then you start seeing it play out as that scrotum sac separate from his boy's body, he starts realizing the truth. But you, his mom, he can't tell you, mama, you ain't right. He's not gonna say that. And boys always gonna move to the easiest access because a father, regardless, he's going to hold you accountable. He's gonna, even if daddy didn't graduate high school, you know what he gonna tell his dumbass kids? Your dumb ass going to school, you gonna shut the fuck up, you gonna sit down, listen to your damn teacher, and you gonna do what the fuck is right.
Keep your eyes on them books, off them gals, and on them books.
But those are messages young children need to get at some point. It can't be everybody ain't made for college. Everybody ain't you need to give the fuck up too early. And that's the problem. We in this state today, women have to start allowing their children to have the best outcomes. This is my last story. Pablo Fields. Y'all know who he is?
I've heard of him. Yes.
Pablo Fields
Name rings a bell.
Fields' father. Right? I met Pablo playing football, Pop Warner League. I knocked him out of the game. He never forgot that. When I got to high school, he was a senior when I was a freshman. The first person he called out was me. By this time, back then, us high school guys, we wanted to look like Hulk Hogan. Everybody was bench pressing 300 pounds, squatting 400 pounds, 17, 18 years old. Everybody was trying to run 4.5, 4.4 40. Whether we was going to the NFL, whether we was going to whatever, every boy took it on. What no father say, work your ass out. We was around each other like, I can outdo you, and you talk about it. You had to actually.
It was a challenge. It was a challenge.
Work your ass. Oh, you fast? Then you let this girl beat you. You shut your ass up on the sideline, and you learn from it. The opportunity was there. Today, the kids are so separated. My mother used to kick in my fucking door. What the fuck you doing in here, boy? Oh, I'm just listening to music. Okay, that's all your ass better be doing. My father would intervene when I was on some dumb shit. Other than that, he'll say, boy, get your little dumb ass out of my face.
You didn't hear anything about you didn't hear nothing from him until you did some dumb shit. Yes.
But he would always put in opportunities to work it out within the community. Back then, being outside allowed different age groups to sort of work things out. And even if we had chaos, it was a controlled chaos because everybody understood this is greater than me. We fought. We was the best friends after that. Nobody sat around and talk about, oh man, you ain't shit. Oh man, you this and that. We capped on each other. We talked about each other, big nose and big lips and shit. That was it. Only thing was off limits was your mama.
That's what I was
saying.
Your mama was off limits.
That's when it got serious.
Yes,
absolutely. People are allowed to be in those spaces. Mothers, and this is crazy because mothers is outside like a motherfucker. They got on the porch out all day. But the kids don't even get a chance to get an hour or two at the park, at the swimming pool. That's why they close all these facilities down. The adults that are in charge are not. Get your dumb ass over and get in that fucking line and get you a damn job.
Walk that half a mile.
Mothers
ain't nobody walking. Ain't nobody walking. We used to walk. We used to walk at least a half a mile to go swimming.
This is the bus you need to catch. Catch this bus, get a transfer, catch on this bus, and then you there at the store.
Bro, listen, that transfer, and it's dumb. It is funny. Now, this is the craziest thing. If you was in New York, man, hats off to my New York people, my Jersey people. Anybody that's taking the L trains and those type of transits, oh man, that shit is dope as fuck. But when you're talking about that thing, like in Detroit, our thing, we don't have subways and we don't have L trains and stuff like that. We got bus. But I know people. I learned by the time I was 16, I knew how to get around all of Detroit by using the bus. It was the dopest thing in the world because when I started driving at 16, I knew how to get around the whole city because I knew what street where I had to go. And one of the things I loved about Detroit was that everything was like linear. You had streets that just crossed each other. All you had to do is know what your cross streets are, right? We don't have a bunch of, and this is another thing. We had freeways, right? Very few places in the United States have freeways. They got highways and expressways, but very few places have freeways. Freeway they were basically built for tanks to get up the ramp and get to a spot, when they need to get there quickly. But so if you ever seen Detroit, it is very easy to get around from the east side to the west side, southwest Detroit, whatever. But the problem was that a lot of people, like now, a lot of young folks, they can't, at a 10-mile radius, they lost if they ain't got a GPS.
They get lost going across the street.
Yeah, it's over with. They don't know, they can't really
GPS
they got no sense of direction.
Right. And even when it comes down to lift, it's funny because they're not even paying attention. No. The lift person can take them somewhere else and they get the fuck out. They don't even know where they at.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's crazy. But what we did was, at the end of the day, we had to learn how to maneuver in life. We ended up being, and it's a bunch of us end up saying, I don't want my kids to go through what I went through. And we took that ideology and we did it too hard. Now our kids.
It doesn't have to be that challenge that you need.
It got to be some type of challenge, and I think we just overcorrected. We overcorrected. We just overcorrected, and now they're looking at their kids, and they don't even know what the hell, how to even, it's weird now. Even when you see how they doing it, because I hate the fact that they merge their ideology with their kids as kids instead of as I'm the adult, you're the kid. They're the friend. They have their kids listen to the same music. My parents used to do all kind of nasty shit. I know that they did. They listened to a bunch. They had Richard Pryor records, Red Fox records. They had Slappy White. They had even if anybody know who Aunt Esther is, that's LaWanda Page. She's a stand-up comedian too. They had her records. They had my man that played P.D. Wheatstraw. What was his name?
Ray Moore. Rudy Ray Moore.
So they used to, that was their entertainment, but they kept that with them. Yeah. Now, of course, when they left, I'm listening to that shit.
Yeah, I used to sneak and listen to Robin Harris.
There's nothing wrong with sneaking.
Oh my gosh.
Right, Robin Harris. My man Red. But the problem is that what the parents are doing now is that they're exposing their own children to the raunchy shit that they listen to. They don't even just sit back and say, okay, we're going to put them in the bed and now we can do grown folk shit. No, they doing grown folk shit. That's why I hate it. I'm a DJ and I hate it. And I was like, nope, I'm never going to do a little kid party ever again. I don't even do teenage parties no more. Because what I seen was this. The parent will sit back and have a 3-year-old party, but you see all these grown ass people drinking. All these grown ass people twerking. You like, wait, ain't this supposed to be a 3-year-old party? Then they would sit back and they would get Spider-Man and whoever else, and they're twerking. I'm like, what are you?
Up the walls.
Yeah. Now the craziest part is, I think people need to stop being Spider-Man, because it's been 3 times that I done seen Spider-Man that sit back and damn near killed himself. One Spider-Man did a backward flip and landed on his neck.
But JT
knocked himself out.
JT,
oh no!
But JT, listen, these things that boys do in their time, boys are going to move in a certain capacity. Boys by nature like it rough. We gonna jump off the top of the steps. Boys jumped off the garages. Boys have been jumping over cars, moving cars. That's what boys do. I used to love to go out there rain and the sun dried up the dirt and just throw dirt bombs, make mud pies. Boys are going to do that. Yeah. But also the mothers always focus on the child. If I went over my friends' houses, guess what? The houses were clean. Everybody had to fucking tiptoe through the house. You couldn't just be coming in there talking any kind of way. the mother will check your ass for the door. What's your name, little boy?
Who kid you is? Who you belong to? Right? Who kid is you?
And if she
Yeah,
saw
who
you
you
doing
belong
some dumb
to?
shit, mama would call you out. I saw your ass over at them boys over you wouldn't have no business over with. You keep doing that
Yeah.
shit, I'm gonna tell your damn mama.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. No, ma'am. But parents put the child first. And I think today these younger women are so caught up in themselves. They're bankrupting their children. The children are smart as fuck, but the kids are not even given an opportunity just to be children.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
can't see
exactly.
from
They're
10
being
to age
parentified.
3. From 3 to the rest of your life, these people are growing up in this convoluted lifestyle, and it's bankrupting young men. It's taking away their sense of who they are. A lot of brothers are still searching for who in the fuck am I? I don't have a relationship with my father. My mother and aunties and all them told me I ain't shit because my daddy wasn't shit. But mama didn't say that. Listen, I met your daddy one night after the club. That nigga was smelling good. He looked like he had that thing on him. He took me to his house. He laid me down. I gave him the Kuda Kata. He hit it all night. He ain't had no protection. That's how you was born, baby. But no, daddy was the problem. But I do want to ask Sister Alicia because I seen her earlier on and she asked the question and then she came with this question. You are in a space now where you wanting more or a better result than what you're getting. I can assume, right?
Of course, always.
Okay. So I'll say you're coming to your age of wisdom is what I call it. I don't know exactly what it is, but I'm usually close somewhere around 40, somewhere in that time, in that age.
I'm 40.
All of us get to that age of reason. Most men, 35, 40, women too. And that's why we get women. I've been on the carousel for 20 years. Now I'm 40. I lose 200 pounds because I stopped fucking with the dude that wasn't shit for 20 years. But it was his fault that I was fucking with him and I ain't shit today. The problem with that is women are allowing themselves, well, not themselves, but their daughters to lose that value in between that time. If you ain't get now, listen, granted, things happen and women have to admit we just as horny as the men are. If sisters say that, we'll be all right. But the sisters have to, when I say about it, it goes back to the child. You have to be as honest with your child about righteous stuff. They're going to see the BS. You have to be able to address it. Let them talk through it just based off what they see. How are they going to move through it? Because these experiences could happen outside the house. We seem to sometimes assume that, oh, no. We talk about it. Once the child start getting outside, what you talk to him about and what his friends are putting in his face is two different worlds. So the fact that we all come to our age of reason, and all of us do it. Men, we've been working hard. People have been telling us we ain't shit. Close to age 40, guys like, you know what, fuck this shit. I'm just gonna be me, do me. And they realize that they can make it happen based off it. They ain't even got themselves out there like that. Because again, our marriage rate is low now. Divorce rate is high.
Yeah, I'm
Even
going
with
through a
the new
divorce
number,
now.
you going through a divorce. I ain't gonna get all into the details of it. I hope he didn't cheat on you. If you can work it out, write out a new checklist on that shit. Make him write out a checklist. See if there's something matches other than that. Yeah, if it ain't, look, if you can't do it, fine. You have a child. Let him here. Take the child for the summer. Work out all the details in between. Your child to have a greater perspective of life, a balanced perspective, because he gonna make sure your daughter understand fucked up dudes. He gonna make sure of that. But that's another story. But you have a voice, and I don't know where you're trying to take your voice, and trying to get women to see a different way is probably one of the most difficult things women can do to other women.
Yes, that's what I wanted to ask you all, because I'm kind of new to the social media. Like, where are there any particular content creators that you all would recommend that I connect with, or anything at all?
Yeah, they got the Crispin Cures, the Miss Didi. I know I love
just
Miss
started
Didi.
researching her. I mean, looking at her content, Crispin Cure,
Yeah.
and I also I homeschool, so I don't know if that could help steer.
But you have a daughter. let them let your daughter sometime listen to those content creators and what they speaking about their message, but then talk to her afterwards. Like, okay, let's process this because
We are
mom,
very open.
yeah,
Very open and honest.
and see that's the thing. Show the honesty, but it's like she's at that pivotal age. From 13 to 15 is probably the most complicated. I work with all these students. They like themselves one day, they don't. They laugh, they hate.
Oh yeah, it's difficult.
All in 20 minutes. You like, man, what happened?
Yeah.
But that's where they going through that change in the puberty, as we say. It's all those neurons and shit is firing off in the
That's
brain.
that hormones
Like,
and
damn, my baby was size 6. Now she's
everywhere.
at a size 8. And see,
Yep,
that's where
she's taller than me.
a lot of young women get lost in that. So, like with your situation, it'll be a great opportunity to bring a family meeting together and discuss through that process, because you don't want to find out 5 years from now when you like, what the fuck going on? She used to be my baby. Now I don't even like her ass, because those feelings didn't get processed through. And you know what I'm saying? The communication is key at this point. And I don't know what message you want to bring forward. If you're looking to bring a message forward, if you can just get 25 women to say, let's look at ourselves and but see, don't be afraid of being attacked, because your biggest attackers are going to be the sisters. Anything different.
I've seen a bit of that.
Yeah.
Just starting. I've seen a bit of that. And it,
Yeah, and also one of the things I did.
That's all I can do.
Yeah, that's it. But one of the things I did when I first came in, I've been in, like as far as like turn my mic on and talking about the things that I talk about, it's probably been 3 years now. But before then, I was just on YouTube and I was just looking at a lot of different things. Like I can't believe how far we've came in this social media world, as far as and particularly YouTube, right? With our conversations. And I tell people, if you can go back and look at some stuff from 10 years ago, you will find out how great our conversations are now compared to what they were back then. One of the things that I did was there was a content creator, my man Zoe Williams, right? And he used to recommend books. And one of the books that he recommended to me was from a philosopher named Krishnamurti. It was Judah Krishnamurti. I got about 3 or 4 books from him. He's a philosopher. He died in 1986. If you get a chance to see one of his proteges is the Sagaru. These are Indian guys from India, Indonesia, and a couple of other places.
Okay.
But they philosophize a lot of just the world. No, this is no religion. This has nothing to do with the ideology of the Bible or anything. These are just things that they come up in their head to question in the world. And it's so profound because what they do is they literally philosophize the world. That's it. J. Krishnamurti. If you look that
I was
up,
going to ask, do you know the spelling?
I can tell you right now. It's not a C, it's a K, but it's let me see, JKR. It's KRISHAMURTI. J. Krishnamurti. And he has I think about there's over 20 books, right? Some of the books were written on Q&As.
And that's
people ask them questions.
That's interesting. My daughter, she loves the Indian culture.
Yeah,
So she'll really enjoy that.
It's pretty, and you get a chance to see, even if you look them up on YouTube and just listen to some of their philosophy. What they do is they get you closer to simplicity. They don't make things very difficult. Like they talk simple. They talk very simple. It's like when you hear them talk, it's like the message is so clear. Well, I'm like, man, I wish I could do it. It's not as easy as people think it is. But you have him, and then you have the Sagaru, right? And there's a lot of Sagarus, right? There's a lot of gurus, because that's basically what it is. These are philosophers, and they speak on life and nature and things like that in simplicity. There's no, quotes that's going to be so far out there where you're going to be like, okay, I got to really think about this. No, they speak so simple to you and so direct where you be like, wow, why didn't I think of it just that simple? You know what I'm saying? That's why I look at them, and they're very dope, because what they do is they challenge everything. They challenge manhood. They challenge womanhood. They challenge all these ideologies. And what they do is they say, no, this is what it is. And when they say it, initially, the average person is ready to, want to combat it, until you just listen to them speak and you be like, damn, that makes a lot of sense. It's weird how they do what they do, but it's so dope because they speak in simplicity. So those are some of the people that I deal with. And then I go a little more deeper. I don't know if you know who Anton Wilson is. He, again, he's deceased, but he talks about the 8 circuits of the brain, and he talks about, all of these different ways on how we
development of the Black child.
No. Anton Wilson. I'll show you. Anton Wilson. It's a white guy.
Okay.
He died of, I think, lung cancer or something like that. But if you even look him up, you will find out that this man, again, it's one of these things that's, they speak of complicated things, but they put it in so much simplicity where you just be like, okay, because his book, he has a book called Prometheus Rising. It is a very difficult read. So what I have to do is, because he does have a YouTube that he explains the book. So I have to read the book, and then I go back and I refer to the YouTube and him speaking on it and stuff like that. Because it's not an easy read when it comes down to that. But one of the things that I just learned that on YouTube, I started to use a lot of these people that refer to their references. And a lot of them are books. But it's not just one book. Like I very seldom read books that's about relationships. I read things that I can use as an analogy to relationships. I got a couple of books that I read, but you're not gonna see in my house self-help books when it comes down to love yourself. I don't want to know nothing about no shit like that. I know how to love myself. I know how not to love myself too. I know all of these different things when it comes down to it, right? So I don't need nobody to tell me to love yourself. Have self-love. No, I want to be able to have analogies. I want to be able to look at the world and say, yes. And that's the thing. When I look at, I read books from, I got a book right here. I always show people this. When I get on my, how did the world start with slavery? This thing right here, the secret relationships between blacks and Jews.
Ooh, Jews were doing it.
If you understand, and it was written by the Nation of Islam, headed by,
Amsterdam, New Amsterdam.
Yeah.
They doing it. They were making that right.
Is that right there, when you understand, you be like, wow, okay. So instead of us,
the Pope and Henry the Navigator,
all of that is in there. The transit, slavery, and all these things. And these type of books, you have to read and not have it led with your emotions. You just have to read it and get the information. That way that you will be able to understand, all right, this is how the world is. This world has been like this way before I came, and it's going to be like this way after I leave, right? So then then you start to look at, where do I fit in, right? What can I do to contribute?
I was thinking this is going back to the conversation you all had earlier, You were mentioning the we were mentioning the labormen, the plumbers and electricians, and how their price was going to skyrocket. And I was thinking back to the bubonic plague and how the farmers, because everyone was dead, their costs skyrocketed, and that's
Just
another
went
thing that
right on up.
led to enslavement because they couldn't afford the farmers. Now
Absolutely.
you were speaking on it, I'm like, oh well, what's going to happen? What's going to happen when that cost increases? Oh boy.
Oh, if we had a bigger panel, it would have went that route. It definitely would have went that route, no doubt. Yeah. So
again, I'm asking you questions because often there's not women that are willing. You know, you said that you're new to this space, right? So you're trying to gain knowledge.
I'll be right back, folks.
Just based off your name, your undertag, hunting wisdom, right? So you in this space, you come in here and you looking, and I believe you'll probably be going around listening in to different topics.
Yes,
right?
I have been trying. Yes.
Right. So what is it that you're looking to get out of being in these spaces?
Well, I want to be able to create a community. I know it's not going to be for everyone, but a community that encourages curiosity, non-judgmental community. I have another channel that really focuses on single parents because I'm a single parent now. But everyone's invited. Like I said, it's not for everyone, but everyone's invited to encourage us to learn more about the world and ourselves. I also have my business component where I make some money and I also can help others create an income. But it's more about creating a community that really encourages curiosity, love, sharing the wealth of knowledge, and always having that hunger to learn more, to be better. That's my goal. I mean, it started slow, but that's how it works.
So
it's heavy.
Do you think that you could find your audience in this space, or you may have to look at younger audience to build in this philosophy that you're taking on?
That's a good question. I'm not sure because initially my plan was try to reach as many people as I could. Because I believe we all have so much to offer, even the babies. You know, they are born with a sense of wisdom to an extent. The elders, our elders in our communities are being left out. Those who are, especially those who are underserved, you know, the single parents, especially those parents who really want to parent, but they can't because of, you know, certain reasons. They're disabled, those who have mental issues. I'm trying to be as inclusive as possible. Like I said, it's not going to be for everyone, but I want to reach as many people as possible, and hopefully they can reach others and share the love and the knowledge and that and ignite that hunger.
So have you written any of these plans down per se? It's like,
oh yeah, I have my business, I have my LLC. I write my own. It's a trivia game on my channel. I write all my own trivia. I do all my own research. I love research. I love reading, learning. That's my passion. And I feel that I can use that. And I love games and creating games. Because I've homeschooled and I've always found it easier for my daughter to learn by playing. So I've taken, you know, different topics, subjects, and created it into a game that helps her. But that's a passion of mine. I want to help and serve the world as best I can by fulfilling my own purpose.
So and again,
I know that's a lot.
no, because
that is a lot.
But I'm like you want to put out something that could possibly move the needle forward.
Yes.
And what I've seen in my last couple of years in these spaces, those messages don't necessarily resonate to the audience of over 30s and people who've experienced some life and not maybe had the best experiences in those life experiences. So, you know, but then like women like yourself who come to say, hey, we see what's out here, but there is a better way. And those people seem to get slapped in the face the most. I want to know, are you built for the long haul?
I like to think I am.
Okay, listen, if you say you are, just be very aware that when your message comes with truth, it gets a lot of pushback. But your message is greater than the pushback. Listen, I'm telling you, you're going to get it from guys who are going to question and challenge everything you say. But
that's okay. You know, I love what's his name? Sun Tzu, The Art of War. He said the master is the one that can take the enemy and make him a friend. And that's one of my goals.
Okay.
I know I'm not going to reach everyone, but I say bring it.
Put
Bring it.
Put it like this. Put it like this. The best way, because I did martial arts, I did Taekwondo growing up. Take the approach of Aikido. Take their strength and turn it into yours.
All right.
The young women need your voice. These young women, you can just start at your daughter's age, and you and her walk that walk together. It'll probably be, I'm just saying for me, because young women of your daughter's age, they don't get people to encourage them that they can be the greatest and be the best, and that their body is sacred. Young women need your voice.
That's why I am who I am, because I experienced that. I experienced that the energy of feeling not wanted in your household, not loved, not cherished. So I knew from early on when or if I was going to have a family, which I do now, so grateful for, that I wanted to give it my all. Okay. I never want my daughter to feel that she's not wanted, not loved, that she isn't an important piece of this puzzle of a world, that she has a purpose. And then that's the number one goal for my homeschooling journey, is to have her know who she is in every stage and be confident in who she is and know what she has to offer the world. That's the number one goal. I say, I know we in America, so we have the basic requirements. We have, algebra and we have to get all that done. But number one, who are you and what do you have to offer the world? And when it comes to, because it's been a couple years now, we've been talking about the opposite sex and her feelings about that. When it comes to the opposite sex, I say it's the yin and the yang. You want to be married and have a family, you have to be the kind of woman your husband is looking for, your dream husband is looking for, because she always has, especially when we watch TV and when she has a crush on somebody, I'm like, I use that as an example. Are you the kind of woman that he would want to be with?
You know what that sounds like? That sounds like,
look, you didn't even do this
you know
yesterday.
What that sounds like?
That sounds familiar, don't it?
Yeah, it sounds like what I was saying. Find your dream maker. That's what it sounds like. I actually got that in a book. I used to do Amway some time ago, and it was a book I had to read by Stephen Price. It was called Dream Making in a Dream Taking World. And that's why I get the term dream maker, dream taker, or dream faker from. I get it from that book. And I remember when I had to read these books, at first, I was a little reluctant because I've always had difficulty when it came to reading. And at first I read it, I was like, okay. Then I read it the second time, I was like, oh, it's starting to make some sense. And then when I read it a third time from a different perspective, it was like, whoa, it started to click. So that's always been one of my go-to books. And I still have that book in my library that I still go back to it time to time. And the one thing I enjoy, dream makers, there's three types of people out there: dream makers, dream takers, dream fakers. Now, all right, now here it goes like this. Dream takers are the people that see the glass half empty. Dream takers are the people that are pessimistic. Dream takers are the ones that bring the negativity and have that negative energy, and the ones that tell you that you can't do this. It's not possible. Those are dream takers. Dream fakers are the ones that say that they're going to be there, but when things get hard, they're nowhere to be found. And unfortunately, we're going to run into those type of people. Dream makers are the people that always are going to be there regardless. They're the ones that got your back. They're the ones that are always going to push you. If they see you veering off course, they're going to have to get back on track. Also, dream makers are the ones that not only see the glass half full, but they're the ones that let you know that, hey, I don't think this is going to work, but let's try it from this perspective, and it might work this way. That's why I always tell people, find your dream maker. And I take that, and usually that's a book that applies to business, but I use that book to apply to a lot of things other than just business. I use that book to apply to life, to relationships, and a lot of other things in between. And I always tell people my wife is my dream maker.
Oh, you are lucky. You are
Because
fortunate.
I mean, my wife and I have been together for 19 years, and this August we'll be married for 15 years.
That's what's up.
That's beautiful.
And one of the things that I remember, I met my wife at the job, and one of the things that we did, we just talked. And I remember telling her in the beginning that I have a list of things I want to accomplish in my life, in my lifetime. And she's like, "You're serious?" And I pulled out, and I opened up my wallet, and I pulled out this list of things I wanted to accomplish in my lifetime. And she was shocked.
She was
like,
impressed.
"You really have a list?" Yeah, I have a list. And another time, I remember going to pick her up from work on my day off. And she didn't know anyone in our work group. She was never the sociable type. So I was like, you know what? I'll come pick you up from work. So I drove out, I picked her up, I took her home, and we just basically just sat and talked all night till the sun came up in the car. All we did was talk and chat and everything else. After we were done, I drove, when she left, when she went to her house, I drove off, and I thought she was a pretty cool, real cool person. I didn't see anything from that forward. The day of our wedding, she left me an envelope. I opened up the envelope, and she told me that same night when we sat and talked, and when she went inside the house, from that moment, she knew she has found the person she wanted to spend the rest of her life with.
Oh.
And she told me that the day of our wedding.
I can hear the love in your voice.
That's powerful.
Awesome.
That's very powerful. And that's why I like
rare.
It is. And that's why I use that one book as a reference to a lot of things. There are a lot of other books that I've read. There are a lot of other books I've read while doing Amway, and I apply it to every day as well. And I just take other things to help build how the person that I am now. I look at my experience in the service. I look at my time when I remember competing in Tough Mudder, little things like that. And I just find a way to just put it all together to be the person that I am. And I always said I wanted to be this type of person that could quote certain sayings off the top of their head. And I felt like that's not really me. I thought I was being fake or phony. Then I learned I'm going from this is the person I want to be to I'm learning to take these things to become an extension of myself. So now anything that I put out there, it's genuine. It's not fake. It's not phony. So, that happens over time. Yeah, it is. And I remember somebody telling me that when you read these books, you're going to be able to apply it to your everyday life. And I'm thinking, how's that possible? And ironically, 20 plus years later, those books, the things that I read in these books, I'm applying it to my everyday life. One of the cool things I got out of the book, it was something that the author, Stephen Price, he used this poem from Langston Hughes. And it makes perfect sense. Hold fast to dreams, for if dreams die, life is a broken winged bird that cannot fly.
Mm.
And I always wanted to do things like that when I was younger. And I didn't think it was possible because I always had challenges when it came to memorization too. But when I read the books and I learned to have more confidence in myself, and I guess that was a combination of getting a little bit older, my time in the service, and I just putting it all together and doing Amway at one time.
Service.
Just did my part. I learned to become this person where I can just be very confident in who I am. I have this sense of assurance and confidence in who I am and what I'm all about. And that doesn't happen overnight. You're going to have your trials and tribulations. You're going to have your ups and downs. You're going to have your highs and lows. And how I first got into YouTube was a friend of mine I went to high school with has a channel, and I've been helping him out on his panel. And then I found out about Black Man Unlimited while just passing through. So I've been here for a short amount of time, and I still help my friend out as well on his channels. And the one thing that I've gotten from him and some people here and from the people in the chat is, yo, you need to start your own channel. And I've always said I wanted to do that, but it's always been a bit of a challenge because of my work schedule, family, the whole nine. But I remember talking to my wife about it, and she said, yeah, you should really look into it. So now I'm learning to work towards that. And
one step at a time.
Yeah, one step at a time. One step at a time. So I heard you trying to put a channel on, and I hope everything works out, and I wish you the best of luck.
Oh, thank you.
And I wish
sound like you found your purpose as well. Congrats. You have a beautiful family.
If you don't put those kids
in
there.
Yeah, that's my son in the background. That's two of my youngest ones. They're being a little bit fussy, so I got to tend to them. So I'm just letting y'all know I gotta step out. And you know what? Trey Ferg, as always, it's good seeing you as always. JT, if you're listening back there, as always, congratulations to your daughter on her graduation. Lost in translation. It's always a pleasure.
Keep spinning.
And everyone else in the chat, thanks. And everyone else in the chat, y'all have a good one.
Right on.
And Honey Wisdom, it's great to finally see your face because I've seen you in the chat a couple of times as well. And we've had a couple of cool things talking. So everyone out there, y'all have a good one. Be safe, take care of each other and one another, and see you when I see you.
All right, Antoine.
Good night.
Absolutely.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah, man. Look, Lost, you back.
I ain't went nowhere, man.
I know. I already know,
I've
bro.
been the whole time, man. I just been chilling.
Yeah. But listen, it's very. I like using Trey. I like when you say, Trey, this is the best time, right? It's the best time, and it's always going to be the best time for us to be able to change our ideology, right, as we get older. And it should be at a point where we can evolve in our thinking. One of the things that I'm learning now is that wisdom is, man, this shit it reigns supreme over nearly everything. But the only way you can get wisdom is to live life.
Mm-hmm.
You can't be scared. You can't be scared. You can't be out here trying to live life being scared, because you're always going to be silent and you're going to die silent. We got to sometimes get our voices. We have to get it heard. And the thing is that once we start putting our self out here and our voices out here, we're going to have a lot of people that's going to be contrary to the things that we say. And what we do is that either they are here for the conversation or they're not. One of the things that we can't do is we can't fall victim to being pretentious, right? Because that's what's hurting us right now. I was looking at some things from 10 years ago, just looking at a lot of the conversations on a lot of these so-called panels. And 10 years ago, they didn't really have a bunch of panels. They had people talking to the camera and in the microphone, right? And it just got people to start having these think tanks and, these panels and things like that. And it was very weird. 10 years ago, it was super weird. Yeah. It was a weird thing to see. But what I came to realize is that we've missed these type of things. Like it used to be at a point where when you have these philosophers, right, they used to argue a lot. They didn't. Yeah, but they used to be sitting up under a tree to argue. The argue was more of debate, right? It wasn't bicker.
Yeah, respect.
But people, they had their emotions was leading and stuff like that. But just think about a lot of these folks that, especially scientists. If you've ever seen scientists talking to each other, Man.
Thank you.
My man, TJ,
I'm all
through
about
the
it,
fire.
Alicia. I'm feeling it.
Can I
Thank
say
you.
all about Alicia's hair? Hell yeah. Look, you rocking it, sis. I ain't gonna even lie. You rocking the hair. This, hey, look, am I lying, Trey? Am I lying, Lost? This is how the sisters used to be right here. That was what we saw. That's what we revered. This is what guys used to be. I remember just being a little dude and seeing my auntie's friends. They look like women. They look like our black women. They looked like our black. It wasn't even a thing to say you look like, you know, the black women or whatever. But that's what we loved about it, because first and foremost, it shows the pride that you have in yourself. You 100 with yourself.
We are so powerful. We are so powerful. If we start, you know, really reflecting and loving ourselves, it's nothing we can do, especially when we come together as sisters.
Yeah.
Nothing we can do.
Very powerful. At the end of the day,
Nothing we can't do, excuse me.
Yeah. And no, I got what you said, but that's what we have to get back to that. We have to get back to our essence. When we see our kids and the way that they're, especially like I got daughters, they be doing that shit. They be putting the hair on and stuff like that. And the craziest thing is with me, I'm more boisterous than their mom, right? It looks better if it was your hair.
Tell them.
The reason being is because I
never
love
stop
that
telling
you look
them.
like me. Yeah. Your hair is man. It's just funny how men are not telling women that when I'm laying with you, it feels good for me to hold the back of your head. It feels good for me to be able to just touch the essence of you, right? This is a lot of dudes, they don't care about that no more. Reason being is because men right now have acquiesced to this whole thing of BBLs and fake hair, eyelashes. We have to be very boisterous when it comes down to it. We don't give a damn about the makeup. Let me tell you, when it comes down to it, we don't care about how a woman, when she goes out and when she wears her makeup. It is how she wears her makeup. It is. It's absolutely that. But for some odd reason, we stop being boisterous when it comes down to that. We don't have to say that you look like a clown. We can tell you that you look beautiful. I love your skin, right?
And
When
that's
a man
powerful in itself. When a man that you respect we on cloud 9. We hear something like that.
A kiss on and a kiss on the forehead and a kiss on the cheek. It's something different, man. When your man is sitting there and he's just and he's admiring how you look, right? In the morning time. I'm talking about like you ain't got nothing on. It's just you being who you are. That morning is something different. When we wake up with each other and we looking at each other and we sitting there and we just admiring that, you know, that essence of each other. It's the same thing with men. Women love the fact, and this is the craziest thing, and I get this from women. They love the fact of how a man is a man. Even the anatomy of a man.
You can, I can't speak for everyone, but I can sense it. I can sense it. It's like an aura, and it's beautiful.
Yeah.
It's beautiful. And it just it's just like a black hole pulls you towards them.
It's a magnet. It's like a magnet.
Exactly.
It's a magnet. It's a magnet. Yeah. So when people see two people, when we can get two people together. All right, Antoine, I'm gonna get you in a minute. When we can get two people together, two women and a woman and a man together, and they can really appreciate the essence of each other. Man, that shit is it's magical. We don't even understand what our magic is about anymore. Why? Because we let all this shit on the outside dictate what magic is. It's something different when a woman and a man, you know, this is the thing. When you first meet somebody, right? When you first meet somebody and you like, we're going to go on a date or whatever, and you guys get to talking. What they call that shit? When they call it where it's
chemistry.
They talk about the chemistry that comes from you. It's a thing that they say. It's what is it? Lost, come on, man. Help me, y'all.
Chemistry?
Yeah. What's the things that come out of us? What's those pheromones?
Yes.
Okay. Pheromones.
It's all of these different things. But it's another thing that they have, but it's chemical, right? It comes from us.
Endorphins and stuff.
Endorphins.
Like that. Yes.
The endorphins, that's the thing that people are addicted to. But when you hear the younger generation speak, they don't know that it's endorphins, right? This is why you have so many serial daters and, you know, people that just go from one relationship to the next. Because the endorphins, you get used to them. Yeah. And it's crazy because it was a time. That's why R&B music back in the day used to be something different because it was young folks that was doing it. They were young then, right? They were saying some things and they put it in psalm and in song where it spoke to and it resonated with so many people. When they talk about, when a man sit back and he talks about the essence of a woman that he adores, right? And that's why so many people love Prince. He had a song called I Adore You. He also had another song called Adore, right? These are the things that he was saying if you heard the lyrics.
Adore you. Is that, am I thinking of the right one?
It's two songs, I Adore You, and he got another song called Adore. But the thing was that he was talking about the essence of a woman that he loves. Man, we go crazy over y'all. Doesn't have nothing to do with what you possessing and all the stuff that you hear right now. That shit it's like we lost each other. We're lost. But when you go back, listen to Lenny Williams. Listen to I tell anybody this. I love Earth, Wind, and Fire. If you listen to the music and you listen to the lyrics, that shit is going to resonate with you so much where you just going to be like, man, they got a song called, what is it? And I always listen to it. It's about just being happy. It's about joy, right? I'm not going to let anything take the joy. It's Earth, Wind, and Fire now. Now, when you listen to them, they got a song called Boogie Wonderland, right? It's an up-tempo beat. But Boogie Wonderland actually is a dark song. It's talking about the boogie world and, you know, Studio 51, if anybody know anything about 54, and if anybody know anything about that. But it's a dark song, but you won't know because the beat is up-tempo. But they also have another song, September. Remember the time. You know, when they telling you these things, what it's doing is getting you to reflect on your life. But they also have songs where, you know, when we have songs where it's just talking about, they don't talk about, just listen to some Earth, Wind, and Fire. It talk about the love of a man and a woman, but it's so much into the nature of it. Where you just like,
that should be a shame. I'm not that familiar with the Earth, Wind, and Fire. I know some of their songs, but I'm not that.
Don't worry about it. You're young.
Pick a song, but this is the thing. Pick a song, listen to the lyrics of it. Sometimes read along with the lyrics. You're gonna see what Earth, Wind, and Fire was all about. And what's my man's name? His last name was White, the lead singer. What was his name? Maurice White.
Yeah, Maurice White.
And then you have the guy that's still living. Rest in peace. But the guy that's still living, what's his name? The dark skinned guy.
Philip Bailey.
Philip Bailey.
Philip Bailey, right? When you hear these guys speak, They were on a whole different level at that time. This was at a level where they were talking about the love of life.
Yeah.
How we bring each other to it, right? These guys was dope. Even if you get a chance to just look at the covers of their albums, they had one album where they had all the pyramids. Remember that shit, y'all? They had the pyramids and shit.
Oh, yeah.
It actually meant something. I forgot which album that was.
Just about all of them.
Just about all of them. You know what I'm saying? Then you got
They
Jeffrey
had scarabs
Osborne.
on one. They had a pyramid on another one. You know.
Yeah. You listen to the Commodores, right? I'm not saying this as far as like R&B. I'm talking about the messages.
Yeah, the message.
Commodore's the Manhattan.
Let me show you what I'm talking about. I'm gonna show you what I'm talking about. This song right here.
I found that material things I thought had so much value. Oh, girl, didn't really have any value at all.
When that's Lionel Richie, right? Now, if you listen to that whole song, Just to Be Close to You, just to be close to you,
girl. Okay.
She's a youngster, Jay.
That's what. So what it was this. It was men. They were ushering women to the point of how a man should love you. That's in the shit. Like when you hear these talking points they have on this shit that they got going on right now, and you listen to these type of songs. Not just you think about the name, the Commodores. Ain't that some shit? Y'all know what a Commodore is?
It's like a captain, or is it a pirate?
They were the leaders, right? Yeah. So when you look at these guys and you look at Teddy Pendergrass, see a lot of people don't, and that's why I said, hey. Listen, we might have to go back, man. We might have to have a whole panel, not a panel, but a show on what these guys were doing. Teddy Pendergrass, the songs he had, they didn't have everything to do with a man that's just trying to love a woman. He had a song called The Clown of the Town or some shit like that, where everybody's saying that this man did this woman wrong. And when it came down to it, he lost her. You know what I'm saying? He was the clown of that town. The OJs, right? They talked about love, but it was also about losing the love. She used to be my girl. Yeah, she used to be my girl. When you hear the hook line, yeah, that's something. But listen to the lyrics to it.
Yeah.
He was like, damn. I'm just trying to tell y'all.
Super chats in, man, before the folks on.
Oh yeah, go ahead, bro. Because we can go all day on that.
You can't go all day on that, JT.
Right. We got a $10 super chat from TJ. He said, my mom was crazy about Earth, Wind, and Fire. I think she played September every day, or at least when she was smoking weed or sipping on her crown. Shout out to TJ.
Yeah, man.
Crown Royal on the ice.
It was on a high level, man. They was thinking on a high level.
Also,
Yes,
we
sir.
had another super chat, $5 from Antoine. Said, when I get my channel started, y'all will know it. And listen, when the last time you did something for the first time?
I've been thinking about that last 10 minutes or so. Oh, gosh, I don't.
And then Antoine sends another $2. He says, remember one day or day one.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'm gonna go ahead and get y'all a little break, man, and we're gonna get our main man Jay Moss and him, man, to give us a little bit of a break.
I'm on it now. What I put on my BQ. But jam. Remix. You don't be liking what I did. You don't be liking what I said. But it ain't a prerequisite. Whether it works in your head. Yeah. Oh, these 60 seconds of mine. I get to say whatever's on my mind. You ain't even gotta say nothing. Move on and let me carry on. It's what I wanted to say. What I put on my page. It's what I wanted to say. I ain't even gotta ask you. And I don't wanna have to try you. But it's mine. to say.
Damn, boy.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Hey,
sir.
man, y'all know that they are connected to the Clark sisters also, right? The Moss family and the Clark sisters are absolutely family members. They are definitely family members, man. And that is a huge, huge family over here, man. Most definitely. Shout out to my man, Jay Moss, man.
Indeed. Trey Furr, you want to say anything before we wrap this thing up, Mike?
Yeah, you know, JT, it was great. You went down a memory lane that I don't think the younger adults today would really have a connection to. You know, because they're not really giving themselves to really just sit back and look at things and see how they can move better. You know, because like you said, a lot of those songs, whether it was a love song or rap song or just R&B song within itself, most of the messages were about either being positive or working through an issue. It wasn't the doom and gloom, like shit ain't, you know what I'm saying? And so I think the messages resonated with us a great deal as we got older, because those are young adolescent years, and we came into young men. Even the song could speak to a woman for you. You didn't have to try to come up with all the crazy lines. You know, sometimes you can just repeat some of the song's lyrics in trying to talk to a woman. But I think our time was unique because everything that we got, we sort of built on it. It wasn't just laid out. You know, and this is what I see today, especially, you know, I'm 56, and it's a lot of the 21s to 41s who are struggling with just communicating with the woman and saying, you know, everybody can say we came out of the mud. We all came up from whatever situation. However, you look at our generation, we were able to get into position to work. The women went to school. The women took care of themselves, took care of their family. The guys went to school, went to the military, got a job, being able to take care of themselves. And now here we are, the elder spokesmen and elder women of our parents, right? But our parents wasn't speaking to us like we couldn't do shit. Our parents wasn't telling you, well, baby, it'll be all right if you don't put your best foot forward. Our parents were saying, get your ass in the game. Don't fuck it up. Don't fuck up my name. Be the best you can be. And now here we are. Listen, like I said, I got a 21-year-old son, and I don't want him to put himself in a bad position of what we see out here. If he have a child out of wedlock, he's on his own. I won't buy a diaper. I won't show up at a baby shower, because I'm not condoning that for him. And I want him to understand that, no, you have to be better than that. If he chooses that, hey, that's on him.
Right.
But what I see, and I'm glad my sister's here, because she's looking to try to find a way to bridge these disconnections. And that's why I always tell people, you have to I walk in godly energy, right? So things I say, I expect people to have pushback, whether I get it or not. I expect people to, if I say something that is not chaotic and not saying everybody just hate each other and fighting shit, some people, but I expect that, right? But I look through that because I believe that my message speaks beyond the panel. My message speaks beyond YouTube, because it's a lot of young people who are waiting on edge, waiting for somebody to say, despite that shit, you can be great. And your greatness doesn't have to do with anything anybody else says or does. You put in your work, the time will pay itself off when you're ready. So, sister, look, I applaud you. I hope you come in good faith and good spirit. Listen, the young girls need you. These 35 and over disgruntled ass women, they gonna fight you. These 17, 18, 13-year-olds need to hear your voice, need to see you show up with that damn fro every day and say, love yourself, despite, because they get caught up in the wrong messages and then they give up too soon. Brothers and sisters, don't give up on yourselves too soon.
They lose hope, and they have so much to offer, so much untapped potential out there. So
and
much.
I see you getting emotional too, because every time you get emotional, I can see it. It's your skin starts to shine. So keep on shining, my sister.
Oh
Keep
my God, 'cause
shining.
I've
Don't
been
let nobody
there.
see
You
your light.
know, the
Yeah.
world
Nobody sees your light.
steps
You
on you.
40,
Yeah.
age of reason. When you turn 40, move different. Invest in your baby continuously. She will make you a rich woman. That's all I got. I appreciate your loss, JT.
Thank you,
What you
Trey.
sipping on tonight, JT? You got something over?
Kavasi, yeah,
Okay.
hey.
Wound up over there. That's right. That's right. We got a
Yeah,
last
man.
minute addition to the conversation. TJ, come on in, brother.
Yes,
Welcome to
sir.
the
What's
show.
going on, TJ? What's happening with you, boy?
You know what he like. It's you.
Yeah.
What up, TJ?
Hello.
Oh,
He
he ain't got
said
his
nothing.
mic. Oh, you muted, homie. You're muted.
Hi, TJ.
He probably wasn't ready yet.
No.
He probably wasn't.
Anyway, Alicia, did you want to have any final thoughts before we get up out of here?
No, I just thank you, brothers, for doing what you do, keeping the hope alive, and I'll see you around. I'm not gonna quit.
Absolutely.
This is my calling. So
Yeah.
I'll be
And
around.
if you need any help getting it together, getting everything together, man, you can always come over this way. We definitely are here to help our people. Most definitely. Whatever it is that you need, you can definitely lean on us for that. Most definitely.
Indeed.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you.
JT?
I'm trying to navigate everything.
Yeah,
It's a bit of a culture shock.
Yeah, it ended up being that way. Like I said, we've been in here for a couple of years, so I know myself. I've been here for a while. So before I flipped my mic on, I used to just do things with it, just being a DJ and stuff like that. So the conscious stuff, social stuff that we're talking about right now, I was preparing myself for it, So that's basically where we at now. Because I had it all. You know how you don't have it all together, but you got it in your head and you got it in your spirit. But the only way that you can actually get it out there is to get out here and just do it. And that's the good thing about doing what we doing right now. But whatever's in your spirit, you put it out there. You know what I'm saying? Like one of the things I love about my girl Take Heed to the Message is that
she's awesome.
she had and she's developing more and more and more, right, of who she is. And the thing is that once she turned that mic on, it was something different. And it is something where when we start talking on this microphone, y'all, I swear to God, when you love it, it's gonna be something that's just gonna rock with you for the rest of your life, because we just want to help each other. I'm gonna have a show, and it's gonna be on social media, and the pros and the cons of social media. But one of the things I'm going to show people is that one of the best things that social media have done to us is to show us how to actually communicate with one another. We are doing it.
Yeah.
We are doing it. The people are doing it. Because I still hear people talk about this right now. If it ain't on network TV, they ain't really involved in it. You would be amazed at how many people that are not involved in this type of social media with the panels and things like that. It's at a point where it's just catching fire. It's still a baby. And I tell people this, it's still a baby. So when we are having these conversations, think about this. When in your past, can you imagine people talking about social issues 24/7? You get off this panel right here, guess what you can do? You can go on another panel, and they're going to be talking about social issues, right?
Yeah, I was on one earlier today.
Yeah.
I had a blast.
It's 24/7 now, right? When in history have anybody ever talked about that? When you get with your family members, we didn't talk about this shit. Not at the magnitude we talking about it right now. So that's why we got to have some type of grace with one another too, because some people just they're not built into how we talk to each other anymore,
They have
because
to
our
recognize that
emotions,
part of their journey.
it can lead us, right? Our emotion can lead us. And you hear people talk, we have to understand that we have to accept people for who they are, meet them where they at, have the conversation with them, and watch how it turns out, right? That's not an easy thing to do because some people are just trolls. I'm glad now that we starting to get the trolls to just be in the channel, in the chat, right? They ain't gonna come up here. Not when you start talking with people that have common sense, people that actually are here to have the conversation. Because what happens in the conversation is that what we would do is we would challenge each other, and it's all in love. Why? Because the thing is that we want to have a better community. Period. A better world. We do our job, and then it's over with. I end
We
there.
got a $10 super chat from Through the Fire Again. Says, I have a great live stream coming this Monday. Come check me out if y'all got time. I couldn't come up tonight. Someone walked into the office at the last minute.
Okay,
Trust
most
me, we
definitely.
understand. He's at work, man. So we totally understand, brother.
I'll be there, TJ. Most definitely, brother. I'll definitely be there.
Well,
Most definitely.
tonight's show has
What time
been-
did he say?
He didn't
He
put
didn't
it on
say?
there yet. TJ,
What time is it, TJ?
Drop the show, man.
Yeah.
Drop the show particulars, man. In the meantime, while you're waiting on him to do that, y'all, it has truly been an experience tonight. And I think in order for us to grasp what's going on with our particular situation is we're going to have to start doing some soul searching and some therapy, because I think some of these habits come from situations that we're probably not even aware of.
True.
And I
very
think we
true.
probably need to address it. And you can tell by the way people act and respond to things that you say. You know what I mean? And it doesn't, they don't understand that just because you think one way doesn't mean that somebody else is wrong. They just probably live life a little bit differently from you, and they have a different vantage point. So I think if we get to the point where we can understand exactly where we're coming from, people always like to say communication is key. I say no, it's not. Communication is the key, but understanding is the lock.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? And we have to make
Absolutely.
sure that we understand each other, and that way we can reach an agreement. I hate cliches because people love to throw stuff out there without thinking. But at the end of the day, understanding is what we need. You see what I'm saying? And we need to find out exactly why things are the way they do. It's one thing for us to regurgitate the same things that we hear all the time, but we need to start inspecting why people say the things that they say, and why did they say it the way they said it. Maybe it was because they didn't have enough time to go into the details. Well, guess what? Now we got time. So we probably should start investigating some of the things that we run across and some of the things people say. Alicia, yes, you're going to find some people who are going to be unreasonable, to the
But
point
they're
where
hurting.
it's
That's all that is. They're hurting.
Yeah, but you
They're
have to
gonna lash
ignore
out at
them.
someone.
You have to ignore them because they're going to derail the conversation. You'll also have people who are long-winded, who don't know how to quit talking and let other folks talk. You understand what I'm
I
saying?
can be like that. Once I relax and get into it, I can go.
Right. And everybody has to have their time. You know what I'm saying? You don't want to come up on the panel and it takes you 45 minutes to get your wits in and get your talk in. You know what I'm saying? That we have to get better at being moderators to make sure that we let people get what they have to get. Remember, we're just the host and you're the star of the show. And we have to make sure that we make you feel comfortable when you come in. Right? And the right Trey Ferg.
Yes,
And the
sir.
right JT. That's
Yes,
right.
sir.
No doubt. No doubt.
So with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, make sure you guys hit the like button. If you're new here, thank you for coming. Hit the subscribe button. Also, make sure you guys come back tomorrow. We got all kind of shows. I think we got Miss Jenny coming back. Is she coming back tomorrow?
Is it
And then
tomorrow?
we got, I hope so. I think so. And then we also got
Alexis
from Texas. Yeah.
Oh, yes.
And then we got the gray area, you know what I'm saying, with Pete and Paul. You know what I mean? And then of course, we got Grace and our Pain on Monday. Unless they decide they want to tag team again. Of course, we flipping tables. And then we got JT on Wednesday.
We also got
Thursday.
1-1 sports. We got 1-1
That's right. They got sports
Same day. Yeah.
Same day. And Thursday is open. So we got to put something in that Thursday, man. I think that might be the only day that we had a break, but normally Dr. Nkumbe,
Yeah.
I used to have that Thursday.
Coach
slot
K.
still. And Coach K, yeah. And of course, we come back here on Barbershop on Friday. So we always have a community for you guys to come in and talk and listen. And we'll answer any questions. And we'll also dive in any questions or topics that you may have answers or questions to. We'll be more than happy to talk about it. So with that being said, I'm going to thank you guys for coming out. It has truly been a wonderful evening. Thank you for coming to the Black Man Unfiltered to the Barbershop.
It's been a pleasure. It's been a pleasure. I will see you next time, gentlemen.
Thank you, guys.
Appreciate you. Love you all.
I emailed you already.
I see.
Y'all good night.
Peace out.
All right, y'all. Peace out.